Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here early on a Sunday morning, and welcome to this session on global health challenges. To all of us here on the panel, and I will introduce the panelists in a second, a key message is that global health and global health challenges are a political issue. And that is why it is so relevant, in our view, to the World Policy Conference. Now, we're very privileged to have a fantastic panel this morning, and I'll start from my left with the Honorable Maha Barakat, who is Assistant Minister for Health in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the UAE. And maybe we'll come back to that, but I find it particularly relevant that there's now an Assistant Minister on Health in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next to her is Professor Jean-François Etter, who is an Honorary Professor of Public Health at the University of Geneva and a well-known specialist of tobacco and tobacco addiction. Next to him, Professor Antoine Flahault, whom you will know from previous WPCs and who is the director of the Global Health Institute at the University of Geneva. And next, Yoshi Sakara, who is a senior research fellow at the Institute of Geoeconomics and the Asia-Pacific Initiative in Tokyo, Japan. And last but not least, Dr. Juliette Twackley, who is a distinguished pediatrician and who is here in her capacity as Mercy Ships International Ambassador for Africa. So we will have different perspectives, different geographic and thematic perspectives today. Let me start thank you. Yes, by first bringing back to this panel the issue of the COVID pandemic. If you remember, health came in the WPC in the very beginning of the pandemic, when Thierry de Montbrial organized a special session on the pandemic and its political and geopolitical relevance, which was a video conference at that time because of the circumstances. And since then, for 3 consecutive WPCs, 22, 23, and now 24, we are having a health session. And for those of you who were here in previous years, you will remember that in those sessions, particularly together with Antoine Flahault, also Maha Barakat, Juliette Twackley, we have been discussing a lot the state of the pandemic and its impact on geopolitics and on economy and society. So let me start from the pandemic this morning, because obviously everyone has forgotten now about the pandemic. And so let me just remind you with a few facts. It's been the worst combined health and economic crisis in living memory. The global excess death toll is estimated to be 30 million people. At its highest point, 90% of children across the world were unable to attend school, which has profound consequences around the world. And at least 150 million people were drawn into extreme poverty, and it's been a major economic shock. An estimated 22 trillion of output is expected in the period of 2020 to 2025, which is much more than the financial crisis of 2008-2010. And the pandemic, even though quieter, continues to have profound consequences on our lives, particularly in poorest countries that are heavily indebted and are still struggling to recover, particularly from the economic situation. And then the last point, which I emphasized in red here, is that COVID-19 not only has somehow disappeared from our memories, our minds, our day-to-day worries, but it has dropped off the global political agenda. And this is a serious issue that I hope we can discuss in more detail. Let me remind you that during the pandemic, health and social systems have been under major stress. COVID has disrupted essential health services in 90% of the countries across the world. There's been stark inequalities in access to vaccines that left large parts of the world exposed to COVID-19. And there has been huge gaps in social protection that have resulted in widening inequalities. And that has been in low and middle income countries as much as in high income countries, for example, in the US, where the epidemic has been catastrophic, particularly because of the lack of proper social protection. And these inequalities, both in health systems and in social protection, during the pandemic, I believe has had profound implications until now for health, economic progress, trust in governments, social cohesion, and geopolitics. And I'll be interested to hear from the audience, but following in Geneva the negotiations, the ongoing negotiations on the pandemic treaty, I see them characterized by mistrust and a profound gap between, to make it simple, although I hate using that vocabulary, the global south and the global north, distrust with the south saying never again, and the north sort of sticking to its positions. We'll come back to that a little later. But distrust, polarization, which we also see in our societies, and a lot of it has to do with the pandemic and its sequelae. There's been a number of assessments of what went wrong during the pandemic, including an assessment by the so-called Independent Panel for Pandemic Prevention, Preparedness and Response, on which I was privileged to serve. That was convened by the World Health Assembly in 2020 and worked for about a year throughout 2021. That panel and a number of other panels, including panels from academia, all basically agreed that averting another pandemic is a challenge that can be solved. There's been a number of converging opinions of what would be the set of reforms needed. And that's what I'm showing on this particular slide. So everyone was agreeing somehow that we need better internationally agreed principles, rules, and obligations of states to prevent, prepare, and respond to pandemics. PPPR, in our language, is Pandemic Prevention, Preparedness, and Response. And that concretely means amending what is called the International Health Regulations. You've heard about the International Health Regulations. This is, for example, where how much WHO can come to a country where an outbreak is appearing to investigate the nature of that outbreak, how much WHO has freedom or not versus national sovereignty to investigate an outbreak in a country. That's part of the international health regulations. And then there was a suggestion that a binding treaty is negotiated on pandemics and pandemics preparedness, called the Pandemic Accord or Convention or Treaty. There's still no agreement on how will that be called, but very importantly, a binding agreement for countries, a treaty. Then, in order to address the inequitable access to vaccines and medicines that we saw during the pandemic, agree on a pre-negotiated system. Because what happened during the COVID pandemic is that everyone was taken by surprise and we had to adapt. So there was a race for vaccines that was, as you know, very successful, with about the same time, within a year, vaccine in the US with the mRNA vaccines that you know of, vaccine in China, vaccine in India, vaccine in Russia, then Cuba, a number of vaccines that appeared within a year or 14 months. And then there was a huge race for access to these vaccines. And the whole process was, we all agree, very messy. So there's a need to actually pre-negotiate in advance of a potential pandemic. How would the world proceed in this area? Then another issue has been the lack of funding. It took about 6 to 8 months for the World Bank to start disbursing its special pandemic fund in 2020. So we need to agree as a global community on a financial package that would, 1, finance preparedness, and 2, include surge financing in case a new pandemic occurs. And the fourth point is particularly important. It's about political leadership. And you may, I hope you will agree with me that we didn't see strong political leadership at global level during the pandemic. Every country sort of went its way. The UN were pale. So our panel had suggested that we design and establish what we called a Global Health Threats Council, which would be a sort of Security Council for health, not working, of course, on the model of the Security Council with a veto vote, but a sort of high-level heads of state or heads of government level council next or in the UN system. That suggestion has not been taken on, but as you may know, in the platform that the Secretary General had put forward this September, there is a suggestion for a platform, a sort of council, for everything that is not war and peace directly. Climate, food, water, health, which is maybe the way to go. And finally, for monitoring and accountability, everyone agrees that we need something on the model of what is happening in the climate with IPCC. Now, this is a chart of progress. And as you can see, there's been little progress since 2020. This is an evaluation that goes from red to green. There's been some progress on country preparedness, some progress on new financing with the creation of a pandemic fund. I will not go in any detail here. Definitely some progress on surveillance and alert, because the international health regulations have been successfully negotiated in Geneva and amended, but no progress on accountability and basically no progress on political leadership. And as I said earlier, actually pandemics drop off the political agenda. And so my message here is that in 2024, the world is not ready for a new pandemic threat, and some of it became obvious with the Mpox pandemic that erupted in 2022, but with a new outbreak a few months ago in the Democratic Republic of Congo that spread to neighboring countries. This was declared a continental emergency by the African CDC and declared a public health emergency of international concern by the WHO in August 2024. We know that there are several 100 million doses of vaccine available in stock in rich countries for Mpox. And while the African countries and Africa CDC says we need at least 10 million doses urgently, at this time only several hundred doses have been pledged as donations by the EU, by the US, by Gavi, the International Alliance on Vaccines. So we're seeing a very similar picture to what happened in COVID in terms of inequities and delays in access to vaccines. I'd like to go back. I don't know how to do that. Never mind. Okay, sorry. A few words on the treaty negotiations in Geneva. These have been now going on for 3 years, with 12 sessions of the International Negotiating Board, and they haven't reached an agreement. Originally, the deadline that was set was May 2024, then it was pushed to December 2024, now it's been pushed to May 2025, most likely, but no agreement could be reached for 3 years. And you may be surprised by this, since we thought that the world would sort of learn about how urgent it is to act and to come together. But the negotiations are not, although progress has been reached in the last few months, but still no agreement. And there are still very sensitive issues not resolved. For example, let me say, the EU wants an annex linked to Article 4 of the treaty, which is on pandemic prevention, an annex that outlines clearly countries' responsibilities to prevent pandemics. But the Africa group is reluctant to agree to what would be costly responsibilities that they wouldn't be able to finance, and it wants in exchange an annex to a system promoting a system that is called pathogen access and benefit sharing, or PABS. What is PABS? Is that the Africa group wants a preferential access in the future to any vaccine or drug that would be developed from the genome of a pathogen, or from data on a pathogen that they would provide when they identify a new outbreak. And of course, this is sort of anathema to the pharmaceutical industry and to the US and the EU at the table at the negotiating table. So at this time, my assessment is that negotiators are tired after 3 years, but the future of pandemics and somewhere the legitimacy of WHO are at stake here. But the new unknown, of course, is the US, because the next 6 months of negotiations will already happen under the Trump administration, and there's a lot of unknown there. Will the Trump administration withdraw from WHO and from the negotiating table? Or would they somehow be inflexible in negotiations on issues such as intellectual property or PABs? We don't know. So I've summarized this, what I see as key challenges to multilateralism in global health at this time, and I'm sure for those of you working in other areas, you will find very similar features. The problem is now the increasingly polarized political nature of global health agendas, what I call the clash of norms and ideologies, that is basically distrust in science and ideology prevailing on science, the rise of sovereignty and nationalism in the face of a world that is increasingly interdependent. For us in health, the power of global industries, the food, the soda, tobacco, we will come back to that, and an overall weak global governance. And the problem is that the probability of a new pandemic is high. It's not a matter of whether it will occur, but a matter of when. And this is a slide from a very recently published expert panel in the Lancet Commission, called Lancet Commission 2050. And as you can see, it says that there is a 23% event that a pandemic of the scale of COVID will occur in the next 5 years. I let you read the other numbers. A probability of 80% within 25 years that something over 1 million deaths will take place. So to conclude, let me just make 2 points. One is that health is an important issue for the foreign policy agenda. Health is a geopolitical issue, and we see it every day in the negotiations in Geneva. And health is an issue of both hard, we're negotiating a treaty, and soft power. Health is key now on the security agenda. Under the Biden administration, global health was under a global security affairs department in the State Department. It's a huge issue on the international economic agenda of commerce and industry. It's an issue of social justice and human rights. And of course, it's an integral part of intertwined, interconnected crises and challenges that we face: food, climate, energy, water. And we heard yesterday from our Brazilian representative on the panel that it will be a key issue on the G20 agenda of the BRICS for the coming year. And I added there that for 3 years now, it's been on the WPC agenda, which is a clear symptom that it is indeed taken as something important for the foreign policy agenda. And what we are to cover in global health are a number of common issues that the world can only address by coming together as an international community. No one country can solve these issues alone. And I've listed some: pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, HIV, tuberculosis, malaria that are ongoing pandemics, polio eradication, antimicrobial resistance, increasing epidemic of obesity and type 2 diabetes, the social, economic, commercial, political determinants of non-communicable diseases, synthetic drugs that are now a common problem to the world, the digitalization of health, the role of AI and regulating AI for health, and the issue of global health governance. So with this, we will now would like to turn to the panel and address some of those issues. And I would ask Antoine Flao to come first, Antoine, if I may, and talk us about these issues from the perspective of prevention and how much the world has been focused very much on responding sort of therapeutically to diseases rather than looking at prevention. Antoine.
Thank you, Michel, and I also take advantage to thank the organizer, and particularly Thierry de Montbrial, for having invited me to give an overview on prevention in these 10 minutes. Maybe our greatest success in prevention is the eradication of smallpox. You know, smallpox has killed 300 million people during only the 20th century. And if smallpox is eradicated today, we owe that probably to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union delegation came in 1958 at the World Health Assembly, the governance organ of WHO, of the World Health Organization, to propose the eradication of smallpox. Everyone was laughing. In the midst of the Cold War, the Soviet Union asked to eradicate a disease which killed 300 million people in 1 century. And in fact, it was a great success. After 20 years, it was totally eradicated from the planet, thanks to the multilateral involvement and commitment of the states, of the United States, of the European countries, of the Soviet Union at that time. So it was a real success. And to some extent, we could say that the vaccines, and because smallpox was eradicated due to an effective and safe vaccine, the vaccines were a success story in the world. And here on this slide, you can see the effect of prevention. Prevention with vaccine is acting like a filter on disease. When you implement it, it's a kind of miracle, because after a couple of months or years of deployment, the vaccines, the prevention succeeds to eliminate the disease, to prevent any new occurrence of this disease. And it is how an effective prevention act. We can see the effect of prevention in the dramatic decline of child mortality everywhere in the world in the last decades. In less than 75 years, you have seen everywhere in all continents a dramatic decline of child mortality. Of course, it is due to vaccine, but not only, it's also due to the increase in income of all these countries, even in sub-Saharan Africa, and also to the multilateral efforts, combined efforts to fight against child mortality, and also, of course, of education. However, there are some room for progression in the coming future. Cholera. You know, from 1 century now, we know exactly how to fight against cholera. We don't have any risk of cholera in Paris, in London, in Berlin, in Geneva. But not everywhere in the world. Yes, in Abu Dhabi, we do not risk cholera. In fact, cholera is coming in all these cities, probably on a daily basis, in the guts of travelers coming from contaminated countries. But due to sanitation, just not to vaccines. Very few people in this room is vaccinated against cholera. Without any vaccines, since 1 century, we know how to eliminate cholera. But there were no Soviet Union delegation, neither Swiss or German or European or Arabic delegation proposing to the World Health Assembly to eradicate cholera from the planet. Why? Same for malaria. You have some islands, in Caribbean islands, which are under the French governance, which have succeeded totally to eliminate malaria. Same in Indian Ocean. But a few miles from these islands, malaria is killing children, is killing people. We have not achieved the job. We have not eradicated malaria. When now we have vaccines, we know how to eliminate it, we could eradicate it. So prevention has a lot of rooms for progress. And air pollution. You could say that air pollution is equally distributed in the planet because it's atmosphere. No, it's not true. We are still selling fossil fuels which are not well purified and which really intoxicate population in sub-Saharan Africa, in India. And all these fossil fuels are generating air pollutions which is killing, which is tapping on life expectancy. But not only, which is also provoking cognitive disorders when aging, Alzheimer's disease and dementia. So it is possible also to reduce the risks through prevention. And prevention here is not a matter of doctors, because air pollution is more a matter of many other sectors of the society. Now, in prevention, we know that lifestyle changes are very key factors, determinants for our health in many non-communicable diseases, in cancer prevention, in diabetes prevention, in obesity prevention. And healthy diet has been clearly proposed and defined to really change our lifestyle in terms of diet. And it could save a lot of lives. We could save 10 million premature deaths per year just by embracing healthy diets according to some dietitian or nutritionist which proposed healthy diets. And it would have what we name co-benefits, very huge benefits to the planet. You know, 37% of the greenhouse gas emissions are produced by the food and agricultural sector, and 80% of them only for livestock. So by reducing our red meat, we could save our health and save the planet and the climate. Fighting against sedentarity through active mobility, taking public transport, biking, walking, just walking, 20 minutes a day will double our healthy life years. So it's not about prolonging life, what I'm mentioning, it's just prolonging the healthy life years within our life expectancy. And that can be achieved by active mobility. Well, prevention is not an easy job. Most of us do not like this change in lifestyles. We like alcohol, tobacco, junk food, not so healthy diets, sedentarity, and we often prefer pills and surgery to fight obesity, diabetes, hypertension, cholesterol, and so on. Yes, we should be pragmatic. All these drugs or surgery are very effective also and could be good partners to fight against this disease and to help prevention. So don't be dogmatic, just know that these new drugs are coming and could help us also to fight obesity in the world, which is growing and which is a growing cause of concern. My conclusion is that today, we are facing a huge challenge which needs multilateral efforts, exactly as we did for smallpox, with a lot of disease, with a lot of risks we could avoid, just not for prolonging life at infinite, but just to prolonging our healthy life, to compress morbidity to just the final steps of our lives, and with healthy lives in between. But also, because of that, if we do not have to cure seniors for non-communicable disease, we will save a lot of health expenditure. Today, we dedicate 95% or 97% of our health expenditure to cure patients, to hospitals, and not to prevention, to prevent, to avoid disease to occur. We could reduce the shortage of healthcare workers, which occurs everywhere in the world. Because if we do not suffer from this disease, we will not need any healthcare worker to take care of us. And that will benefit the planet and the climate change. So a lot to learn and a lot to win with prevention. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Antoine. I'm now turning to the Honorable Maha Barakat, and coming from the host country of COP28, she will focus on the intersect between health and climate change. Maha.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting us again to participate in this very insightful Congress, actually, and we're very grateful. I will argue that health actually is a critical component of climate change, and much of what you've heard already, be it pandemics, be it effect on water and so on, much of it can be encompassed under the umbrella of climate change. So many of the global health challenges that we have to deal with today can fall under the causation of climate change or become much worse because of climate change. And this slide really is a summary of how climate interacts with health. So climate is a health crisis. So the climate crisis is a health crisis, and that's been stated on a number of occasions by the WHO. And this chart really summarizes the relationship between climate and health. The graphics has come from the WHO directly, so this is something you can all seek from the WHO website. And if we can just concentrate on the diagram at the bottom, I'll just go very briefly through all the elements of how climate will affect health, both in terms of inducing illness or causing death. And it's been estimated that by the end of the century, climate change will probably be taking over 9 million lives every year directly related to the climate. So it affects extreme weather events, and we've just seen recently in Spain and Valencia the devastating effects of that. There are heat itself. Just having too much heat can cause heat stroke and other issues. Respiratory illness, an increasing burden of asthma, lung cancer, chronic obstructive lung disease. We have waterborne illnesses. We've just heard about cholera, and there are others, for instance, polio. There are zoonoses, so these are diseases that start in animals and jump into human beings. And many of the epidemics, and for instance, the pandemic that we've just had was a zoonosis, something that started in an animal that jumped into humans. So that relates to COVID-19, certainly relates also Mpox and to swine flu, avian flu, and all of these influenza viruses that started in an animal and jumped to humans. The next diagram is vector-borne diseases, and two of the very well-known vector-borne diseases are malaria and dengue. The four that I've just mentioned, or the three that I've just mentioned, the waterborne, the zoonoses, and the vector-borne, these three will be the cause of the next pandemic. One of them or all of them will be the cause of the next pandemic. And they certainly significantly contribute to antimicrobial resistance, because the more fevers, the more people will be prescribing or taking or self-prescribing antibiotics. So I think these disease-inducing factors that are made much worse or even caused by climate are going to be causing much of global health issues, including things like antimicrobial resistance. Then we have food, obvious things, lack of food, lack of water, non-communicable disease, and we heard a little about that now, but we'll hear more from our next speaker. Then you have mental health. You should never forget the impact of climate change of mental health. For the purposes of my discussion today, I'll just focus on two of the elements. I'll focus on vector-borne disease and air quality. So what do we mean by vector-borne disease? So vector-borne disease really is some virus or parasite that sits inside another host, and usually a flying host like a mosquito, that goes then to bite a human being and then inserts its disease into the human being. And the most well-known is the mosquito. The mosquito is very good at taking something, circulating it in its own system, and then squirting it into a human being when it wants to feed. And there are different types of mosquitoes. We all know about the one that causes malaria, and that genus is called Anopheles. So that's the Anopheles malaria. But there are others. The Aedes genus causes dengue, and then we have the Culex that can cause West Nile fever. These are responsible for millions of deaths, and historically you'll find evidence of malaria from pharaonic times. So these are not new diseases. The malaria is not a new disease. It's been around for centuries, and climate change is going to make it worse. This scene is all too often seen in rural areas of Africa. Over 90% of malaria burden is in Africa, and you frequently see these tragic scenarios of children with cerebral malaria, and this has a very high mortality rate. In last year's World Malaria Report, there were an estimated 608,000 deaths from malaria, an entirely preventable and treatable disease. 608,000 deaths, mostly children under the age of 5. And that number is going to become almost 1 million in the next 4 years. This is a disease that continues to kill children at staggering rates. And more children died of this than they did from COVID, because they had a febrile illness. They thought it was COVID and they were sent home, when actually it was malaria and it should have been treated. This is a worrying escalation of the malaria problem in Africa. There's a mosquito species, Anopheles species, called Anopheles stephensi, which didn't used to be in Africa before 2011. And all of a sudden, with global warming, it seems to have migrated into the African continent. And the problem with this species of Anopheles is that it likes to bite during the daytime, and it seems to be resistant to several important insecticides. So the current mainstay of preventing malaria in Africa, the bed nets, so people sleep at night on the bed nets and using the well-known insecticides. This mosquito is making a mockery of these measures, because it's biting during the day when people are walking around and working and studying and doing things during the daytime without bed nets, and it's resistant to many of the insecticides we see. So despite all our efforts to try and tackle malaria, there are ongoing and new and emerging threats, and this is one big threat, and lots of R&D is going into how to deal with this specific species of Anopheles. We move on to dengue. This is another mosquito genus. It's Aedes. And if you can see how Aedes has transitioned through the centuries, through the decades. So in the top slide is 1950, then we have to 2020, then we have 2050. You can see how slowly and we believe it's because of global warming, it's slowly encroaching areas where it didn't used to be. And most continents are now affected by dengue. This is a recent 3-month incidence map from the European CDC, and you can see how it's now very much in the Americas, both north and south, and central. There are 14 million cases so far this year of dengue, and probably much more because it's just not diagnosed in many parts of the world. So again, dengue, and why are we worried? You think, well, it hasn't killed many people, it's only 10,000 deaths. The problem is we don't have any treatment for it and we don't have any vaccines. And this is getting worse. As the world gets warmer, this is getting worse. So again, watch this space with climate change and vector-borne disease. We can move on now to air pollution. We've heard briefly just how air pollution is affecting the world. These are just 2 recent news reports last month. The left is Lahore and the right is New Delhi. There's a very senior thoracic surgeon from New Delhi who publishes widely on this topic. And basically what he is saying is you have what you used to see in the 1980s is very different to what he's seeing now. Over 50% of cases of lung cancer now in New Delhi are from non-smokers. And this was unheard of before. More than 90% before used to be from smokers. Now over 50% of lung cancer is in non-smokers, and he's seeing it in younger and younger people. And you can see the lung on the right is from a non-smoker in New Delhi. The lung on the left is somewhere else in the world. And that brings us to what happened in COP28 last year. For the first time in any COP, there was a dedicated health day. It happened on the 3rd of December. It recognized the significance of climate on health. And during the dedicated health ministerial that happened on the 3rd of December 2023, there were three focus areas. One was public health measures to protect against climate change. Secondly, health system strengthening, prepare the health systems for the increasing and the ongoing climate effects. And thirdly, promoting climate responsible actions, low carbon energy sources. The WHO again has been a champion of this, and they have listed the different factors that are important in making health systems climate resilient. And we see governance, leadership and governance. This was critical in COVID-19. We all recognize the importance of leadership and governance, and that made a huge difference between the countries that were successful in dealing with it and those that were not so successful. How leadership dealt with COVID-19 was very telling. But anyway, leadership, financing, workforce, and health system strengthening, these are the key factors. A declaration was agreed and signed by over 150 countries. And I remember when we started the draft declaration, we were told by the WHO, you'll be lucky if 50 countries sign up. That would be a great story if 50 countries. Actually, by the time we had it, many more than 50, and we finally have 151 countries endorse the Climate Health Declaration. And what is the legacy? The legacy is not this declaration. The legacy ultimately will be how many lives will be saved as a consequence of the actions that started in COP28. It's all about how many lives. And ultimately you can argue, not just in the health, everything else. How many lives will be saved? Everything that has been agreed for COP28 and COP29 and will be agreed in COP30. How many lives are you going to end up saving? and never, the financing. Financing is also important. So with this, I end my intervention, and we wish Brazil all the best for COP30, and they're already making huge progress on that sector. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mentioned the negotiations in Geneva on the pandemic accord earlier this morning. I'd like now to turn to Jean-François Ether on tobacco, because we have one success story of multilateralism, which is the negotiation of the Tobacco Framework Convention treaty in the early 2000s. And Jean-François, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Slides, please. So thank you very much first for inviting me. Let me remind you that smoking is the second most important cause of death and disease globally. It kills over 7.5 million people every year, year after year. And it also has a huge impact on economies and companies because of loss of productivity and premature death. The response of the international community to this problem has been a treaty, an international treaty under WHO called the Framework Convention for Tobacco Control, which pushes for countries to adopt laws on taxes, on prohibiting advertising, smoke-free places, health warnings, treatment. And if you do all these 5 things, then you'll have a decrease in smoking prevalence. The FCTC has a huge effect on tobacco control in many countries. It put tobacco control on the international agenda. It also served as a model for the Paris Agreement on climate change, and also as a model for the current agreement on pandemics that is being currently negotiated. But the FCTC, as we shall see, also warns us of the risk of misguided governance, I think, and inadequate funding. This is the proportion of smokers globally over the past 25 years, and you see that it has decreased. It can be a result of the FCTC, but at the same time, tobacco use also decreased in the US or in Switzerland, 2 countries that have not ratified the FCTC. So it has also limitations. If its implementation has been slow, the national laws have not been well enforced, and of course the main threat is the interference of the tobacco industry that has always tried to block measures. It's been funded largely by philanthropies, by Bloomberg and by Gates, and this, I think, raises serious questions about the undue influence of private actors in public policies. Also, the tobacco market has changed dramatically in recent years with the constant arrival of new products in a very, very innovative sector. And I think that the response of WHO and FCTC has been, to say the least, disappointing in this field. I think the COPs, the Conference of the Parties, have failed to include many people who would have something to say about these new products and tobacco harm reduction. This is what we are talking about. Electronic cigarettes, like the yellow model, very popular among young people. Snus and nicotine pouches. These are little bags that you put here in your mouth, sold by the tobacco industry as a tobacco product, although they do not contain tobacco, just nicotine. Heated tobacco products, a little cigarette that is heated rather than burned, sold mostly by the big tobacco companies. And these products are a replacement for cigarettes. This can be illustrated by the situation in Japan. Here, in blue, you have the number of cigarettes sold in Japan over the past 10 years or so. And you can see that the cigarette market in Japan decreased by half over 10 years. It's impressive. it should be celebrated as a public health success. But at the same time, this is not the result of the tobacco control policies, like taxation. It's just the replacement of cigarettes in blue with heated tobacco in orange. So one product that does not burn tobacco replaces another one that still burns tobacco. It doesn't mean that the prevalence of smoking decreased, just the cigarette market. But still, I think it's quite a remarkable illustration of the situation. This leads us to tobacco harm reduction, an approach that is aimed at minimizing the damage of tobacco smoking rather than eliminating it. Here, quitting smoking is not the only acceptable goal. It's an approach that acknowledges that the problem is combustion. It's because you burn tobacco and inhale the smoke that you get sick and die, mostly, rather than just the nicotine. And it offers safer alternative to cigarettes to people who can't quit. Like, for instance, take people with mental health. They find it very difficult to quit smoking and to stop using nicotine, and they have to get their nicotine by other means than by smoking. So this is an approach that's important for the groups in societies that find it difficult to quit, and also for countries that have high smoking prevalence, I think. Of course, it's a very controversial approach. You have strong proponents and strong opponents of this approach. Opponents think that this approach will normalize nicotine, that it acts as a gateway to smoking, that it will attract young people into smoking, that it undermines the usual tobacco control policies, or that it is just a tactic of the tobacco industry. So a fierce debate, strong opposition of the WHO and FCTC to this approach, to the point that they do not invite tobacco harm reduction scientists to the COPs, which I think limits the ability of the parties, of the countries, to make well-informed decisions. You see that in this field, a controversy like this one, where scientists disagree and there's a constant flux of new products, it makes it very difficult to find a consensus. What are the lessons learned from the FCTC for global health more generally? I would say, first, the power of multilateralism. These problems are global, and no single country can tackle them alone. The importance of basing policies on science, and the difficulty of doing this when scientists are divided. The need to protect the policies from the undue influence of the tobacco industry, and also to provide the necessary funding to avoid the influence of external funding sources, like philanthropies, for instance, that exerts, I think, an undue influence on public policies in this case. In the case of an international treaty, you need a robust governance, which the FCTC has. It's an asset. But I think it's also a liability when when the governance drives an agenda that is not shared by all the stakeholders, all the scientists in the field. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of transparency and openness. The motto of people in public health is nothing about us without us. So it's quite important to include all the stakeholders, all the civil society organizations in the debate in order to make well-informed decisions and to implement policies that are acceptable to be effective. It's quite important, I think. And also, the need to be flexible and rapid and quick to respond to these challenges that are coming upon us, like a pandemic or the new products, new tobacco products in this field. Yes, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jean-François. We'll now turn to you, Juliette, and to bring us a perspective from the African continent, but also to remind us that when we talk about the global effort in global health, it's not only about the public sector, it's also about moving forward with public-private partnerships.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Thierry, for the invitation to return to WPC. This is a wonderful opportunity again to be amongst colleagues and friends. Well, Africa comprises 55 countries, each with their unique challenges, opportunities, and health issues. And so I can't speak about the whole continent, clearly, but I can perhaps allude to certain trends that are occurring that are consistent and have been recognized as effective. Michel had mentioned earlier how after the pandemic, we found ourselves really in a rather sorry state. And I'm glad to say that we have shaped up our CDCs. We have 5 CDCs on the continent. They've become more proactive. And recently, for example, in Sierra Leone, there has been an initiative whereby health workers and other targeted personnel are receiving Ebola vaccines. It's never enough. We've only got 20,000 in operation at the moment from the stockpile of over 500,000 in the world stockpile, but so be it. And as a result of persistent viral hemorrhagic diseases in Rwanda, for example, there is currently a vaccination process underway that is targeting healthcare workers especially. We still have an underappreciation of some of our cultural practices, and I say that to mean that we don't institutionally always remember our traditional health personnel, who are in fact often the first people that sick people will go to with various illnesses, or after they've not been cured by the other methods. And so we do need to keep a greater sensitivity of our cultural mores regarding health and health treatments. And also, in the continent, we still have the problem of access to sanitation and clean water, which came up earlier. And that does, unfortunately, tend to impact regarding gastric diseases such as cholera that were mentioned earlier. And so we need to build our infrastructure as well as our health processes. There is, however, a growing consensus that there's been a significant shift from the burden of communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases, the NCDs. And we currently have rates of stroke, diabetes, and cancer soaring, even in the poorest countries on the continent. And this has created a demand for safe surgical care that has reached unprecedented levels. Securing funding for surgical care has been proven to be a little more difficult than receiving funding for more communicable diseases, obviously, because of the acute nature of infections. But there are some movements occurring that are very positive. Recently in Kigali, there was a pivotal Pan-African Surgical Healthcare Forum that brought together health ministers and professionals from all over the continent. And a consensus was reached by 40 governments who committed to advancing the development of 3 major objectives: a comprehensive continent-wide surgical healthcare policy, national and regional programs aimed at strengthening health systems and the workforce, the health workforce, and thirdly, a ministerial surgery consensus statement that has been submitted to the African Union for adoption and implementation at the continent level. Such significant regional and national surgical consensus building tends to dovetail seamlessly with an equally important private initiative that has been spearheaded by Mercy Ships International, the world's largest maritime hospital ship based in African countries. In 2022, this international faith-based NGO, following an extensive WHO-supported baseline assessment funded by MSI, conducted a comprehensive study across 28 African nations. The finding, let's go back here. Yeah. The findings resulted in the creation of a groundbreaking roadmap aimed at accelerating safe surgical, obstetric, and anesthetic care across the continent over the next decade. I'll go back to the prior slide. This prior slide shows, as you can see, the proportion of persons on the continent of Africa without access to safe, affordable surgery. So the catalyst for this ambitious plan was launched as the Dakar Declaration by the former Senegalese president, Macky Sall, in 2022. But the actual catalyst was the Lancet Commission's Global Surgery Report of 2015, which highlighted the severe impact of inadequate access to safe surgical care on Africa's population. So much like the 2024 meeting that was held in Kigali, chaired by Rwanda's health minister, the Dakar Declaration emphasized the importance of regional collaboration and interregional partnerships in providing access to safe surgical care. And over 50% of Africa's health ministers and heads of state have already expressed their support for this transformative initiative. One of the most noteworthy aspects of these new initiatives is a growing emphasis on public-private and private-private partnerships, which are enhancing national and regional priorities. For example, in West Africa, we've had private indigenous and diasporan groups partnering to establish energy-efficient, climate-resilient oxygen supply plants for various health facilities. The facilities use solar-powered storage and distribution systems to ensure continuous, reliable power source for surgical care in both urban and rural areas. Another private group has developed a groundbreaking approach using phospholipid nanoparticles as a substitute for blood, aiding in the management of septic shock and postpartum hemorrhage, which are two of the continent's leading causes of mortality, especially amongst women. Mercy Ships, I believe, provides an exemplary model of surgical and medical care, offering the African nations that it serves an innovative form of private health financing. And of note, recently, we have engaged with the African Union's development arm, NEPAD, and we are now underway exploring a range of innovative financing strategies for deepening our health resilience on the continent. Furthermore, efforts to reduce mortality from non-communicable diseases and address their surgical consequences, I believe, present a forward-thinking approach to preventive health care on the continent. As prevention is not just about avoiding disease, which is important, but it is also about building healthier, more resilient communities on the continent. It is my hope that the partnership of Mercy Ships with the African Union through NEPAD will play a crucial role in complementing both private and government-led initiatives on the continent of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Juliette. Thank you for that contribution. And now I'd like to turn to you, Yoshi, and we'll have a geopolitical, geoeconomic perspective in this panel. Yoshi.
Thank you for your kind introduction. It is a huge privilege to participate in the World Policy Conference with renowned panelists. Prevention is always difficult, challenging topics for policymakers in terms of mobilizing political commitment and also resources. And this is not the first time the world has emphasized pandemic prevention. And my concern is that we may be repeating the cycle of panic and neglect. So in 2014, after the Ebola pandemic, the US, along with other 40 countries, and the WHO launched the Global Health Security Agenda. In hindsight, 10 years ago, there was an kind of an assumption that pandemics would severely affect Africa, the Middle East, or Asia, not developed countries. And we now know that the assumption was completely wrong. The COVID-19 pandemic proved catastrophic, causing national crisis in lives and livestock, livelihoods across all countries, and millions of lives were lost in developed countries too. So during COVID crisis, what started as a global health security agenda transformed into a national health security agenda. And so there was a panic triggered by the COVID, and it prompted global health experts to discuss prevention, preparedness, and also the international health regulation and the pandemic treaty. And we had some results. In June 2024, the World Health Assembly decided to amend the international health regulation and to define and decided to strengthen national core capacities, which are needed to protect public health. But despite these efforts, global leaders are gradually losing interest in pandemic. So the neglect phase has already begun. So now experts have to remind policymakers that pandemic prevention is not only for a global necessity, but also for a matter of national interest. And to do so, I believe operationalizing pandemic prevention agenda is critical. So I would like to highlight two key areas. One is surveillance, and two is universal health coverage, UHC. And I'd like to share some experiences from Japan, because you may know that in Japan, 30% of its citizens are over 65 years old. So it's very aging society, but despite the world's highest senior population ratio, during COVID, Japan's COVID deaths per million were among the lowest in the G7 countries and also second lowest in the OECD. And I think surveillance and the UHC played a critical role in such outcome. So first on surveillance, effective surveillance mechanism to detect pathogens is essential for future pandemic preparedness. For example, in Japan detected its first COVID-19 case on January 15th, 2020. So January 15th, it's very early. Outside China, Japan was the second case, following Thailand. And why Japan could detect the first case so early? One reason was that the Olympic. So because the Tokyo Olympic game was scheduled for 2020, since 2019, Japan had invoked a surveillance mechanism for suspected infectious diseases. So if doctors find any suspicious cases, they were advised to report to local health centers. And despite limited PCR testing capacity, potential cases were referred promptly because of CT scanners. So in Japan, we also lacked PCR testing capability, but luckily, there was some preparation, and also because of the CT scanners, if doctors find some symptoms, then there was a mechanism to refer to health centers. So I think it worked in Japan. And second is the universal health coverage. The universal health coverage, UHC, ensures that all people can access the health services they need at an affordable cost throughout their lives. So UHC includes essential health services, health promotion, medical treatment, and rehabilitation. So in short, easy access to medical services can prevent the spread of outbreaks and also save lives. And I have reviewed joint statements from major summits this year. So for example, the Puglia G7 leaders communique from Italy, and G20 Rio de Janeiro leaders declaration from Brazil, and the BRICS Kazan declaration from Russia, and the Pact for the Future agreed in the Summit of the Future in New York during this year's UN General Assembly High-Level Week. All of these documents underscore the importance of promoting UHC. So there is some political commitments to promote universal health coverage, and UHC is a foundation for national capacity to save lives. However, maintaining UHC requires significant investment. And because easy to access hospitals and affordable care, it requires a lot for the government for investment. So for example, Japan's case, Japan's social security expense account for almost 24% of its GDP. And given the security situation surrounded by Russia, North Korea, and China, Japanese government is aiming to expand its defense expenditure. But the target is around 2% of GDP. So in Japan, Japan spends around 12 times of defense spending to its social security. So it costs a lot, and this investment requires a lot of efforts, but it worked during COVID. So what Japan is now doing is to share those experiences from UHC, and in collaboration with the World Bank and WHO, Japan is now establishing a UHC knowledge hub in Tokyo. So I'm hoping that those Japanese experiences can help the world to have better knowledge and also have to learn some lessons and also even failures from some countries. So as the UN Security General Guterres said, no one is safe until everyone is safe. So in order to protect our citizens and promote prosperity, global health is critical. And we have to remind policymakers again and again and make the proposal to be much more relevant to policymakers. And to do so, sharing best practices and lessons learned between nations to strengthen national prevention capacity is critical to prepare for future pandemic. So I believe the operationalization of a prevention agenda, especially through the robust surveillance mechanism and also promoting UHC, are critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yoshi, and thank you for bringing forward the importance of this concept of achieving universal health coverage. We have time for a few questions. Thank you. So I see 3 hands. Let's have the 3 questions and then we'll turn to the panel. Yes, please, the gentleman.
Stan Gozon, Capgemini, 1 comment and 1 question. Comment, it looks like prevention has a very, very strong business case, stronger than I thought initially. And you think, why are the richest countries not looking at these issues from a financial perspective? Second question. Mr. Etter, you mentioned that philanthropy as a source of financing, those creating potential issues. Could you please elaborate on that?
Thank you. Madame, here in the first row. Yep.
Yes, hello, I'm Nahida Nakad, living here, but originally from Italy. I have a question for Dr. Barakat. You've spent a lot of time in Gaza over the year. I would like to know if the effects, the health effects, we all know what happened, but how do you assess the health effects, not only for Gaza, but would they spread?
Thank you. Jacques?
Jacques Biot from Joburg. Question to all the panelists. Congratulations for your presentations. We've heard from the conference that all countries should increase their defense expenses to 2-3% in the current world. We all know that education is needing a lot still of funding. We know that health systems want to get money for cure, even in Africa. I mean, we've seen that there is a lot of expense. So how do we make the case, and that relates to some extent to the earlier question, how do we convince policymakers who have a very high discount rate that it makes sense to invest in prevention, where the benefits will come on a very long term, when they will not be in office anymore, except in some countries. So how do you convince them that they should spend more money on prevention?
Thank you. And there's two more questions. Yep. And then we'll turn to the panel.
Thank you very much. I guess one common thread across your interventions is the need for global governance to solve the challenges you mentioned. And with President Trump coming back into office and his questioning of the World Health Organization, what are your suggestions to reform the multilateral organizations in order to tackle the issues going forward?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very basic question actually on the, what I would call the prevention paradox actually, on the economic and financial benefits of prevention. We all eventually die. We know that a large part of health expenditure is occurred in the few months before our death. And so prevention in a way adds to the spending that occurs when people die. So what's the answer on this?
Thank you. So let me turn to the panel. Maybe, Maha, we'll start with you. There was a specific question addressed to you.
And thank you for the question regarding Gaza. So the United Arab Emirates has done quite a comprehensive humanitarian set of initiatives to help the humanitarian disaster that's happening in Gaza. We've flown out over 2,000 of the sickest patients with their companions. These are children who've been injured with amputations and people with cancer for whom there is no treatment. So for over a year, anyone with cancer, either midway during treatment or just diagnosed, will have had no treatment and they would have died. So these individuals are now in Abu Dhabi receiving treatment in several of our hospitals. But the United Arab Emirates has done other initiatives for those that we can't fly out, because although these are 2,000, remember, I mean, it's estimated that over 90,000 people are injured, of whom the WHO says at least 12,000 are severely injured, needing urgent treatment now, and who will either die or suffer irreversible severe disabilities going forward. So the numbers are enormous, and the United Arab Emirates is doing what it can. So for those that we can't fly out, we send in humanitarian and medical assistance. There's a field hospital inside the southern strip in Rafah that has 200 beds. There's a floating hospital just on the other side of the Egyptian border that has 100 beds for those that are able to get through. There's humanitarian assistance. Thousands of tons of aid is getting in either by land or by sea or by air. So we continue to try and do what we can. His Highness the Foreign Minister negotiated a Starlink high-speed internet for the field hospital inside Gaza, so that there could be medical video conferencing with the doctors there to help treat the patients real time. So there are many initiatives, and yes, it's beyond tragic. I think I've personally run out of superlatives to describe how bad the humanitarian situation is.
Thank you. We're now at the end. I see 000. So a brief answer, a quick comment from you, Jean-François, and from you, Antoine. There were several questions around prevention.
Yes, about funding, several questions. I would say that if you have an international treaty, then the parties to the treaty should fund it rather than rely on philanthropies, because the philanthropies, Bloomberg in this case, have different agendas, and there's no reason to let them. And to answer the point of the gentleman here, we just can't afford to have so many people costing to the healthcare system because they have diabetes or lung cancer, conditions that are completely preventable. It just costs too much, so prevention doesn't cost. And the point that you mentioned, that for instance in Geneva, the last year of life will cost on average 50,000 francs in healthcare. This is a different point. It's an ethical issue of whether, when we should say stop giving chemotherapy. Half of the people with cancer die with an ongoing chemotherapy. So it's pointless. It just decreases their quality of life. So who will say stop? Not the doctor when he's under the pressure of the family, not the patient. So it's a reflection that we should have about death and how we tackle with death and the absolute power of medicine. Medicine, well, we're all going to die. So this is an ethical, or we can also get even input from religious people here to solve the issue of the last month of life.
Antoine, very briefly.
Thank you. Two comments, very good questions, I think. Two comments. First of all, prevention is not expensive. Prevention is cheap, because most of the preventive measures can be self-funded. For instance, healthy diet can be funded with tax on sugar, or on junk food, or on ultra-processed food. Tobacco reduction can be funded by taxes on tobacco. And we know that taxes on tobacco is a virtuous circle. The higher the taxes, the lowest the consumption. Same for alcohol. So to some extent, for sure, there is a cost of prevention. Water sanitation has a cost. But who want to drink tap water which can be polluted by cholera or other dysenteric disease? So to some extent, it is a virtuous circle. And the second point I wanted to say is about the compression of morbidity. The concept of compression of morbidity is that with prevention, we will not tap more on pension for retirement, because we will not expand the life expectancy. Again, we will just compress the morbidity, because we will save healthy life years in our life expectancy. And when you compress morbidity, most of the economic experts say it costs much less. Mm-hmm. Because when, just to say, if you have to, as Jean-François said, if you have to treat a cancer, a lung cancer at 60, it will be very expensive. You will do the maximum to treat the patient. And after 2 or 3 years, unfortunately, most of them will die after very expensive expenses. If you have a morbidity after 90 or 95, you will never go to intensive care. You will probably die at home. That will be much less costly. So compression of morbidity is a virtuous cycle of and benefit of prevention.
Thank you very much. With this, there was a lot of information. I hope you realize the the spectrum of global health challenges that we're facing in 2024. And I'd like to thank, on your behalf, and ask you to thank our panelists for an excellent presentation.
Good morning, everybody. I am Jean-Michel Severino, and my job here this morning will be to facilitate this panel and help our colleagues to make the best of our time. It's really a great pleasure to be again this year for the third year in a row for this agricultural session, and I wish to thank the organizer, Thierry, Mrs. Kwon, also for insisting on having this team around here. And we have a wonderful panel again to address these very important issues. Since last year, for those who attended this session, many things have happened. Prices have gone in all the directions. We have sort of swallowed, to a certain extent, the consequences of the Ukrainian-Russia war, to a certain extent. But we have also witnessed what we thought would take place, extreme weather events, droughts, floods, etc., that have continued disrupting not only the economics of food and production and consumption, but also ways of living. And but the major structural issues as inequality, hunger, poverty, access to food have not changed that much, and I think our panelists will insist on that. And all this is also linked to a kind of resurgence of agro issues in the heart of our geopolitical agenda. Let's think, for those who are familiar with who are in Latin America or in Europe, the Mercosur debate, which has shown how sensitive those issues were, even in industrialized countries. What is nevertheless striking to me, and that would be a question for us, I think, question is how those agricultural issues nevertheless have remained very low on our debating agenda. We have had 3 very important multilateral discussions this semester. COP29 on climate, COP16 on biodiversity, and the negotiation of the new plastics treaty, a very important environmental discussion. And in all those 3 discussions, agricultural issues have been basically nowhere. Very low on the agenda, very low prevalence in this discussion. And this lack of focus on what is probably the most critical with health of our global issues when it comes to the sustainability of our livelihoods is of course a big question. So to deal with these immense issues in a short time, we have once more a wonderful panel. We'll have again today with us Maximo Torero-Cullen from Rome, which is very prestigious for us. Hi, Maximo. Maximo is the chief economist of FAO. He's a former World Bank executive director for a large group of Latin American countries, and former head of division of markets and trades at the Ifri, and many other things. And he will enlighten us with the global approach of FAO. We have the pleasure also to have Philippe Chalmin, who is extremely well known as the founder and still leader of CICLOP, a major report on commodity prices, including agriculture, of course. He's a professor emeritus at Dauphine. Probably, Philippe, your first retirement issues from the professor activity. And he has written 40 books. For the French one, I recommend the Journal de la Dissolution, quite recent one, and a brief history of the 29th century, quite exciting book. We are also honored and privileged to have Bayu Krishnamurti with us. He was Vice Minister for Agriculture of Indonesia, and now is a professor at Bogor Agricultural University, the former and founder and chairman of Inclusive and Social and Sustainable Agribusiness Initiative. So he is incredibly knowledgeable about our issues, and he is not only a regional anchor, but a global vision. And the same thing as Kamal Abdallah. We are also so happy to have us with you as a local of the conference, but also somebody who has an incredible breadth of knowledge around not only global, but also the regional situation. You have been an academic at the beginning of a career. You have led several very important businesses in the food industry. And now you're leading an Egyptian company, sugar company, a major agricultural company, which gives you a hands-on approach to our issues. And finally, last but not the least, Jean-Marc Astorg is the Director of Strategy at CNES, the French Space Agency. It may seem surprising to have you here, but you have a very special entry in our issue which deserves quite a focus, which you will develop, and that shows how disruptive innovation adds to our global landscape, and how, and this is an issue which is dear to some of us, introducing links with other disciplines, areas, etc., is something that is a critical experience. Agriculture is not only about agriculture, it's about many other things. So once we have had this first round of 6 minutes each, thank you very much for your discipline in advance. I will just put you a short question before we turn to the audience. And without any other consideration, Maximo, are you ready to start?
No, sure. Thank you so much. A pleasure to be with you again. What I will do is I will present a very small presentation showing the situation today and the situation tomorrow so that we can openly discuss. If you can please share the slides. Okay, can you see the slides? Because
yes, we see your slide.
Okay, can we move please to the slide of today and where there are some indicators? Because I cannot see them.
Yes, we have it. We have today economic inequalities.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So this is the photograph of today. We have 733 million people in chronic hunger. This is the midpoint estimated in the latest SOFI. We have people that lack regular access to food of 2.3 billion. And we have an affordable healthy diets access of 2.8 billion people. And when we look at the emergency world, where we use the concept of acute food insecurity, which is a short-term comfort concept, we're talking of 281.6 million people. So the numbers are terrible. They are basically the same in the last 3 years. There has not been any significant improvement, although there are some improvements, especially in South. Now, this is in a context where conflicts have been increasing, climate events have been increasing in frequency and intensity, and of course, we have the economic and financial situation that we'll elaborate at the end. But also in a context where we have huge inequalities. So basically, this food operate both to provide the food for the right to food is facing these risks and uncertainties and challenges that we need to look at carefully. Next, please. So here you just see the map of the global food crisis report. The dark blue are crises that are happening permanently. Lighter blue are crises because of, for example, of migration, like in the case of the Andean countries in South America because of the migration from Venezuela. But this is the 281.6 million people. But the most important, if we move to the next slide, is that for consecutive years, this prevalence rate has remained stubbornly high, between 21 to 23%, despite record levels of humanitarian financing, which tells you a lot, because it tells you that this will keep increasing these needs. But not only that, it tells you that 36 countries and territories have featured in this report for the past 8 years, highlighting the difficulty of exiting acute food insecurity conditions when they become acute. So countries repeat, and 19 are defined as both protracted and major food crisis. So many of these countries of the 59 are coming back, and we cannot resolve yet that problem. Next, please. Now, in terms of the climate, we have trespassed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. And what this is telling us, if we move to the next slide, is that the biophysical dynamics are no longer linear, and the speed of the problems will be increasing, potentially exponentially, and there are tipping points that could be crossing. So what we have certainty about is that the frequency of the climate and the intensity of the climate events will keep increasing. An example in looking at daily temperature anomalies in the next slide, you will see that we already have passed in 2015 the first days above the 1.5 degrees Celsius. But in February 2024, we have 4 consecutive days above the 2 degrees Celsius. So these climate events will happen. So we need to be prepared for that, and we need to increase our resilience to that, because we know that will be happening. No matter we start doing the corrective measures over time, it will take time for this to go back to what we need it to be. If we go to the next slide, the other element which is important is to understand that these climatic shocks will increase inequalities more. Specifically, if we go to women-led households, we know that they are significantly more vulnerable to climate stress. For example, an annual heat stress will impact women over men in 8% more. This is around $37 billion. Annual extreme precipitation will impact women over men 3% more. We know that a 1 degree centigrade increase in average temperature will affect 34% of income of women more than men, and 24% of farm income. So for sure, this will exacerbate in the current situations the inequalities that we are facing. Now, if we look at the next slide on tomorrow, the projections we have ceteris paribus, the situation of today for tomorrow, which is in the next slide, is that we will be facing around 581.7 million people in hunger by 2030, which is 130 million more than what would have been if there was no COVID-19. So COVID-19 did have a significant shock and impact. Also the war in Ukraine, but the impact of COVID-19 is significantly bigger because of the intensity and because of the effect it has over the countries. Now, if we move to the next slide, my perception of what is going to happen in the 3
Can you
key
move next slide,
drivers,
please?
conflict,
Sorry.
climate.
Yeah, okay. I think the next one.
Okay, so in the 3 key drivers of conflict, climate, and economic crisis, first is that conflicts are historically, and there are significant new political instabilities. So this will keep increasing unless we have a structural change. And we have been seeing what is happening right now in Africa, but also what is happening in Syria, and so on and so forth. We have a big problem in South Sudan. We have significant problems in DRC. Outside of course, Gaza and the dramatic situation in Gaza. So the situation, geopolitical situation, is critical and will affect it significantly. Although it's important to understand that the game in the world will change, because there will be bigger size of conflicts, and that's we can try to see if there is any opportunity that will allow us to reduce the conflicts that happens within countries right now. We are working today in predicting those. In climate, as I said before, frequency and intensity will increase. And economic crises, we have the bigger problem for poor countries, that they are debt stressed. Significant number of LDCs and countries are in a situation, which means that when the price of food increases, it's not only the impact of price of food, it's also the impact of exchange rate devaluation because of the increase of the global interest rates, the impact of the increase of interest on the debt they have to get to be able to cover their import bill, plus the debt that they have to service today, not only debt from international organizations, but also private debt. That means that they cannot cover for sure the food import bill, and that will create a significant problem in terms of access to food and access to quality food, which is a major challenge. So just to finalize, and I won't go in detail in this slide, if you go to the next one, I think the major job is, we know these risks are going to happen, how we can minimize those, and that's what we call resilience. It has 2 components: minimize risk, that is being preventive, and the second one is how we can increase capacity of absorption. So if the shock happens, we are more ready for it to resolve it. Let me stop there, and thank you.
Thanks, Maximo, for the way forward, but unfortunately also those sobering views on where we stand. And Philippe, would you follow up, please?
Yes, with pleasure. What I would like to give you is a view coming from food markets. We have had, since the beginning of this decade, a period of many tensions on world food markets. It began, in fact, even before COVID, even before Ukraine. It began with the development, the huge rise of Chinese imports of grains. By 2021, China was importing 50 million tons of grain, wheat, corn, sorghum, and I remember that 50 million tons because that was exactly the tonnage of grain that formerly USSR was importing in 1980 when there was an embargo against USSR because USSR invaded Afghanistan. That's an old story. You remember there was something called USSR formerly. But they were importing 50 million tons. They were the world's biggest grain importer. Now, Black Sea, that is the former USSR, is the world's biggest exporter of wheat mainly, but of grain as a whole. USSR doesn't exist anymore. China is the world's biggest grain importer right now. So you see, history is changing. Then we had Ukraine, and with the idea that the Black Sea could be blocked, prices almost doubled. We reached $500 per ton for wheat. And then we had, and remember that on other products, for example, for my neighbor in Indonesia, they suffered with the embargo decided by the Indian authority on rice exports. What happened since then, and what's the situation right now? I would say normalization. We had rather good crops on a worldwide basis. You might have heard about El Niño or La Niña, but in recent months, we haven't had anything. Unfortunately, the only place where crops were not very good this year, it was France. But apart from that, we have very good crops on a worldwide basis, be it in the US, be it in Brazil, be it now in the Southern Hemisphere, Australia, Argentina, and so on. China is less on the market, and that's an important thing. And finally, India has had a very good monsoon. So prices now on worldwide food markets are more or less what they were before COVID and Ukraine. I told you that wheat price reached $500 per ton on around May 2022, and right now we are just at half that price. Russia is trying to have a kind of a minimum price, $250 per ton FOB Russian Black Sea port, but it doesn't work very well. And we have seen a very steep decline of prices for corn, soybeans, etc. If you want to see some excitation on markets, well, you're just coming out from your breakfast. It's clear that coffee, cocoa, orange juice, if you're from the Mediterranean, some olive oil in your breakfast, all those products have seen prices going up, generally for climatic reasons. But I would say that's a normal market history. You have had also some tensions. Two of my neighbors are directly concerned for sugar. Because in fact we have had 3 years of deficit on the worldwide sugar market and on palm oil. And on those two, there is an interesting link. That is, why is sugar prices pretty high? You don't know that, but India is the world's second normal sugar exporter behind Brazil. This year, India won't export any sugar, because that sugar will be converted in ethanol. And there is a link, of course, between food and energy. Same story with Indonesia. In Indonesia, the government decided that you should put more palm oil in your diesel. And Indonesia is the world's biggest palm oil exporter. There is less palm oil on the market. Prices are going up. So you see the impact. What conclusion can we have on those 4 or 5 years? The first, in rich countries, we have had some impact on food inflation. You should ask Kamala Harris what she thinks about food inflation in the States. Also, it must be stressed that the share of agricultural products in the final food products is very slim. So when we say, especially in developed countries, but also in emerging countries, when you look at agricultural prices, it's fairly different from food prices. In our beloved French baguette, the share of wheat in bread is around 8%, not more. Far less than the cost of energy and the cost of the baker intervention. In poor countries, it's clear that you have had an impact on food poverty. And the countries which are managed finally to limit that are those that have, besides an agricultural policy, a food policy. You know that, for example, in India, 46% of agricultural subsidies go to consumption. Even more, in the States, in the United States, 55% of the US agricultural budget goes to food stamps, when in Africa, it's none. That's, I would say, the big difference, the problem between agricultural policy and food policy. Also, one interesting thing, as far as geopolitics are concerned, is that we have had a certain kind of return to the use of food as a weapon. I told you about the embargo, the American embargo of 1980. This year, Russia donated some wheat to some African countries, well, very well chosen, the one who are more or less supporting Russia in its aggression to Ukraine. But that's interesting. The use of food as a weapon, which has almost disappeared and which is coming back. We should look, by the way, next year, probably as to the rise of tariff on food by the Chinese authorities against US products. There has been a frenzy of soybean buying by Chinese companies to the US before the end of the year, before January the 20th and the arrival of Donald Trump. So globally, and I will conclude on that, to my mind, production, agricultural production, is not really a problem. There is sufficient food produced, sufficient agricultural products produced in the world to satisfy human needs. And I would be rather hopeful. When we were younger, Jean-Michel, there was a book written by Joseph Klassmann in France, Nourrir 10 milliards d'hommes, how to feed 10 billion people. I think the world will be able to feed 10 billion people. The problem is not there. The problem is a problem of poverty. Trade, I'm afraid to say, is not really the solution. Self-sufficiency, to my mind, should be a problem. Food poverty, when I listen to our friend in Rome, the problem, well, it can be on some markets, you can have a problem one year because of climate and so on. But on the whole, the big question to my mind is a question of food poverty. And that one, it can be averted probably both through agricultural and food policies. The problem is, I'm sometimes dreaming not of the very complex system of insurance, etc., which the FAO loves, but things pretty simple, like we had in Europe with the Common Agricultural Policy. The Common Agricultural Policy was a success. It allowed Europe to become not only self-sufficient but an exporter. I'm sometimes dreaming of the equivalent of a Common Agricultural Policy in many African countries, for example, but at the end of the day, I have no answer to who pays for it.
Thank you very much, Philippe, to continue setting the landscape, normalization, permanence of structural issues, trade wars, geopolitics through subsidies, customs rights, etc. We're on the full game, and this optimistic note about the capacity of the world to produce for itself. And I know, Professor Krishnamurti, dear Bayu, that you're going to follow up on some of those issues.
Thank you. Thank you to Thierry and Madam Kwon to invite me again with the same, I think the same panel, with the same topic. Unfortunately, like what Maximo already said, I cannot report to you much more cheerful progress on these issues. And again, really to what Philip mentions, there are a paradox. The numbers we can discuss on that because there are the difference with what Maximo has been presented. But hunger is alarming, that's one. But at the same time, it's also paradox because there is 1 billion meal that been wasted. And if that wasted meal could be distributed and reallocated to the hunger, then we can solve this problem instantly. So I agree with Phillips that the production is not necessarily the only problems, but food security and hunger related to many other issues, like, for example, when I use my example of my countries as well, the ASEAN region, you can see that Indonesia is, in that map, is most of them is green. It means secure in terms of food, but they are pocket. They are specific area with problem in food security and hunger. And that is also within the ASEAN countries. Singapore be the most secure in terms of food security, and Laos is the most insecure. But even the most secure country in the world for in terms of food, which is Finland, the point is only 83.7. So it's not 100% covered and solve the food security problem. So there are pockets, there are specific area, even within those countries in France, in United States, that we face food insecurity. So this, I think, the issue of distributions, and of course, related with using the organizers' title of this session, which is the explosive problem, we also face, related with food, other explosive problem. I just use the SDGs here, the Sustainable Development Goals. Look at the 2023 target, and the whole Asia Pacific is come short from that target. So we fail to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals by far. And some of the indicators even regression. It's not progressing, it's regressing. And if we look at the right-hand charts, you can see that almost all indicators for food security, we come short. So there are bigger problems than just production in agriculture. I agree with you, we have to talk about food poverty. And again, I think one of the very basic key component is distribution. And of course, related with distribution is trade. And if we look at the numbers, then you can see that the global food economy now is estimated for about 10 trillion US dollars, and it's about 10% of the total world economy, but the food global trade is more than 2 trillion. So trade play a very important role within the food security and solving hunger. But even though we are increased in interdependency, now becoming shift to more on the processed food, there is a regional variations, unipolar and multipolars on that. And but the political trend within this is to become more protective. It's become, as you mentioned about the Indian put a ban for food and for political reason, I think. And not only Indian, there's about more than 20 countries who do the same policy, even Indonesia. So with that context, conflict and wars, again, in line with what Maximo mentioned, becoming the #1 threat now for food security, climate uncertainty and weather extremes becoming really threats and as well as the damage factors. The economic slowdown, it's not helping the poor especially, and the increasing of resources constraint. I put farmers there because if you see all over the world, the farmers is getting old. They are becoming less attractive to young people, and it's becoming much more difficult to introduce new technology to them. That's why yesterday I'm asking about the AI, how the AI can be reached to the farmers. And of course, the social and political instability really related to uncertainty of policy and protectionism. And the potential global food solutions, of course, emergencies, food relief, better food distributions, opening up for food trade, I think that is very important. Sustainable food agriculture, and I like the approach by previous panel to see health as climate change issues, food and hunger as well is climate change issues, and of course technology. And biotech, I think we already 20, 30 years in the debate about GMO. I think we can come out to kind of resolutions on that because biotech is much more than just GMO, but have a huge potential to solve problems, and including AI and IoT. And of course, the non-land-based food agriculture is becoming more and more popular in many countries. Reduce food loss and waste. I think that's another key factors that we need to talk about. And the role of private sectors. We now see more and more social entrepreneurs, private sectors. You see this as not as as the biggest margin in terms of business, but still can make a good profit doing and helping people solve their food problem. Global governance, I put that in with question mark because actually the organization we have, FAO and others, but for the effectiveness that organizations and that governance still, I think, at least need to be reviewed, need to be have more approach, so we can solve the persistent problem of hunger and food insecurity. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bayu, and you're so right to mention this issue of global governance. Actually, we do not only deal with agriculture in FAO, but also in WTO, in the different COPs, climate, biodiversity, etc. But as a result, it's very difficult to have a real comprehensive dialogue on all the dimensions that you have mentioned that are so important, and especially as when it comes to agriculture, this is probably the one single production in which the world should be organized based on the comparative advantages of each and every place of the world, giving our very different natural dotations, and as a consequent, trust to allow exchanges should be at the core of our international community, and the least we can say is that it's not there. And I'm sure that Kamel will elaborate on that. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I know it's been a full-packed 2 days, and today is our last, so probably we have some mental fatigue. So we appreciate you still being with us at alert at this point. My name is Kamal Abdallah, as mentioned, and I'll be talking at least on a regional perspective of this issue of hunger. By way of background, I've been involved in two large projects as MD CEO. I was the MD CEO of Baladna, a company that flew in cows and ensured self-sufficiency for Qatar in dairy, producing 100 million liters of milk per year within 2 years of an inception, which we later took public. And then I'm now at Canal Sugar, where our objective is to achieve for Egypt self-sufficiency in sugar by planting something like the size of Singapore as one single farm using smart agriculture. So I come more from the private sector versus the other views. Let's talk about the interest in hunger first. Of course, the UN SD goals, if you look, hunger is number 2, it's highlighted, but so are many other SD goals that are related to food and hunger. And probably the food agri angle is the most dominant angle, plus the health, which we explain the connection, is the most dominant angle in these SD goals. So when we redefine hunger, we look at the definition of hunger, it says clearly making sure all people, especially children, have sufficient, and I want to emphasize, and nutritious food all year. People, when they think of hunger, they think about making sure bellies are full. No, the definition of ending hunger is not having the bellies full, of having full with nutritious food. And indeed, I would argue the biggest problem we are facing is this particular issue, that the food is not nutritious. In the GCC, if you go to any construction site during work, what they do, they go and buy a multi-serve, long, big bottle of sugary drink, soda drink, it's sugar, to get the energy, but it's not nutritious, and that will have a lot of problems. Now, for us to have a nutritious food, yes, we need sustainable agriculture, we need to support farmers, we need access to land, technology, and markets, and I'll try to highlight where the private sector role will be here. So we really need to redefine in our mind whenever we hear the word hunger. Hunger is about not having nutritious food. It's not about just having food. And that's a very important distinction. Now, I do acknowledge that we have a dilemma, short-term versus long-term. Short-term, we can do what we have done, get them food, any kind of food, irrespective of whether this food could cause cancer down the road, obesity, which is a major problem, and worse concern is making our environment at risk by abusing the resources. Or do we go for a long-term positive approach, ensuring continuous access to nutritious food while ensuring sustainable practices in agriculture? And that's really the challenge, which I'll come back to. Now, as my colleagues have mentioned, these numbers were already mentioned, I want to go over them. But of course, hunger in areas of conflict is elementary. Whenever you have wars, you are going to have hunger because you have no access to food. The case in Gaza, which was extremely shocking, 2.5 million needing food, experiencing famine, while food trucks are next door waiting just to get to them. So while this is an important or essential problem, I'm not going to discuss it. And the answer to this particular problem is more political than economic and business. I just want to highlight here Work for Eat. I also managed project in Zimbabwe, and at one point, our workers' union came to me when I was visiting as MD CEO and requested that they do not be paid salaries. They do not be paid salaries, but rather receive basket of goods every week. It was at a time when $1 went from being equal $5 Zimbabwean dollar to being equal to $1 trillion Zimbabwean dollar. and the food and the money became useless. And the essence was, we want to work for food, which sadly was a practice a couple of hundred years back in many societies. I just want to highlight one thing is when we talk about, I follow the feminine, and I encourage you to look at it, feminine early warning system, which is part of the USAID funding network to give you advance warning whenever you see potential famine happening. But my colleagues have mentioned the areas that are at risk there. But it's an important tool as well as other tools to give you advance warning on this. So back to the GCC. In the GCC and in North Africa and in the Middle East, we have a problem. Most of our land does not produce food. It ranges between something like 3 to 10% at max of our land, the deserts. Okay, our land, 90% of it is not desert, and around 90% of our land is desert. Now, in the old days, the desert, you couldn't do much with it. No soil, no water, no electricity. Okay, thank God with advances in technology, we are allowed to address these three problems. We can move the soil to have organic soil. We can dig for water. Indeed, at Canal Sugar, we have over 400 wells dug. Of course, this has an impact on the underground water, the aquifer. And, of course, we can generate now electricity. So technology is allowing us to address these problems. What the GCC countries and the region did under food security ignored an important part, which is health. The problem is in the region, we have major health crises. And I want to come back to it, especially, for example, diabetes, where in the region it kicks in at about age 35 versus at about age 47 in other parts of the world. And I want people to start thinking always, whenever they look at nutrition or agriculture budgets, to look at health budget. We need to always think the Ministry of Health budget and the Ministry of Agriculture budget whenever we're trying to solve this one problem. Because if we feed them unnutritious, unhealthy food, and they end up with diabetes, I will have to spend money for 20 to 30 years on insulin trying to cover the original problem that I created. Please keep that in mind. This is the challenge. For us before, it was all about affordability and availability. Bring the food, give it to the poor, the hungry, make it cheap, affordable, and get it access. This is no longer our immediate problem. We are sorting it, you know. But I want you to remember, more people are dying from obesity-related diseases than from famine-related issues. And so for us now, food security is about healthy, nutritious food. And that's what the programs that we are working on, that I'm working on, is involved with. Health budgets in the GCC and in Egypt, okay, and in the other countries in the region are increasing exponentially. Governments are spending exponential amount of money subsidizing medicines to treat these diseases. If that money goes into preventive, into proper nutritious food, it is going to solve a lot of problems now and down the road. So just on food security, I want you to look at the right and the left, just two items. Don't bother yourself with everything in the middle, which is private sector businesses we do. The issues are water, soil, energy, and then health and wellness. And food is about those. If we can manage one and the other, the cause and the effect, preserve water, ensure healthy soil, and get the proper energy used, then if we will end up with a healthy, nutritious people. This is the challenge put in a different way from an economic perspective. How do we ensure sustainable agriculture while keeping viable ecosystems and an economist's dream, this equitable communities inclusion, food inclusion for the poor, food inclusion for the women, and food inclusion for the rural areas. Again, the beauty of smart agriculture or precision farming is now it's cheap enough to give it to farmers. I work now, last year I started working with 6,000 farmers. Now we are reaching about 12,000. By next year, we'll hit 20,000 small farmers, each one having 1 hectare. And now the technology is affordable, and guess what? All of them use so-called smartphones. Now, granted, they watch YouTube and Instagram and follow entertainment, but equally they can access tools to help them. And that's what we are doing and working with NGOs in the Side in Egypt to ensure that they have access to these tools. Ending hunger, we have a lot of dilemmas, a lot of tension. First tension is within governments itself. Multiple jurisdiction. You have ministries of agriculture that conflict with the ministries of water, irrigation. One controls above ground, one controls underground, that conflict with ministries of health. We have the issue of cost reduction in profits and capturing carbon, reducing carbon for food manufacturing, which is an important issue that's raising costs. Consumers have different kind of problems. They love plastic bottles because they are cheaper and more consistent. Okay, but of course, this is not sustainable. And finally, as producers, we have issues under ESG because a lot of agriculture works with minors and works with under social practices, things that are not yet accepted or compliant with ESG. So just to finish this, small is beautiful. This is in our view, the solution. Stick to local communities, use technology, let the private sector do the job. Most important, get people to eat healthier and less food and stop wasting 1 billion, as my colleague said, 1 billion tons of food every year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamal, not only for setting the landscape of challenges, but also moving us into the agenda of solutions, including precise farming. Which is of major importance, and setting the landscape also for our region. And we'll continue with the agenda of solutions also with you, Jean-Marc. You have the floor for our last intervention today.
Thank you, Jean-Michel. I will speak in French, so maybe I give you some time to take your headphones. D'abord, je voudrais remercier Thierry de Montbrial et Madame Kwand pour me permettre d'intervenir devant vous aujourd'hui. Évidemment, vous devez vous poser la question, quel est le rapport entre le secteur spatial et la problématique de ce panel? C'est vrai que le secteur spatial est plus connu pour sa composante de souveraineté, de défense ou pour l'exploration, mais j'aimerais vous donner quelques exemples aujourd'hui qui montrent, comme ça a été dit précédemment, que la technologie, que les données spatiales permettent de relever un certain nombre de défis liés à l'alimentation mondiale. Tout d'abord, je voudrais rappeler pour l'audience quelles sont les caractéristiques des données spatiales. Le premier satellite d'observation de la Terre a été lancé en 1972 par les États-Unis. Il s'appelait Landsat et il a commencé à prendre des photos de l'ensemble de la surface de la Terre. Depuis lors, ce sont des milliers de satellites qui sont au-dessus de nos têtes, qui sont bourrés de capteurs, qui permettent de prendre des photos, de faire des mesures de la composition de l'atmosphère, de mesurer la température du sol, la salinité des océans, etc. L'ensemble de ces données sont essentiellement à la disposition de la communauté scientifique pour mieux connaître l'évolution de notre planète et en particulier pour le changement climatique. Parmi les 50 paramètres utilisés par le GIEC pour comprendre et prédire l'évolution du climat de notre planète, la moitié sont donnés par des satellites, notamment l'élévation du niveau des océans, qui est de 3 à 4 mm par an et qui est connue depuis plusieurs années. Évidemment, ces données sont absolument fondamentales pour la science, mais elles donnent lieu aussi à des applications extrêmement concrètes et très locales. C'est évidemment vrai pour les communications dans les zones blanches, la navigation, la géolocalisation que nous avons tous dans nos téléphones, mais aussi pour la météo. Les prévisions météo ont fait des progrès considérables grâce aux données des satellites. Pour la prévention des catastrophes, on peut détecter les feux de forêt très précisément avec des satellites, avec un préavis de quelques minutes, les inondations, et évidemment, quand il y a des catastrophes naturelles, grâce aux satellites, on peut aussi s'adapter et fournir au secours des informations vitales pour aider les populations. Ces données, elles sont universelles. L'intérêt des données spatiales, c'est qu'elles sont globales sur la Terre, elles ont des échelles de temps qui sont très longues, et donc elles sont utilisables de manière universelle. Le spatial se prête à des coopérations, justement compte tenu de ce caractère universel. Et ce qui est absolument fondamental aujourd'hui, c'est que grâce aux technologies, grâce à la miniaturisation, grâce à la digitalisation, grâce à la réduction du coût d'accès à l'espace avec les lanceurs réutilisables, on a de plus en plus de satellites et les données sont de moins en moins chères et même dans certains cas, elles sont gratuites. Je voudrais en particulier mentionner le programme Copernicus de l'Union européenne qui délivre chaque jour 30 terabits de données utilisables par tout un chacun sur l'ensemble de la surface de la Terre. Alors, 3 exemples pour illustrer comment le spatial peut aider pour relever les défis de l'alimentation. Le premier, c'est l'eau, ressource critique s'il en est. Il se trouve, et c'est assez remarquable, qu'avec des satellites, on peut mesurer les niveaux d'eau sur la Terre. On a commencé par les océans, je l'ai mentionné, mesure de l'élévation du niveau des océans. Aujourd'hui, on peut le faire pour les lacs et les rivières avec une précision d'1 centimètre et avec une donnée qui est fournie tous les jours. Ça permet d'avoir au niveau d'un bassin versant une estimation non seulement de la ressource en eau à un instant T, mais avec des modèles de prévision météo, avec l'intelligence artificielle, d'avoir des prévisions de l'évolution de ces ressources jusqu'à l'échelle d'années. Évidemment, c'est extrêmement important, en complément des mesures in situ, pour les décideurs, pour décider d'arbitrer sur l'utilisation des ressources entre l'alimentation humaine, l'agriculture, l'hydroélectricité, par exemple. Le fait d'avoir une mesure objective, globale, disponible, permet de prendre des décisions éclairées sur l'utilisation des ressources en eau. Évidemment, c'est aussi particulièrement important quand les bassins versants appartiennent à des pays différents qui souvent sont en conflit pour l'utilisation de cette ressource en eau. La deuxième utilisation, évidemment, des données spatiales que je voudrais mentionner, c'est l'agriculture, et ça a été aussi mentionné par mon voisin. Aujourd'hui, avec les données spatiales, on peut connaître très précisément l'état des sols de manière globale et avec une échelle qui se réduit, ce qui permet effectivement d'avoir des données qui sont parcelle par parcelle. On peut connaître l'état de l'humidité des sols, ce qui permet de prendre des décisions éclairées sur l'irrigation, sur les entrants, de façon à minimiser les entrants, ce qui permet évidemment d'optimiser l'utilisation de l'eau et l'utilisation des entrants. Et aussi, on peut prévoir l'évolution des températures au niveau des parcelles, ce qui permet de prendre des décisions sur l'évolution des cultures qui seront adaptées compte tenu du réchauffement global dans une région donnée. Alors, on peut avoir l'impression que ces technologies sont réservées aux pays riches qui peuvent s'équiper d'instruments coûteux au niveau de l'agriculture. C'est pour ça que je voudrais prendre l'exemple de l'Inde qui a mis en place un système extrêmement performant de mise à disposition de chaque agriculteur d'informations d'origine spatiale, mais pas que, pour prendre des décisions sur l'exploitation agricole. Ça fonctionne comment? Vous avez un numéro de téléphone gratuit qui est utilisable par tous les agriculteurs en Inde. Donc ils appellent, ils ont en face d'eux un opérateur qui détecte précisément l'origine de l'appel, qui a devant lui des écrans avec des informations satellites et non satellites, qui permettent de donner des conseils sur l'irrigation, de donner des conseils sur les prévisions météo, les risques de catastrophes, de façon à ce que l'agriculteur indien, qui ne dispose que d'un téléphone effectivement pour utiliser ces informations-là, puisse prendre des décisions journalières sur l'exploitation agricole de sa parcelle. Ce qui montre bien, et ça a été aussi mentionné par mon collègue, qu'aujourd'hui, ces technologies sont accessibles pour tout un chacun pour améliorer les exploitations agricoles. Dernier exemple que je voudrais donner, l'espace pour l'océan. L'océan représente 15% de l'alimentation mondiale, évidemment beaucoup plus dans certaines régions maritimes. L'espace permet évidemment de connaître l'état des océans dans un contexte de réchauffement global, ce qui améliore nos prévisions scientifiques. On peut aussi détecter les pollutions très facilement avec les satellites. On peut lutter contre la pêche illégale. Les bateaux fantômes peuvent être détectés par des satellites, par des moyens optiques ou simplement en écoutant les émissions radar et en faisant une corrélation entre les missions radar qui sont toutes différentes et les bateaux en question. Et tout ça, évidemment, nous permet d'avoir une meilleure optimisation des ressources des océans pour l'alimentation et pour d'autres applications. Je voudrais d'ailleurs mentionner qu'il y aura une conférence des Nations Unies en juin 2025 à Nice, et qu'à cette occasion, l'ensemble des acteurs mondiaux de l'espace prévoit de créer une alliance du spatial pour les océans, pour mettre à disposition l'ensemble de leurs données spatiales au profit d'une meilleure compréhension et d'une meilleure préservation de l'océan. Et puis, dernière mention, je voudrais mentionner le Space for Climate Observatory, qui est une proposition de la France en 2019 vis-à-vis de l'ensemble de nos partenaires internationaux. Aujourd'hui, c'est supporté par les Nations Unies. 50 pays y participent, dont les Émirats arabes unis. C'est une collection de projets qui sont extrêmement locaux, qui permettent d'avoir une mise à disposition des données spatiales pour des problématiques liées au changement climatique. Un exemple, au Vietnam, la problématique de l'évolution des rizières dans le contexte du réchauffement global et avec des entrées d'eau saline dans les rizières se pose de manière extrêmement critique. Et grâce à un projet que l'on conduit avec le Vietnam, on peut faire des prévisions sur que seront les conditions d'exploitation de ces rizières dans les 10 ans à venir, ce qui permet de prendre des décisions éclairées sur l'implantation de ces rizières au niveau extrêmement local. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you so much, Jean-Marc, for having introduced us into a new innovation dimension. In our last sessions, the previous years, we had mentioned on other innovative dimensions. For instance, we addressed the issue of cellular food and beyond agriculture and nutrition. And there we are back to an extent to the basics of the agri-field, making agriculture itself more productive and efficient. And it has been wonderful to see how we have a new instrument to address this very important channel. Now, we have a few minutes until the end of our panel, and I would like to take advantage of it to put to our colleagues one question that I would like them to answer in 1 minute. If we are, thank God, all of us together again next year here, what would you like to say as a positive development that you would like to share with us? So in 1 year, what would be the one single positive thing that you would like to be able to tell to our audience? Surprise question. Maximo, 1 minute, if you can hear us. I'm not sure Maximo can hear us. So then I will move to Philippe. And then maybe we get a chance to know.
Okay.
Here he is.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Hello?
We can hear you, Tim. Maximo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
That will be the one thing we'd like
yes,
to
the one positive thing that we'd like to tell you next year is we can hear you.
I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
He's not hearing us.
Maybe I can take a quick answer while he...
So let's go ahead while our colleagues try to fix the connection issue.
The fusion of technology to small farmers and changing habits of people. These are the two things, not one I would hope to see next year. And we at Canal Sugar are working on both of them.
Okay. Precise answer. Anyone? Yes.
Yes. If next year I can probably tell you the development of private sector's involvement in these issues. We initiate what we call it as a partnership in Indonesian sustainable agriculture. And within that context, maybe about 60 to 7% is food and how we solve food problem. And I think that is becoming, developing quite promising. And hopefully by next year, we will touch about 2.5 million farmers with an approach for food security.
Great, massive target, 1 additional million farmers targeted by this private sector initiative. Philippe?
Well, my dream would be more on Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, which is, as you saw on all maps, the main problem as far as food is concerned. Remember, 1 billion people more in 2050, and that's where food poverty is the most acute. In 2003, there was a summit in Maputo where African countries decided to try to reach 10% of the public budget to agriculture. Now there's only one country, and I'm not even sure it's the case, only one country in Africa devotes 10% of its budget to agriculture. It seems to be Ethiopia. Unfortunately, in many African countries, it's far less. My dream would be that as many African countries as possible would have real agricultural policies. Not the kind of development, but policies like you have in Indonesia or even in Egypt, with guaranteed price for farmers and even some subsidized prices for the poor. But it's really a dream, so next year I'm
Yes. Let's make your dream happen.
I have a dream.
So Africa, every country with a solid agri-food policy and 10% of its budget on agri. I think it's right now around 3%. So we have a big gap, but we'll make it. Jean-Marc.
J'ai mentionné l'exemple indien qui a parfaitement su réduire la barrière entre la technologie et l'utilisateur final pour répondre à ses besoins. Bien sûr, j'aimerais que ça soit généralisé, en particulier dans les pays pour lesquels l'insécurité alimentaire est la plus importante et que cet exemple se diffuse de manière universelle.
Great. Also very concrete. India's innovation leading the world and being spread. Good. I don't know whether we have lost Maximo or not, because he's not on the screen anymore.
He disappeared.
So unfortunately, he will not be able to contribute to this last question. We may have the time for 1 or 2 short questions, if there is any. Sir, here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mic is coming.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all of you for the excellent remarks. I think it was a very comprehensive, dealing of the subject. So thank you for that. 2 things. I must say I agree with all of you regarding food supply. I mean, over the past 10 years, global food production has actually increased from 2.5 billion tons per year to 3.1. Per capita, that's about 2,800 calories. 10 years ago to 3,000 now, that's a 7% increase. But obviously, Mr. Abdallah, I think, touched on that point, that it's the quality of the food is obviously, we don't know if it's been better quality or not. That's one issue. And the second issue, obviously, is availability and distribution, which is just not evenly distributed.
I'm sorry, we have very little time, so your question, please.
One thing that I think, one aspect that we're missing regarding affordability is actually that commodities worldwide mostly are traded in US dollars. US dollar over the past 4 years has depreciated 25%, which means actually that food prices have increased 25% for many countries around the world. And I'd just like to ask you, in the geopolitical terms, there's a lot of talk about de-dollarization and so on, moving away from the dollar, bilateral trade. How do you think this affects affordability in the future?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Maybe, is there another question in the room? Because we have very little time. Sir, yeah. Thank you. But please be very brief. We have only 2 minutes left.
Just 1 minute. I'm from Israel and just want to raise one of the nice things happening in Israel about food. There is an organization, a non-profit organization, which creates a situation we call collection. What they do, It goes to every place in which they have a lot of food and a lot of weddings, etc. And they collect all the food that rests over there and spread it to the needy people, which work fantastic. They arrive to really use big quantities of food, which usually will be thrown to the garbage, and feed by that people who need it.
Okay.
I think it could be
so not a question, but just an information you would like to share. Thank you. So we have 1 minute left. Some of you would like to address the exchange rate issue.
Well,
yeah, you as well.
On the dollar issue, well, it's simple. All commodities markets, be it food, be it energy, be it metals, are in this world quoted in dollars. Point. I know that, for example, at the recent BRICS meeting in Kazan, they said, well, we should try to develop a new commodity market eventually in Moscow in order to be able to quote products well, in another currency. You won't quote them in ruble. For the moment, the minimum price which the Russian government is trying to put in the Black Sea, it's in dollar. So I think it's a non-subject. The world, all world markets are in dollar, and well, you profit of it sometime. Sometime you suffer from it. You have to live with it. Normally, you have a correlation on a long-term basis when the dollar raises, commodity prices go down, and when dollar goes down, commodity prices quoted in dollar go up. That works more or less, even though that right now the dollar is also a commodity currency because US are exporting natural gas, energy products, etc. So the correlation is less effective. But don't dream, you will never, even though, for example, wheat prices are quoted in Europe, in euro, but you translate it immediately in dollar.
Thank you.
Well, sorry.
But before we get ousted of the stage, 10 seconds, because you wanted to say a word on...
Yes, I think the first, we now, at least from this panel, we can say the most important thing is not only food security, but nutrition security. That's one point. Second, probably, again, trade and private sectors is very important for combating hunger. And trust becoming key again and again, like in health as well as in food. So we need to build that trust again so we can solve hunger problem.
I see that Maximo is back on the screen. Have we got 1 minute or not? Maximo, I'm sorry, we are ousted of the stage because we have to leave the room for the next session. I'm sorry for the technical issue of communication. We apologize for that. We thank you also for giving your time, dedicating your time from Rome. Great applause to our panelists who have done a great job. Thanks so much. Thanks once more for the WPC for this agri session.
Mesdames, Messieurs, nous allons parler français, pas seulement pour qu'on puisse parler français de temps en temps, mais parce que nous sommes 3 Français et rien n'est plus ridicule. Déjà 2 Français qui parlent anglais ensemble, c'est assez rigolo, n'est-ce pas? Vous connaissez tous le film avec Louis de Funès et Bourvil, T for Two, ils cherchent à s'identifier. C'est une des séquences les plus drôles du répertoire de Louis de Funès. Mais à 3, alors là, vous passeriez votre temps à vous esclaffer, ce qui serait dommage parce que nous allons être assez sérieux aujourd'hui. Et vous vous souvenez que l'an dernier, nous avons eu une session qui était d'ailleurs émouvante, je crois, pour un certain nombre d'entre nous, avec le patriarche Bartholomé, notre fidèle, avec le grand rabbin Raïm Corsia et une haute autorité musulmane qui travaille avec le recteur de l'université al-assad au Caire. Et ce débat qui se passait juste après l'attaque du 7 octobre avait été d'une réelle profondeur et tolérance et assez remarquable. Alors, le petit débat d'aujourd'hui, il y a une personne que je ne citerai pas explicitement qui est assise au premier rang, de sexe féminin, qui m'a dit, l'an dernier, il m'a dit ce serait peut-être intéressant qu'on organise une discussion avec peut-être des chercheurs français ou des gens qui ont réfléchi au phénomène de l'islam sous l'angle politique, mais avec une vraie réflexion scientifique approfondie. Et j'ai pris cela au mot. Et nous allons commencer, nous allons avoir 2 séquences. Une séquence d'à peu près une demi-heure, la première séquence avec Olivier Roy, donc qui lui ne ressemble pas à un grand rabbin. Et nous allons avoir une discussion avec lui en partant. Non mais ça peut. On peut.
Non mais je peux faire.
Voilà.
Je vais faire le signe de croix.
Tu vas la couper ta kippa en 3. Et nous allons partir d'assez loin, en fait. Enfin, d'assez loin et d'assez près. Je crois que les deux sont vrais. Enfin, grosso modo, quand même, de l'année 1979, on va dire, parce qu'il faut bien partir de quelque chose. Et puis, ensuite, nous aurons un quart d'heure avec le grand rabbin Corsia qui donnera son point de vue, une réaction, pas seulement d'ailleurs sur ce que nous aurons dit à l'instant, mais peut-être aussi sur l'ensemble de l'exercice auquel nous nous livrons au sein de la World Policy Conference, sur l'interaction entre, on va dire, religion et politique, qui est tellement important de nos jours. Alors, cher Olivier, je ne te présente pas parce que tout se trouve dans les documents et beaucoup de gens te connaissent, mais ta spécialité reconnue mondialement, c'est, on va dire, le chiisme, même si tu ratisses plus large. Olivier Roy a d'ailleurs commencé comme étudiant ses premières armes en sillonnant l'Afghanistan à une époque où ce n'était pas du tourisme, hein, à une époque où il n'y avait pas tellement de gens qui allaient à la découverte de ce vaste pays. Alors, l'année 79, je crois que la plupart des experts aujourd'hui sont d'accord là-dessus, est un grand tournant. C'est l'année de la révolution iranienne, c'est l'année de l'entrée des soviétiques en Afghanistan, et la fin de l'année 79, c'est également l'année du siège de la Mecque, dans laquelle d'ailleurs les Français se sont illustrés. Voilà, alors c'est un point de repère, je crois, absolument fondamental, puisque l'après 79, par toute une série de phénomènes, de guerres, etc., ça a progressivement conduit, on peut dire, à la situation qui est la situation actuelle. Voilà, donc je te passe la parole. On démarre avec ça. Je t'interromprai de temps en temps. Nous en saurons déjà beaucoup plus au bout d'une demi-heure qu'avant. Mon cher Olivier, tu as la parole.
Merci. L'année 79, donc du côté où moi je travaillais à l'époque, puisque j'allais en Afghanistan, mais je traversais l'Iran, je suis censé parler le persan, donc c'est des zones que je connais assez bien. On voit surgir donc un phénomène qu'on a appelé islamisme, c'est-à-dire la vision de l'islam comme une idéologie politique et militante. Alors en Afghanistan, c'était des sunnites purs et durs, très conservateurs, et en Iran, des révolutionnaires, hein, c'est-à-dire le grand ami de l'Iran islamiste, c'était pas du tout le roi d'Arabie, c'était Fidel Castro, après ça sera Chavez, etc. Donc l'Iran s'est tout de suite branché sur un courant anti-impérialiste, anti-américain, dès le début, et disons pour le moins neutre par rapport à l'Union soviétique. Donc l'Iran s'est tout de suite présenté comme le champion de la cause islamiste dans l'ensemble du monde arabe. Et ils se sont, donc au début, ils ignoraient la différence chiite-sunnite. Ils se considéraient comme l'avant-garde par définition. Et ils ont lancé un appel au soulèvement général dans l'ensemble du monde musulman pour renverser les régimes pro-occidentaux. Et puis ça n'a pas marché. Ça n'a pas marché. Tout de suite, il y a eu la guerre avec l'Irak et une grande partie, disons, des autorités, la plupart des autorités musulmanes sunnites ont soutenu Saddam Hussein contre l'Iran. Donc l'Iran a raté son OPA sur l'islam en général. Et du coup, ils se sont repliés, je dirais, sur ce qu'on a appelé ensuite l'arc chiite. D'emblée, il y avait ce qui allait devenir le Hezbollah et qui a rejoint l'Iran. En Afghanistan, au Pakistan aussi, il y avait des mouvements pro-iraniens d'emblée. Et puis stratégiquement, ils étaient alliés évidemment avec la famille Assad en Syrie, parce que l'ennemi des Assad, c'était Saddam Hussein, et puis les Assad sont des Alaouites, hein, donc une catégorie religieuse considérée comme un peu crypto-chiite. Donc l'axe iranien, ça va consister à tenter à ce moment-là de s'appuyer sur les minorités chiites, partout dans le monde arabe, et sur les groupes qu'on pourrait appeler de crypto-chiites, comme ce qui allait devenir les Houthis au Yémen, les Alaouis en Syrie. Mais cette OPA sur le monde chiite a été en fait pas un grand succès. Leur meilleur succès, c'est le Hezbollah, qui est devenu d'emblée une espèce d'Iran, de petit Iran, de petit Iran plutôt. Même formation, même idéologie, même vision des choses. Mais en Irak, ils ont raté leur OPA. Le clergé iranien, représenté aujourd'hui par l'ayatollah Sistani, s'est opposé au concept de guide suprême en Iran. Dans le Golfe, ils ont aussi raté. Hein. La famille des ayatollahs, Shirazi, a refusé aussi le velayat et faqih. Donc le succès de l'Iran était limité, mais ça leur permettait d'intervenir dans l'ensemble du Moyen-Orient. En gros, du Liban jusqu'au Golfe. Hein. Et donc ils ont tout de suite joué la carte pro-palestinienne. Voilà, la cause palestinienne était pour eux la cause par excellence qui permettrait d'unir les musulmans. Ça n'a pas permis d'unir les musulmans, mais ça a permis à l'Iran de devenir une puissance régionale, hein, et jusqu'à, on pourrait dire, avant-hier.
Bon, alors, ça, c'est la base. Ça, c'est la base. Bon, alors, ensuite, progressivement, tout ceci s'est développé d'une manière à la fois très politique, avec des guerres qui se sont multipliées. On a eu le 11 septembre, on a eu le printemps arabe, etc. Alors, la question qu'on peut se poser aujourd'hui, après cette vague donc, qui prend ses sources en 1979, la question qu'on peut se poser aujourd'hui, et particulièrement depuis la chute de Bachar, c'est est-ce qu'on arrive à la fin de cette vague ou de ce tsunami, pour prendre aussi une métaphore très utilisée, ou plus précisément, est-ce que on est à l'aube d'une séquence qui serait entièrement nouvelle? Alors, par exemple, hier, Anouar Gargash a présenté une vision très remarquable, notamment par sa tolérance et par sa sagesse, mais quand même assez optimiste aussi. Donc est-ce qu'on peut imaginer, en effet, sur la base historique laquelle tu viens de nous introduire, est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'effectivement qu'il y ait une chance que l'on entre dans une nouvelle séquence, ce qui supposerait que les Iraniens eux-mêmes soient prêts à le faire, et pas seulement eux, ou est-ce qu'on peut imaginer au contraire qu'on joue des prolongations, où ce serait plutôt l'esprit de la guerre qui l'emporterait sur celui de la recherche de la paix?
Alors, le fait que l'Iran ait joué essentiellement la carte chiite et la carte militante, anti-impérialiste, anti-sioniste, etc., a laissé de côté ce qu'on pourrait appeler un peu les masses sunnites. Et il y a eu du côté des sunnites une radicalisation qui s'est faite essentiellement sous l'étiquette djihadiste, avec Al-Qaïda d'abord, et surtout avec ISIS en Syrie plus tard. Et le djihad d'Al-Qaïda et de ISIS est un djihad global. Leur objectif n'a jamais été régional. Ils parlent très peu de la Palestine. Évidemment, ils ont un discours anti-israélien, mais ils n'ont jamais soutenu les Palestiniens, et ils ont au contraire mené la guerre au cœur de l'Occident, avec le 11 septembre, avec les attentats en Europe, etc. Donc cette vague djihadiste, qui commence en 1995, et qui pour moi s'est terminée tout récemment, cette vague djihadiste nous a occulté, à nous les Occidentaux, les vraies dynamiques du Moyen-Orient. C'est-à-dire on voyait tout à travers le djihad et le terrorisme. Bon. Alors que, disons, au niveau des populations, c'était pas ça qui était vraiment le facteur de mobilisation politique. Al-Qaïda est resté en dehors du Moyen-Orient. Par contre, ISIS s'est installé au cœur du Moyen-Orient, entre la Syrie et l'Irak. Et là, il y a une dimension dans ISIS qu'il faut bien comprendre, qui est la revanche des sunnites. Après l'invasion américaine de l'Irak, les sunnites n'avaient plus aucun pouvoir dans le croissant fertile, sauf en Jordanie. C'est-à-dire que le Liban était en gros une cogestion entre le Hezbollah et les chrétiens. La Syrie, c'était les alaouites de la famille Assad. Et l'Irak, c'était les chiites qui ont été remis au pouvoir, paradoxalement, par les Américains. Donc on avait une espèce de frustration du monde sunnite, du croissant fertile, qui explique largement l'implantation de ISIS à cette époque-là. ISIS a été vaincu. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, le djihadisme est vaincu. Il est résiduel, il y en a toujours, on aura des attentats, mais la dynamique interne du djihad global est cassée. On a des djihads locaux, comme dans le Sahel, on a des mouvements qui se réclament toujours un peu du djihad, mais qui sont devenus locaux. Et c'est là qu'apparaît Jolaini, c'est là qu'apparaît le mouvement Atesh. Jolaini est un type intéressant parce qu'il a parcouru tout l'arc. Il a démarré avec ISIS, il est passé à Al-Qaïda, et après il a créé sa propre organisation sur une base régionale, Idlib. Et là, alors on connaît bien ce qu'il a fait. J'ai des collègues qui vont sur le terrain depuis 8 ans, qui ont interviewé Jolaini, et surtout qui ont interviewé les autres gens, les notables locaux, mais aussi les chrétiens, les évêques. Nous sommes en contact avec les évêques de la région, qui sont les premiers, je dirais, à sentir comment les choses vont tourner, parce que les chrétiens sont souvent les premières victimes de ces soubresauts djihadiques ou salafistes, etc. Or, d'emblée, Jolaini a protégé les chrétiens et a assuré la liberté du culte, ce qui est très, très, très important, la liberté du culte, pas seulement la protection physique de la minorité chrétienne. Et là, on voit avec la percée de Jolaini, la prise de Damas, on voit une logique, c'est un événement extraordinaire, mais parfaitement logique. C'est la reprise du pouvoir en Syrie par la majorité sunnite. Regardez la carte des ralliements. Il a d'abord traversé tout l'axe sunnite, donc du nord, Idlib, Hama, Homs, Damas, et il était rejoint au sud par les gens de Dera, qui sont à la frontière jordanienne. Voilà, ça c'est l'axe sunnite. Et puis on a appris, mais dans les 24 heures, les tribus arabes de Deir ez-Zor, de l'Est, qui avaient accepté, disons, la suzeraineté des Kurdes, d'un seul coup, ils ont tous fait allégeance au nouveau patron de Damas. Et j'allais dire, ils auraient fait allégeance à n'importe quel chef arabe sunnite à Damas. Bon. Donc là, on a la reconstitution d'une Syrie sunnite et arabe. Le problème, c'est qu'il n'y a pas que des sunnites arabes en Syrie. Il reste deux grands groupes, les Alaouis à l'ouest, qui sont chiites ou crypto-chiites, comme vous voulez, mais qui sont arabes, et les Kurdes à l'est, qui sont sunnites, mais qui ne sont pas arabes. Voilà. Donc le défi maintenant, pour Giolaini, c'est de gérer les deux parties non-arabes sunnites de la Syrie. Il suffit qu'il s'allie à un des deux, et c'est déjà, j'allais dire, la stabilité assurée. Bon. Mais le projet ici, c'est de reconstruire une Syrie multiconfessionnelle, mais à dominante arabe sunnite. Et cette Syrie-là n'a pas de prétention d'expansion, elle n'a pas de prétention à représenter le sunnisme dans le monde ou l'islamisme dans le monde, etc. Donc, quelle que soit la forme du régime, on n'en sait rien, ça on verra, mais on a une Syrie qui va rester dans ses limites territoriales et qui ne sera pas un facteur de déstabilisation des voisins. C'est plutôt le contraire qui va se passer. On aura les voisins qui auront un effet de déstabilisation en Syrie. Donc la question clé maintenant, c'est de modérer tous les voisins par rapport à la Syrie, pour laisser la Syrie s'installer, disons, comme un État-nation sur un territoire qui est reconnu par la communauté internationale. Donc ça ne pose pas de problème fondamental. Donc le tournant, il est là. La fin du djihad global, la fin de l'appel à l'unité du monde arabe contre l'ennemi sioniste, etc. C'est complètement fini. Alors, les accords d'Abraham avaient montré que c'était déjà fini pour toute une partie du monde arabe. Mais le fait que, le monde arabe a abandonné les Palestiniens, voilà, ça c'est clair, c'est évident, même si sur le plan de l'émotion, il y a quelque chose évidemment qui touche l'opinion publique arabe, politiquement, stratégiquement, il n'y a plus de guerre israélo-arabe, c'est fini. Il y a un conflit israélo-palestinien qui va durer, ça c'est clair. Et alors le changement en Syrie libère dans le fond tous les non-dits des accords d'Abraham. C'est-à-dire que maintenant, on voit les États arabes se replier sur des intérêts nationaux. Ce qui est très intéressant, ce qui se passe en Arabie Saoudite, où on voit le prince héritier qui délibérément, expressément, parle de l'Arabie Saoudite comme un État-nation, se définit comme dans un nationalisme saoudien. Et il a donc cassé les deux piliers de ce qui avait été l'Arabie Saoudite depuis sa création, c'est-à-dire un clergé wahhabi et la tribu des Saouds. Il a cassé sa propre tribu. Il a mis tous ses cousins en prison. Bon. Oui, prison dorée, mais tout est doré en Arabie Saoudite, donc c'est pas un problème. Et il fait appel à des fonctionnaires qui ne sont pas de la tribu. C'est complètement nouveau, ça. Et ce phénomène, disons, de nationalisation, d'ancrage du nationalisme, on l'a d'un bout à l'autre. Regardez le Maroc et l'Algérie, par exemple, c'est absolument évident. Donc là, c'est ça le grand changement. Et l'Iran, maintenant, est au pied du mur. C'est-à-dire que soit l'Iran accepte, disons, de se replier sur l'État-nation iranien, qui est quelque chose de très très consistant, et de rentrer dans ses frontières tout en s'assurant évidemment un espace d'influence qui serait l'Irak, le Golfe, l'ouest de l'Afghanistan, avec des relations compliquées avec la partie nord, avec l'Azerbaïdjan, l'Arménie, tout ça c'est compliqué, mais disons revenir à un type de souveraineté un peu classique, ou bien l'Iran n'accepte pas la destruction de l'axe de résistance, etc., et se relance dans un activisme. C'est ça. Moi, je pense qu'il y a une crise de régime en Iran, qu'elle va être structurelle, grosso modo, les modérés, les radicaux, même si ça ne veut pas dire grand-chose, hein, les radicaux sont en crise totale. Ils ont été battus ou ils pensent qu'ils ont été trahis. Hein. Et c'est toujours mauvais quand on voit une armée revenir dans son pays en disant on a été trahi. On a vu ce que ça a donné en Allemagne, on a vu la France avec l'OS. Bon, c'est compliqué. Hein. Par contre, une chose est sûre, la société civile iranienne ne veut plus d'aventure moyen-orientale de l'Iran. Voilà. Ils sont nationalistes, ils sont sécularisés. Je veux dire, 30 ans ou 40 ans de république religieuse, 30 ans ou 40 ans d'un État religieux, quel qu'il soit, hein, république ou autre, hein, et pas seulement musulman, mais peut-être avec d'autres religions, eh bien, ça dégoûte la population de la religion. Voilà. Hein.
Alors, tout ça est d'une très grande clarté, mais est-ce qu'on peut dire, pour simplifier tout ça, qu'au fond, l'expression du nationalisme arabe, après la décolonisation, s'est faite à travers un modèle au fond occidental, je dirais même presque français, hein, c'est-à-dire un mélange de laïcité et de socialisme à façon arabe, si je puis dire, et tout ça avec la force militaire garantissant tout ça par derrière, donc les Assad, Saddam Hussein, etc. Bon. Et au fond, on a gardé le modèle nationaliste, mais on l'a réhabillé complètement, on l'a réhabillé avec quand même l'islam, mais un islam qui ne se prétend plus universaliste, expansionniste, djihadiste, etc. Et donc ça va plutôt dans la vision, dans le modèle, on va dire, à noir-gargache, comme il le disait hier. Bon. Alors néanmoins, passer d'ici à là, la mutation complète du modèle, c'est pas si simple que ça. Pour ça, il faut, si je puis dire symboliquement, des hommes d'État. Alors, est-ce que le nouvel homme fort de la Syrie, est-ce que tu as des raisons de penser qu'il pourrait être à la hauteur de cette extraordinaire tâche qui équivaut quand même à une transformation complète, à la fois vis-à-vis de l'intérieur et vis-à-vis de l'extérieur? Ça, c'est la question numéro 1. Et la question numéro 2, parce que je mets ça ensemble, c'est qu'en Iran, ce que tu viens de dire, ça peut se passer bien ou se passer mal. Alors, se passer bien, ça pourrait être une crise de régime, mais au fond, peut-être le retour de ceux qu'on appelait les modérés, les ratamis, ou ce type de personnalité. Est-ce que tu peux en dire un petit peu plus sur la manière dont tu sens les choses?
Alors, pour Giolani, comme je disais tout à l'heure, on l'a vu à l'œuvre pendant les 8 ans où il a gouverné la région d'Idlib. Bon. Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait? Il n'a pas imposé son parti. Il a récupéré les notables locaux et il a donné une autonomie au clergé musulman local. Le paradoxe, c'est que ce clergé est très très conservateur et a reproché à Giolani de ne pas faire appliquer la charia. Alors, comme toujours, quand on parle de charia, qu'est-ce qui est en jeu? Les femmes. Bon, ça c'est une règle absolument générale. Et donc les religieux ont demandé la séparation de l'université en 2 universités, une pour les hommes, une pour les femmes. Ils ont demandé la suppression des malls avec tous les magasins. Les jeunes venaient prendre le café, discuter entre eux, etc. Et ils ont demandé le rétablissement de la police religieuse. Et ce qui est intéressant, c'est que Giolani a refusé les 3 demandes. Hein. Il a refusé de créer 2 universités pour éviter la mixité. Il a refusé de fermer les malls où les jeunes se rencontrent, hommes et femmes. Hein. Et il a dissous la police religieuse. Bon, c'est des signes. Hein. Et puis, il a été voir les évêques. Bon, quand ils ont pris Alep, les sœurs du Carmel, évidemment, on les a appelées pas moi, hein, parce que, bon, d'abord, elles n'ont pas forcément le droit de parler des gens comme moi. Les sœurs du Carmel ont envoyé une lettre en expliquant, bon, qu'elles étaient très inquiètes, mais qu'il ne s'est rien passé et que la sécurité du couvent était assurée de l'extérieur, personne n'est rentré, par les services de sécurité. Donc, les signes sont clairs. Giuliani est un homme politique. Hein. Je ne dis pas que c'est un démocrate, hein, bien sûr. C'est un homme politique, il veut le pouvoir, et il sait à quelles conditions il peut assurer le retour d'une Syrie unie. Rassembler la communauté sunnite dans toutes ses composantes, donc y compris les modérés, hein, et deux, montrer le visage d'une Syrie pluriconfessionnelle et pluriethnique, même si on est tous d'accord, c'est la majorité sunnite. Bon. Voilà, je pense qu'il va s'en tenir à son programme. Je pense qu'il va s'en tenir à son programme. Maintenant, il n'a pas l'appareil politique, si vous voulez, il y a un changement d'échelle. À Idlib, c'était une petite région, maintenant c'est toute la Syrie. Il ne va pas d'un seul coup créer une nouvelle administration. Bon. Il a demandé aux fonctionnaires de rester en place. Il n'y a pas de purge pour le moment. Ce n'est pas parce qu'il est bon et généreux, c'est parce qu'il a besoin d'un appareil d'État. Voilà, ça c'est clair et net. Hein. Donc la question c'est, qu'est-ce qui va se passer du côté des Kurdes? Et là, il faudrait demander aux grands voisins du Nord son avis chez les Turcs. Il faudrait... bon, ça va se régler avec les Turcs. C'est un autre chapitre. Pour l'Iran, c'est une crise de régime. Hein. C'est-à-dire que l'Iran n'est pas au bord d'une nouvelle révolution. L'Iran n'est pas au bord d'une guerre civile. C'est une crise de régime. Cette crise de régime peut se faire en douceur derrière les rideaux, avec quelques assassinats. Elle peut devenir violente, hein, c'est-à-dire avec conflits armés entre des groupes de Pasdaran, l'armée, etc. Bon. La population descendra dans la rue quand elle verra qu'il y a une fenêtre d'opportunité, quand elle verra qu'il y a que quelque chose est en train de se passer, et là les gens descendront dans la rue. Mais ils ne commenceront pas par descendre, parce qu'ils se font tirer dessus, etc. Je ne crois pas du tout au démembrement de l'Iran. Il n'y a pas de raison qu'il y ait plusieurs Irans, une guerre civile de long terme, etc. Je crois qu'on va retrouver un Iran unifié, étatisé, avec un gouvernement légitime, plus ou moins ouvert, c'est une autre question, plus ou moins religieux, c'est une autre question. Hein. Donc je suis relativement optimiste sur l'Iran. Le problème, c'est le timing, on ne sait pas.
Alors, je vais passer la parole dans un instant à Raïm, mais un mot quand même sur la Turquie, parce que la Turquie est un acteur majeur de la région et il a des ambitions. Erdogan a lui-même, on va dire pour simplifier, sa vision néo-ottomane est très forte. Alors, comment ça peut fonctionner ?
Alors, aucun doute là-dessus, Erdogan a une vision néo-ottomane. Le problème, c'est qu'il est le seul. Hein. La population turque ne se sent pas du tout ottomane. Eux, ils sont plutôt pour fermer les frontières, renvoyer les Syriens chez eux. La grande idée, ce qu'avait dit Erdogan, il n'y avait pas de frontières autrefois, nous sommes un même peuple, etc. Bon, si vous vous promenez à Mardin, à Gaziantep, les gens ne demandent qu'une chose, la fermeture de la frontière avec la Syrie, sauf pour le business, évidemment. Mais enfin, on fait de la contrebande à ce moment-là, donc ça compense. Mais voilà, hein, il n'y a pas de vision néo-ottomane dans la nation turque. L'appareil d'État turc est turc. Ils n'ont pas une politique néo-ottomane. Bon. Et du côté arabe, personne n'a envie d'un retour de l'ottomanisme. Hein. Bon, quand les frères musulmans ont réussi ici et là, après 2011, à contrôler les parlements en Tunisie et en Égypte, ils étaient bien contents d'avoir la Turquie qui venait les aider, etc. Mais jamais ils n'ont pensé à recréer un califat ottoman. Ça, c'est complètement exclu du côté arabe. Bon. Donc Erdogan rêve, mais en même temps, c'est un bon tacticien. Hein. C'est un bon tacticien. Bon, parfois, je le compare à Trump. Hein. Il dit des choses complètement à côté de la plaque, mais il a le feeling, il sent les choses. Hein. Il faut voir qu'avant 2000, il y a une chose qui a traumatisé Erdogan, c'est la tentative de coup d'État des Gülen. Hein. Ça l'a traumatisé. Mais avant 2015, il avait réellement essayé de faire un accord avec les Kurdes. Vraiment. Hein. Et en 2015, pour des raisons qui restent un petit peu mystérieuses, et j'étais à cette époque-là dans le Kurdistan turc, le PKK a lancé une guérilla urbaine. Hein. Et j'étais dans Idlib à ce moment-là, et on voit la gendarmerie qui arrive en disant « bon, rentrez chez vous, ça tire ». Bon. Et la population n'a pas suivi, pas du tout suivi. Donc des centaines de jeunes se sont fait tuer du PKK, mais les gens ne voulaient pas ce soulèvement. Mais du coup, ça a braqué Erdogan, donc, qui a lancé à partir de là une politique anti-PKK et anti-kurde en général. Hein. Maintenant, il y a deux possibilités. Soit les Kurdes qui sont donc installés dans le nord-est de la Syrie sont pris, si vous voulez, dans un ciseau, au nord l'armée turque et à l'ouest et au sud le nouveau régime de Damas. Hein. Bon, c'est pire scénario, mais ça peut se produire. Et un autre scénario, hein, qui est moins probable, mais c'est que Erdogan fasse un deal avec le PKK, avec Öcalan. Ah oui. Il y a quand même un mystère extraordinaire, c'est que le chef du PKK est dans une prison 4 étoiles turque, où il a ses téléphones, où il parle avec ses lieutenants, etc. Bon, ça veut dire qu'il y a que le canal de communication au plus haut niveau fonctionne. Hein. Erdogan peut parler avec Öcalan n'importe quand. Hein. Et je n'exclus pas un accord donc, qui supposerait la démilitarisation des Kurdes et du PKK en général, hein, la fin de tout conflit armé, donc qui rendent les armes à la fois en Syrie et en Turquie, et là qu'on ait des formes de régionalisme qui se mettent en place des deux côtés pour satisfaire les demandes de la population kurde, qui sont beaucoup plus culturelles et linguistiques que religieuses et politiques.
Après tout ça, on pourra sabler le champagne sans alcool. Bon, donc, mais tout ça est évidemment fascinant. Alors, ce qui fait l'unité de notre session, c'est que on voit bien que le substrat politique de la région reste religieux. C'est-à-dire, contrairement pour nous, pour les Occidentaux, particulièrement les Européens, et particulièrement les Français, c'est très difficile, puisque nous n'avons que le mot laïcité à la bouche, et l'Europe est entrée dans une phase c'est la fin de la chrétienté. La chrétienté, ne voulant pas dire la fin de la religion, mais voulant dire la fin d'une civilisation profondément ancrée essentiellement dans la religion. Bon, là, évidemment, nous sommes dans une situation très différente. Et là, évidemment, nous retrouvons Israël. D'où, cher Raïm, ta présence et le fait que tu sois en possession d'un micro.
J'aime ce micro. D'abord, je tiens, avant toute chose, à te remercier et à manifester ma surprise de voir autant de personnes ici devant nous, parce que c'est l'heure de la messe et qu'il y a un lieu incroyable ici, qui est le fruit de la volonté des Émirats d'avoir fondé la maison de la famille d'Abraham. Un lieu où il y a une église lumineuse, une mosquée somptueuse et une synagogue incroyable, symbolise la tente d'Abraham, reliée par un jardin qui s'appelle le jardin de la paix. Et comme je m'étais dit, il y a la messe à midi, il y aura beaucoup moins de monde. Et je pense que dans les sessions ultérieures du World Policy Conference, tu pourrais peut-être, cher Président, faire en sorte, non pas de rendre obligatoire la messe, à Dieu ne plaise, c'est la fameuse laïcité, mais de la rendre possible. Et je crois que dans la suite de ce qu'a expliqué Olivier Roy de manière incroyable, c'est que ici aux Émirats, ils ont compris que c'était un enjeu politique que manifestait l'ouverture religieuse. Et quand on entend nous parler de liberté religieuse en Syrie, il faut jamais oublier, y compris dans les combats qui sont essentiels pour nous en France, pour les chrétiens d'Orient, qui sont des combats vitaux, parce que historiquement, ça a toujours été notre ligne. La France est d'une sorte de protecteur des chrétiens d'Orient. Oui, parce que la diversité religieuse, elle est déjà en lambeaux, parce que dans quasiment tous ces pays, il n'y a plus aucun juif. Donc déjà ça, c'est une réalité. À Alep, par exemple, il y a encore quelques Arméniens, mais il n'y a plus un seul juif. La communauté juive d'Alep est partie en masse à Panama. Et il se trouve que c'est, François Gouillette pourrait le confirmer, c'est le Quai d'Orsay qui est responsable des intérêts des Juifs qui ont fui Alep au Panama. Et on garde ce vieux dossier comme une sorte de témoignage d'un temps où il y avait vraiment la diversité religieuse, c'est le cas d'ailleurs au Liban ou ailleurs. Mais pour moi, cet enjeu-là de la diversité religieuse, ici, dans ce pays, s'incarne dans cette maison d'Abraham. Et hier, donc, je me suis esquivé, mais j'ai pu entendre Gargache et Pierre Bessénou m'en parler. Un discours incroyable parce qu'il dit les choses. Mais je vous assure que quand vous êtes... Moi, hier, j'étais dans la synagogue et je tiens d'ailleurs à remercier celles et ceux qui sont venus vendredi soir participer à l'office. C'était un moment de fraternité assez extraordinaire. Vous êtes dans la synagogue, vous entendez les cloches sonner à côté au moment de la prière, vous entendez le muezzin lancer l'appel. Il y a quelque chose de l'ordre du respect de chacun. Et moi, c'est ce que j'ai essayé de construire. Et après, je vais revenir à l'Iran. C'est ce que j'ai essayé de construire avec Mohamed Alissa, qui est le secrétaire général de la Ligue islamique mondiale. Il y a un bonhomme qui arrive, qui est nommé secrétaire général de la Ligue islamique mondiale, c'est un Saoudien. Il se trouve que j'ai des contacts plutôt discrets avec les autorités saoudiennes, et notamment l'ambassadeur d'Arabie saoudite en France, qui m'a présenté un homme extraordinaire, Al-Jaber, son ministre des Affaires étrangères de l'époque. On échange avec lui, c'est lui qui m'explique qu'effectivement, il ne les met pas en prison, il les enferme au Hilton, et il leur demande de rendre 90% de ce qu'ils ont. Alors moi, je lui dis, écoute, 90% de ce qu'ils ont. Alors il m'explique comment ils ont, disons, augmenté les bénéfices indus pour l'État, et il me dit, you know, when you have $20 billion, you can live with only $2 billion. Et c'est vrai que vu de cet angle-là, c'était mignon. Je comprends ça. Bon. Et je parle, on me fait rencontrer Alissa, secrétaire général de la Ligue islamique mondiale. Et je lui explique ce que tu disais tellement intelligemment tout à l'heure. Je lui explique 3 points. La première chose, c'est que la Oumma, c'est-à-dire l'ensemble de la communauté musulmane mondiale, doit tenir compte des réalités locales. On peut avoir une vision de la Oumma, je le conçois. Mais par exemple, si je conçois le judaïsme comme une religion monolithique, ce qui n'est évidemment pas le cas. Mais imaginons, il y a des différences locales en fonction de la majorité. En Israël, ce n'est pas la même chose qu'en France, ce n'est pas la même chose qu'en Ouzbékistan, ou ce n'est pas la même chose que où vous voulez. Chaque pays a sa spécificité. Mais ça ne défait pas la Oumma, je vais expliquer. La deuxième chose, c'est que la spécificité de la France, c'est la laïcité. Et j'ai mis du temps à lui expliquer, parce que c'était difficile à comprendre. Ce n'est pas l'athéisme. Et pour l'islam, c'est difficile à comprendre, pour être honnête, pour tous les étrangers, sauf pour les Français, c'est difficile à comprendre ce concept de laïcité. Et j'ai mis du temps à lui expliquer, ce n'est pas l'athéisme. La laïcité, c'est la liberté de pratique religieuse. Donc l'État garantit aux musulmans la possibilité de pratiquer leur religion. Troisième point sur lequel j'ai mis du temps à lui expliquer, c'est que s'il est capable de mettre en mouvement quelque chose dans le monde musulman, c'est de faire ce qu'on appelle la reprise de l'ijtihad, c'est-à-dire l'interprétation des textes pour faire que l'islam ne s'enferme pas dans un texte qui n'est pas interprété. Nous, dans la Torah, je vous assure que la Torah ne parle pas des ascenseurs, ne parle pas des voitures Shabbat, ne parle pas des téléphones portables. J'ai cherché dans la Bible, je n'ai pas trouvé. En revanche, le corpus de pensée rabbinique, depuis le don de la Torah, depuis 3300 ans, a su intégrer les questions modernes et répondre avec les invariants. Les principes, on les adapte aux questions. On peut même discuter d'intelligence artificielle, si on veut, à partir de la Bible. Pourtant, je ne pense pas que, même s'il y avait les tables de la loi, je ne pense pas que c'était 2 iPads. Tu vois, je pense que c'était 2 tables en pierre.
C'est le métier des rabbins de faire ce genre d'interprétation.
Oui,
hein?
Oui, on l'a fait. Et donc j'ai demandé à Alissa de lancer un mouvement. Et ce qui est extraordinaire, je vais vous dire, c'était stupéfiant. Il m'a dit, je veux te voir dans quelques jours. Il a consulté le grand recteur de la mosquée Al-Azhar, il a consulté tous ses stakeholders, ses partenaires. Il est revenu et il m'a dit, on va faire quelque chose. On a fait un grand lancement à la bourse à Paris, on a loué la bourse, et il a fait son discours dans lequel il a établi ces 3 points. Moi, j'appelle le ministre de l'Intérieur en leur disant c'est formidable, recevez-le. Et donc c'est Gérard Collomb à l'époque qui le reçoit, et on conçoit qu'il faut aider cette vision de l'islam qui intègre l'idée que la laïcité n'est pas une attaque contre les religions et contre l'islam en particulier. Donc on voit qu'il y a une possibilité d'expliquer les choses et de faire avancer les choses. Et la religion devient, comme je vous le disais pour ce lieu magnifique, la maison de la famille d'Abraham, les religions et la coexistence des religions devient un enjeu majeur, y compris de démocratisation des sociétés, puisque on garantit, comme les sœurs du Carmel dont vous parlez, mais c'est un enjeu majeur aussi pour l'histoire de la Syrie, on leur garantit la possibilité de perdurer et de faire vivre ce qu'a toujours été une partie du Moyen-Orient. Je crois profondément aux invariants de l'histoire. Et l'un de ces invariants, ça peut vous étonner, c'est la proximité entre le judaïsme et la Perse. Peut-être pas l'Iran, mais la Perse. Notamment parce que quand vous lisez le livre d'Esther dans la Bible, Esther, la reine Esther, est la femme d'Assuérus, qui est le roi, le souverain des 127 provinces de la Perse biblique. Et leur fils, c'est lui qui permet la réinstallation des Hébreux en Terre Sainte pour la reconstruction du Second Temple. Et il y a eu, jusqu'au Shah inclus, il y avait une grande proximité entre l'État d'Israël et la Perse, l'Iran de l'époque. En tout cas, jusqu'au Shah, c'est évident. Donc, qu'il y ait une aventure, même si elle est longue, ça n'empêche pas les invariants de l'histoire, pour diverses raisons. Et c'est la seule chose, d'ailleurs, où je n'étais pas complètement d'accord avec vous. Je n'ai pas le sentiment, mais ça, il faudrait demander à Danishek, l'ambassadeur, qui lui sait ça mieux que moi, qu'il y ait une guerre israélo-palestinienne. Il y a une guerre israélo-Hamas, ça c'est sûr. Il y a ensuite une guerre Israël contre le Hezbollah, c'est sûr. Mais il n'y a pas eu de guerre israélo-palestinienne. Depuis le 7 octobre, sûrement pas. Et c'est un enjeu majeur d'ailleurs pour Israël, me semble-t-il, de permettre à une nouvelle génération de leaders palestiniens de pouvoir apparaître et gérer ce qui serait cet espace, cet État palestinien. Alors là, maintenant, j'ai peut-être un apport, mon cher Thierry, là, purement religieux. Il a fallu 11 jours, pour que le Golani, puisque c'est comme ça son nom, mais c'est marrant parce que c'est le nom d'une unité israélienne, donc je ne dis rien, mais il s'appelle comme ça, donc appelons-le selon son nom, le Golani. 11 jours pour qu'il prenne Damas et la Syrie. Il a fallu à Josué, dans la Bible, 7 tours de Jéricho, pif, pouf, paf, pour que les murailles tombent. Je pense, comme vous, mais je pense que ça ira plus vite, que l'Iran est très, très fragile. Et je vais vous dire pourquoi. Ce matin, on écoutait la formidable table ronde sur la santé comme une évidence géopolitique. Quand un corps est très malade et que le cœur n'a plus assez de force pour envoyer du sang dans les membres, le cœur envoie du sang dans les organes vitaux et les premiers qui sont plus vascularisés, ce sont les bouts, les doigts, les pieds. Et moins il y a de force dans le cœur, moins il y a d'espace qui est vascularisé. C'est ce qui s'est passé avec la faiblesse endémique de l'Iran, puisque le Hamas n'était plus irrigué, le Hezbollah n'était plus irrigué, et donc symboliquement, le corps qui envoyait du sang, de ce que vous voulez, de haine, d'armes, de ce que vous voulez, n'arrive plus à pomper assez loin, et donc, c'est qu'il a une faiblesse terrible. Non pas qu'il se restreint à son domaine, parce que s'il y a une faiblesse, il y a même une faiblesse interne. Et donc, je suis absolument d'accord avec vous, il y aura des éléments extérieurs qui vont rendre crédible un renversement de pouvoir. À ce moment-là, le peuple descendra dans les rues, comme il l'a fait il y a 3 ans, par exemple, et ça a failli basculer. Sauf que le pouvoir a repris par la violence la rue. Mais regardez les tentatives, et notamment il faut rendre hommage aux femmes qui osent se confronter à la violence du pouvoir, qui osent manifester une façon d'être musulmane dans un monde où on ne peut pas leur imposer la façon d'être musulmane. je trouve que c'est aussi un invariant de l'histoire, c'est que les choses peuvent changer très vite. Et regardez, vous parlez de l'axe chiite, Bahreïn par exemple, qui est un État chiite, est l'un des signataires des accords d'Abraham. Et vous remarquez qu'aucun des pays signataires des accords d'Abraham ne les a lâchés. Donc voilà comment, moi, je pense que la religion sera, à terme, un moyen d'exprimer la volonté de démocratie.
Bien, merci Raïm. Alors malheureusement, nous n'avons pas le temps de passer. Il faudrait au moins 1 heure pour débattre de tout ça, d'autant plus qu'il y a à l'intérieur de cette salle des grands spécialistes aussi de la Syrie, par exemple. Nous n'allons pas le faire, mais enfin cette discussion en tout cas stimule l'appétit intellectuel avant l'autre appétit. Merci, de mon point de vue, le but de cette table ronde a été atteinte. Et j'en suis d'autant plus heureux qu'on reprend un peu le thème de l'espoir. Il est certain que dans des réunions de la WPC, je crois qu'il est toujours extrêmement important de ne pas avoir peur d'envisager le pire. Je crois que c'est même absolument indispensable, ne serait-ce que pour l'éviter, mais il est bon aussi de temps en temps de sentir le vent de l'espoir.
Je me demandais, cher Président, s'il n'y a pas eu la messe, est-ce que je pourrais, puisque tu parles très justement de l'espoir, j'ai un texte tellement court sur l'espoir de Bernanos. Est-ce que tu m'autorises à le lire?
1 minute.
Mais même pas.
Bernanos.
Ouais, c'est bien. Ça remplace la messe ou pas? Faudrait que je demande à François. Bernanos, il remplace tout. Écoutez ce texte assez incroyable, vraiment de Bernanos sur l'espérance. Qui n'a pas vu la route à l'aube entre 2 rangées d'arbres, toutes fraîches, toutes vivantes, ne sait pas ce que c'est que l'espérance. L'espérance est une détermination héroïque de l'âme, et sa plus haute forme est le désespoir surmonté. L'espérance est une vertu héroïque. On croit qu'il est facile d'espérer, mais n'espère que ceux qui ont eu le courage de désespérer des illusions et des mensonges où ils trouvaient une sécurité qu'ils prennent faussement pour de l'espérance. L'espérance est un risque à courir, et c'est peut-être même le risque des risques. L'espérance est la plus grande et la plus difficile victoire qu'un homme puisse remporter sur son âme. On ne va jusqu'à l'espérance qu'à travers la vérité, au prix de grands efforts. Pour rencontrer l'espérance, il faut être allé au-delà du désespoir. Quand on va jusqu'au bout de la nuit, on rencontre une autre aurore.
C'est une variante du pari de Pascal. Hein. Nous avons donc applaudi, dans l'ordre d'apparition, Olivier Roy, Raïm Corsia et Bernanos.
Ladies and gentlemen, mostly gentlemen, I think, but ladies also, please. I'm Steve Erlanger. I have the great privilege of doing this panel on the Middle East. We have a nice, tight panel, which is good. So what we're hoping to do is have a conversation. Everything's going to be a little bit shorter because of this long lunch. But before I start, I want to just say two things. One is to thank Thierry, Song Nim, and all the team for truly a substance-filled conference. I've been very impressed because there are a lot of conferences that aren't nearly as substantive. And second, if I'm allowed, I just want to make a nod to someone who used to come constantly to this conference. It was a great friend named Jim Lowenstein, who died at 95. He was an American ambassador. He founded the French-American Foundation. He was a tennis player into his 80s. He was very important in the criticism of the Vietnam War as a young Foreign Service officer. Charming man. I miss him terribly, and I just wanted to bring his name up. So onward to our real substance. I won't introduce these two gentlemen. I think everyone knows who they are. So I'm just going to start with you, Mr. Khami. Anwar Gargash was here. He gave a pretty good speech. He said October 7th was a geopolitical earthquake. And to me, October 7th was a bit like the fall of the wall in 1989. It was completely unexpected. It wasn't predicted. And it's been having ripples that are continuing. So what are the outlines of this earthquake? And do you think more ripples are to come?
Sure. First of all, thank you for the question. But before I get into that, I want to thank Thierry. I want to thank the WPC team for the invitation and all the hospitality. And I want to thank, of course, the Emirates for their continuous hosting of this project. I agree. I actually think that it did have, October 7th and October 8th and thereafter, a geopolitical shakedown or earthquake. I don't think it was a surprise, though. The volume, if you want, the bloodshed, of course, was a surprise. But with 70 years of conflict, you've had recurrent outbreaks of violence. But to go to your point, before October 7th, we were all becoming complacent that this could continue with occupation and tension, security and insecurity, without there being damage. And more, people even started to lose sight of the very fact that the real solution to this is Israel living in security and peace in its borders, and the Palestinians living in security and peace in their borders. So the two-state solution before October 7th was something you and I talked about, but not the public.
And even you and I didn't talk about it much.
Yeah. With what happened on October 7th and after that, now everybody understands this cannot continue. There will be continuous bloodshed, recurrent. Nobody knows who will start it and where, unless we solve the problem. And that means doing two things at the same time, or at least linking them together. Dealing with the crisis, in other words, October 7th and the ramifications, the Gaza situation, and ultimately finding a way to lead that into the resolution of the conflict, which is Palestine-Israel, which has to be dealt with in itself, and which always has ramifications regionally on many other issues.
Right. So, Itamar, talk about that, but also build on what's happened in Syria. You've studied Syria for a long time. You've written books about it. This is one of the ripples. Maybe the ripples haven't stopped. What do you think?
Yeah. So, in 1965, Patrick Seal, the well-known British journalist and expert on Syria, wrote a classic called The Struggle for Syria, in which he argued that Syria became the playing ground of the Middle East after 1945, when it became independent. It was a very weak state, unstable. There were 3 coups d'etat in 1949 alone. And it turned out that behind each of these coups d'etat, there was either a regional power, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and so forth, or an international player, Britain or France. And Syria escaped from this mayhem by actually merging with Egypt into the United Arab Republic in 1958, which again failed, and so forth and so forth. And Syria only gained stability and strength as a state, or power as a state, under Hafez al-Assad, who ruled Syria for 30 years and had a Faustian deal with the Syrian public. I will give you stability. I will turn Syria into an important country in the region and sometimes internationally, but you will have to accept oppression, corruption, and a rule by a sectarian minority. That lasted 30 years. The son, Bashar, was not as capable of the father. He was a so-so president for 11 years, and then the civil war broke out, and the regime became rotten. So one of the explanations for what happened is that it was so rotten that it only took a push for the regime to fall. And I think what has happened now is that Syria, again, is the playground for domestic and external forces. You have, of course, the ruling or the dominant element in the coalition. You have the Kurds, you have the Alawites, you have the Druze, many actors. It's not clear where it is going domestically, and externally, Turkey, Israel, Arab countries, Russia is trying to salvage something, and the big question mark, the United States, because President-elect Trump said several times, we are not going to be part of this mess. He used unpleasant words about Syria. I think it's a big mistake, because if it's the playing ground for the region, and everything that happens or does not happen in Syria affects its 5 neighbors, the United States should be there and should participate in trying to create a stable situation in Syria. If it's not in the game, others will be in the game.
I mean, the Americans also did a lot of bombing the other day of ISIS. I mean, just as the Israelis did a lot of bombing of chemical weapons and so on. So there's a lot of anxiety. Anwar Gargash spoke about it in this gentle way, but the possibility of a fragmented Syria where Turkey has a lot of influence, not in in its light political Islam. I mean, Turkey isn't the UAE. I mean, Turkey has a different notion. Turkey isn't Egypt, right? So I'm curious, before we get back to Israel-Palestine, what you both think about the role of Turkey, and is it containable? Is it helpful? Or does it create other problems for Arab nations, other Arab nations?
I personally don't support any material engagement from one state versus another across borders. And I mean in the negative sense, not in terms of support. And that applies, of course, to Turkey. It applies to the bombings that occurred on the Syrian territories and so on. But that being said, they will pursue their interest. And they will do that in a multifaceted way, some with which we will agree, some with which we will differ. My approach and my suggestions, even to my own colleagues, complain all you want. That's part of the game. But you have to be proactive to balance the playing field. And to Itamar's point, if you leave the playing field open, others will fill it. So my point to my Arab colleagues, including my own country, be out there in the playing field. Make your suggestions, engage the Turks, engage the Syrians, engage whoever's on the ground, because otherwise it will be a result of an interim balance of force. And the real concern now, and this is always on the mind of Egyptians, if we move away from the nation-state concept to non-state parties. It's very, very dangerous, and I don't want to take you back to Sykes-Picot, but that whole area has families and different sects across borders, and if you start pulling those strings, you never know what you're going to pull in other countries as well.
I think, let me spend a minute describing the four major camps in Middle Eastern politics. There was the Iranian resistance axis, there was the moderate Arab states, Sunni Arab states, and there was the Islamist bloc, basically supporters of the Muslim Brotherhood brand of political Islam, that's Qatar, Turkey, and Hamas. And fourth, the jihadi organizations, ISIS and so forth. So Turkey belongs to that group, and they were big supporters of Hamas, including hosting a Hamas office in Istanbul, from which some of the activities were conducted in the region. Now, Turkey, I think, has immediate interests, two major interests. Let's also remember, Turkey has, in practice, annexed 8% of Syria, a strip along the border. Number one, it wants to send back 3.5 million Syrian refugees, and number two, they want to decimate, if not eliminate, the Kurdish autonomy because they regard it as a danger to the Turkish state. But then they also have the interest of Iran's rival for regional hegemony. Now Iran is weakened, Turkey in its own eyes can play a bigger role, and therefore it plays two games in Syria, the immediate issues and then the quest for using the Syrian arena for enhancing its own regional position.
I'm not sure Arab states will be very happy about this, though. That's part of the question, right? Because, I mean, I think you're right, Nabil, when you say that this is, in a way, it's a defeat for what we've been through, which is Iran exercising lots of regional power through non-state actors, right? I mean, and so one has the prospect, even in Lebanon, as well as in Syria, of rebuilding a kind of nation state. But do you think that, not just to stick with Turkey, but I mean, it'd be interesting to see if Turkey actually gives up the land that it occupies. It's also busily trying to attack the American-backed Kurds. So it's hardly quiet.
Definitely, and it's not going to be quiet. And that's why, and I'm not making this point theoretically, when practitioners like us, for example, particularly in my case, emphasize international law, emphasize sovereignty. If we were all chummy, then borders wouldn't make a difference. Right. But since we're not, ultimately there has to be a controlling order here. And whether they're artificial or not artificial, they've been around for 60, 70 years, so it's important to keep and respect for the borders. The Syrian regime imploded for many different reasons, but you can't have a situation and stability where you have 4 different states with formal states, with forces on your territory, and dozens of non-state parties. So yeah, if we don't go back to state order, you'll have all of these cross-boundary issues, and it won't be easy to get the Turks or others not to get engaged. And I would argue, actually, strategically, Turkish-Arab cooperation is much more important than the Idlib issue.
Right.
And I think that the Turks would come around on this, although they are, of course, for reasons you know, hypersensitive in terms of the Kurdish issue.
Right. Just, do you think, Itamar, that this helps the prospect of a more regional solution, including an Israeli-Palestinian rapprochement, or does that part of it still seem a distant idea?
Let's begin with the Israeli-Palestinian. I mean, this is a keystone. Without any movement, positive movement on the Israeli-Palestinian issue, the Saudis will not recognize Israel, And the whole Biden idea of building, call it a moderate coalition, will not materialize. Now, limited prospects that this Israeli government will do it, except for one issue that I will mention in a minute. But the war, if Israel ends the war now, who is in power in Gaza? I mean, Hamas. So one reason that Netanyahu doesn't want to end the war now is that he would not end it with a victory. But he only has himself to blame for not bringing the PA 6 months ago into Gaza. The PA, the Palestinian Authority, is the only actor that would actually fight Hamas. If you send European peacekeepers to Gaza, what happened in Somalia and in other places when the Italian withdrew after they lost 14 people would happen there. So it's essential that Israel would agree to have the PA in Gaza. If the PA comes to Gaza and does a good job, support for an Israeli-Palestinian progress in the West Bank would increase because Israelis would appreciate the role that the PA could conceivably play. Now, the Israeli position could be altered by Trump. Trump has the power to persuade Netanyahu to do things that he doesn't want to do. He has the power to do that. If he wishes to go that route, and I'm sure that he very much wants a Nobel Prize, and that's a very promising route for getting a Nobel. So I don't rule out the possibility that the change would come from the direction. So that's the Israeli-Palestinian. Second is a larger regional picture. So there are two prospects here. One is that there could also be an Iranian-American deal. I think there is a great deal of opposition to the regime in Iran itself. There is a lot of criticism. People ask, we are suffering economically, and you have wasted billions of dollars on in Lebanon and in other places, and it all came to naught. Maybe it's time to think, rethink the policies. Now, from Trump's point of view, he could choose either to try to scare or to force Iran into something, or to come to terms with Iran. It's another route to the Nobel. So that's right. These are two roads to a new regional situation.
Yeah, I mean, the Iran thing's interesting because when I've been talking to the Europeans, and I mean, they're trying to talk to the Iranians who are very interested in trying for a deal through Pezeshkian, right? To hold Trump off from installing maximum pressure 2.0 the first day, right? Because if he does that, I think the Iranians won't want to play. And then by October, you'll have, if not before, you'll have snapback sanctions. So on top of maximum pressure 2.0, you'll have all the UN sanctions back again, which will really be an economic blow to Iran. So my sense is Iran is at least open to an early deal. I don't know if the Trump people are, but certainly the E3 are trying to create the space for that, because the proliferation issue is significant.
Yeah. Iran will have to offer two things. One is to replace the deal the JCPOA made with Obama,
because that's gone.
A better deal, with a better deal. It has to not to move forward, maybe in some sense to move backward, and secondly, to end its role as a regional disruptor. These should be the two elements of the deal, and the United States could offer normalization and of sanctions, not friendship, but
and a meeting between the supreme leader and our supreme leader.
Well, actually, to remind you that Trump, during his first term, was chasing after the Iranian foreign minister in the UN meeting.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Nabil, on the Israeli-Palestinian thing, do you see much hope coming out of this?
I think the shock has, again, made us all realize we actually need to deal with the issues.
Yeah.
And we have two issues, really, but they're connected. The crisis, Gaza, and the day after Gaza. In other words, October 7th onwards. And we have the conflict, which is the Palestinian-Israeli conflict that has been going on for decades and decades. To solve the Gaza issue, the Hamas, in particular, is not going to agree to a complete hostage exchange. Complete. They may do something partial. And lose all control. Then to be, as has been announced, targeted nevertheless by Israelis wherever they go, wherever they don't go. So they're going to ask for interim measures that will ultimately break down out of differences or look for closure. The Israelis, understandably, are not going to agree to a complete ceasefire or withdrawal except if they get a complete hostage exchange and some sort of security arrangements that makes them more comfortable. And I'm being, frankly, quite generous here, that there isn't more behind this.
Yes.
So my point really is, and let me add to that, to provide both sides with what's necessary, you have to have the regional community and the international community supporting this. And we have been, as Itamar mentioned, we have been pressured to take in more Palestinians, which we rejected for political reasons. But we've also, frankly, been asked to go in and manage Gaza, which is a hilariously silly idea.
Even Sadat didn't want to do it.
I know. And the idea of us having to shoot at Palestinians and Israelis makes absolutely no sense. So again, let me just very quickly summarize my approach here. I actually believe we need to have the crisis and the conflict as bookends of the same project. And that the best way to do that is whatever ceasefire agreement is being negotiated, complete or interim, put that in a Security Council resolution almost identical to what the US proposed, 2735, I think it was, is the number. It's a US document. But then add to it, now, the reason I choose this resolution is it talks about ceasefire, it talks about complete hostage exchange, but then it talks about a two-state solution. And I would add to that all of the content of the hostage exchange, but I would add to it also recognition of a Palestinian state under occupation. Therefore, both sides know where they're beginning and where the ultimate objective is. The problem is neither side, and I'm being, again, very generous here, neither side trusts the other. So we need to take action on the ground with vision towards the future, but create some teeth to that vision. I don't think that can be done quickly with the present situation, one, because the present Israeli government does not believe in a two-state solution, and they've done everything under the sun to push Palestinians out further. And secondly, the Palestinians together are so divided that they're weakening their own negotiating position. But let me close with here. It's because of that by codifying the goal that we're looking for two states and the measures taken on the Gaza issue and linking that to the ultimate result, we're buying time as confidence tries to develop. Now, is that easy? Am I optimistic? I'm not, for religious purposes, a betting man, but that's a good reason not to bet.
No, well, precisely. It's also hard for me to imagine after October 7th, Israel giving up security control over Gaza under any circumstances, certainly along the borders. But we'll see. I wanted to bring up the West Bank. I've spent a lot of time in the West Bank since October 7th, around Jenin and Tulkarm and these places.
That's what I meant by two states? Because for me, it's not Gaza. It's Gaza and West Bank.
Yeah, in a way, you almost need a three-state solution. I mean, because, and then we haven't talked, which I'd like to get to. I mean, there was a lot of talk about the renewed or renovated Palestinian Authority. And you said it may have to wait for a new Israeli government. A lot of people think it needs to wait for Abu Mazen to go. So Tamar, I mean, talk a bit about how you see the Palestinian Authority. Is it reforming? Can it do this role? Or does it just need to be a kind of figurehead?
Clearly, they need a new leadership. Personally, Abu Mazen is very old. At some point, in this or that way, he would have to be replaced. Secondly, the government is corrupt and inefficient. The government of the Palestinian Authority, it needs to be overhauled. I'm not sure that they're ready for statehood right now. The point, I mean, to have a failed Palestinian state, I mean, to create, let's say, by fear to create a state and then to have it fail after a year would be very counterproductive. So I think we need to look, let's say, at a 3 to 5 year period to say we bring the PA to Gaza and we begin negotiations with the Palestinians with the prospect of a two-state solution, and we move gradually. During this period, the Palestinian Authority could overhaul itself with Arab help. In our host country here, there are several important Palestinians who are active in Palestinian politics and are supported by the government, and so is the case with other countries, with European and American support. So we need to look at this 3 to 5 year period as a period in which gradually we'll move forward.
Just very quickly, I mean, people will assume I want to say something different. It's the exact opposite. I just wanted to confirm that what Itamar is saying is exactly what I meant. We deal with the crisis and project the statehood 3 to 5 years down the road. But thank you.
No, because, I mean, part of, I must say, the economic disaster in the West Bank is quite severe. And there's a war in the West Bank. It's not like nothing's happening. It's a second front. And in the meantime, you know, under this current government with Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, the settlement activity is proceeding, often with, well, I would say the indifference of the Israeli forces. I don't think they're actively helping much, but what they are doing is they're at war with Palestinian militancy and have killed an awful lot of Palestinians, you know, have bombed West Bank cities, right? So for the PA even to get involved takes a bit of a leap of courage, because one of my friends in the West Bank who teaches it, Bir Zait, said to me, one of the loneliest things in the world today is to be a moderate Palestinian. So how do we, well, nobody knows, but I mean, this takes time, but how do you manage the settler problem? I mean, can you have, at this point, even a viable Palestinian contiguous state? You know the cliche, but is it still possible? I want to ask both of you.
You know, I don't think Israel should be mentioning names of Palestinian leaders it would like to see, because it would delegitimize them, but
could be a death sentence.
There was an excellent prime minister in the Palestinian Authority called Salam Fayyad, who began to build a state bottom up. And what he and other Palestinians like him that I've been speaking to said, you know, we've had this conflict for many years. You seem to have won, and we looked at you and we drew a few lessons from what you did. And what you did under the British mandate is you built an embryonic state, and when independence came, you had a state, and we need to do the same. So, and Salam Fayyad is not alone with that outlook and with these capabilities. These people need to be identified not by Israel, and need to be brought to replace the current leadership of the Palestinian Authority, and this could make a huge difference.
I think that's an important point, but let me add something, and I say this regretfully. We cannot do it alone. In other words, Middle Easterners will not succeed in doing this alone for a multitude of reasons. We need international support as well as international leadership, not to do it for us, but to provide, if you want, the support and the pressure to continue. Just last couple of weeks or so, the Israeli Minister of Finance has openly said that he wanted the Israeli Jewish state to include parts of Egypt,
Right.
parts of Iraq, parts of Syria, parts of Lebanon, parts of Saudi, and I think I missed out on the 6. Furthermore,
parts of Florida too, maybe.
He also said, day before yesterday, that Palestinians have 3 options. Leave, live in Israel without political rights, or face, if they're going to resist, the consequences of Gaza. This cannot be what the world accepts.
No.
I support a 2-state solution. We started the peace process, and we want peace with Israel, with all the Arab countries. But to bring these pieces together, with Salem or with others, we need serious international support. Trump is an interesting character. I don't know what he's going to do, but he's interesting in that he likes deals. Yeah. My problem is he likes deals in the business sense, not about right and wrong, but about who's rich and who's poor, or who makes the benefit. Yeah. So his essence is not historic rights or rule of law. It is how do you bridge the gap. And I'm concerned, frankly, and again, just yesterday there was a decision to, I think, renounce the administrative law in West Bank by the Israelis. But anyway, my concern is that the present Israeli government, and I'm using the term government because I know other Israelis who want peace, will push to him that, let's be realistic here, you can't get a 2-state solution. So let's actually go back to an interim situation where you get a ceasefire and claim it as the largest and the best in the world, and change the realities on the ground so they are irrevocable.
Yeah, well, this is why I asked the question, because, to some degree, Trump wants to end Biden's wars. I'm not sure he cares whose interests are sacrificed in order to get there. And then you have Huckabee, who doesn't think Palestinians exist. What worries me is Trump giving kind of leeway for an annexation of another part of the West Bank, like the Jordan Valley, for instance. So
Can I just add 5 seconds to this?
No, go ahead.
And I won't interrupt you. I am concerned that the next step will be the Jordanian option. Push the Palestinians towards Jordan, sacrifice Jordan in sake of the Palestinian state, and that way it may appear to be feasible, and it's a very dangerous approach. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah. Let's go back. Remember, there is the Abraham Accords, but there was also the deal of the century, the plan put together by Trump's team. It was a bad plan, but it included 2 very important elements. One is 2 states, 2 states. True, 30% of the West Bank would have been lost to the Palestinians, but 2 states. And secondly, swap. The idea of swap was in that plan. So you could work to improve that plan. Secondly, you should notice that some of the without naming names, some of the people who were active in the first Trump administration on the Middle East are not there the second time. So he learned some lessons. Number 3, he said, I want the problem in Gaza resolved before I come in, because he doesn't want to waste his effort on a minor issue. I think he wants to spend the effort on a bigger issue. Yeah. That's my sense.
Yeah. Well, we've been truncated, so unfortunately I'm not going to go to questions. I'm just going to keep going with another question about Trump and Iran and Israel. I mean, is there a risk that Mr. Netanyahu, with the wind in his sails, which he thinks, I mean, having, with his army, done some pretty amazing things, some pretty awful things too, I should say, does he go after Iran when Iran is vulnerable, as some on the American right and the Israeli right want him to do? Is there a risk just he presses his luck too far? And would Trump let him do it? I mean, I don't think the Americans are going to go in with him because Trump doesn't want to do that. But so I wanted to ask, Itamar, I'll start with you.
I very much hope that he does not. I mean, because Netanyahu was at a very low ebb on October 8th, and he then managed to turn the tide, the big achievements in Lebanon, the decimation of Iranian power. He thinks that the fall of Assad, everybody thinks, is a great blow to Iran, and Israel is one of the beneficiaries. I think he's been overly active in Syria itself. I think Israel has done too much in the last few days. And I very much hope that he doesn't feel that, given the fact that Iran has no air defenses now, and given the fact that Israel alone cannot destroy the Iranian nuclear program, it can degrade it, it cannot destroy it, that he would not be tempted to do it. I will not vouch that he won't do it. I can only hope that he does not.
Yeah, I do have a comment. I mean, of course, Itamar is better versed to answer this because he's an Israeli, but from the other side of the table, from following the Israeli Prime Minister, he thrives on tension. Now, definitely you will not want, Trump will not want, active warfare in Gaza and the West Bank. It's embarrassing even for supporters of Israel. Assad is not there, so although Assad was not a threat to Israel in the last 30 years, he hasn't actually used a gun across the border. And he was disagreeing with Iran more and more the last 6 months. So the natural target will be Iran. Now, then you have a problem, because if he chooses Iran too literally, it goes against Trump's inclination not to use force or not to engage. And if he does it, America will be in a very difficult position not to support Israel.
Sure.
So I would argue that you're going to see immediately a double order of pressure on Iran, with the hope that this preempts use of force and leads to a wider understanding between Iran and America, Iran and the region. And let me just make one point, and it's wishful thinking. When the JCPOA was first negotiated, I went to John Kerry, I was foreign minister at the time. I said, John, I'm a disarmament person, so this goes right into my portfolio. But you're leaving regional politics out of this package, and it doesn't make sense, even for us as Arabs. And his answer was, we couldn't do all of that at the same time. Well, that was a mistake. At least you should have done something in parallel with that. But I do believe that Trump will be open to the idea of a grand compromise with Iran, or a grand package. I don't think he will succeed in doing it, however.
Yeah. Well, we've unfortunately run out of time, but unfortunately also this is a story that keeps on giving. So I want to thank you both for engaging, and thank you for your patience. So thank you.
Bonjour, bonsoir. Hello, everybody. So we have a very challenging subject, which is war and peace in the Middle East. What role for the Europeans? It's very challenging because the Europeans played a big role, of course, in reshaping, after the victory of the British and the French in the First World War, the reshaping of the Ottoman Empire. And in the San Remo conference, America was not there. So they divided the Middle East. But since '56, the failure of the Suez expedition, the Europeans, the mainly concerned Europeans, the French and the British, were quite absent of the Middle East. They came back a little bit with the Madrid conference, a little bit. And yes, for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, you know the say, the Americans are paying for the bombs, for the Israeli bombs. UN is paying for the food, and EU is paying for the reconstruction. So that was, so now to talk about this matter and war and peace in the Middle East, it's not only Israeli-Palestinians, but it's also maybe Turks and Kurds through Julani in Syria. It can be also a war, of course, between Israel and Iran. When I met Netanyahu in his office 1 month ago, he told me that no way that Iran will be never nuclear. You have a war in Sudan between you know, the army and the border security forces of Emirates. We have a problem with the Houthis in Yemen. So to answer this very challenging question, what can be the role of the Europeans? We will ask questions, very quick questions. To first, Mohamed Baharoun is kind of our host here. He's from Dubai. He's General Director of the Dubai Public Policy Research Center, and before that he founded Busola, so he was before specialized on the, if I understood, the relationship between the Emirates and the GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council. We have Marc Ecker. Marc is Deputy General Director of Ifri. Ifri, you know that Thierry is the president of Ifri, so Marc is a deputy director, and he has wrote a book on the 20 Years War, which is started, you know, in 2001, 2021. He's a renowned specialist of terrorism in France, among other things. And we have Volker Perth, who is a senior distinguished fellow of the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, which is the biggest think tank, foreign policy think tank in Europe. And he used to be a United Nations Deputy Secretary General, and he was a special envoy or representative, whatever, for Sudan. And Sudan is still at war today. So first, very quick question, Mohamed. We have a new situation in Syria. How not only the Emirates, but also the other countries of the GCC that you know very well, how do they see the situation? Are they a little bit upset? We understand that it's a big win by Turkey, but are they upset or not at all?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here again. Look, we look at the world as risk or opportunity. The difference between the two, risk comes to you, opportunity, you have to go to it. So I think in Syria, this is a moment where we all need to work towards an opportunity. And it would be our fault to let, let's say, differences get in the way as it did after the Arab Spring. So I think this is the way the UAE see that there isn't a possible opportunity for a risk. There's a possible opportunity for something much better. And maybe this is the time we need to work together towards investing in statehood of Syria. Regardless who is there, we need a Syrian state. And I think there is the time. Dismay at Turkey? I don't think so. Dismay at Iran? I don't think so. There is a major opportunity that we might turn the needle away from the conflicts. We have very positive signs, but we're also considering the history. I would say that, yes, keep the trajectory of history in the back of your mind, but also realize that many things has changed, including for us in the UAE. We're not pursuing policy in the same way we did 20 years ago. And I'm sure in other places, including Turkey, including Iran and others, are not pursuing policies in the same way. So maybe that is the opportunity we need to work for.
J'espère que vous entendez tous bien, parce que sur la scène, on ne s'entend pas très bien. Vous entendez tous bien dans la salle, au moins? Bon, bah alors ça marche. Ça marche pour la salle, en tout cas. Volker, you come from a country who has welcomed so many Syrian refugees. This was a Merkel policy in 2015. How do you see the role that could have in the future Europe, your country first, Germany, and then Europe, in helping the situation to kind of stabilization in Syria?
Well, thanks a lot, Renaud, and thanks to Thierry and his wonderful team for having us here again. Syria indeed has been my preoccupation for a long time of my academic life, at least, and the Germans have, as you rightly said, got to know many Syrians, and I'm quite astonished about my own country, how, and other European countries, how only a few days after the fall of the Bashar regime, a discussion has started about how do we get rid of the Syrians, how do we send them back. Now, I know that the large majority of the Syrians who came to Germany and to other European countries for good reasons, because their towns had been bombed and chemical weapons had been used against them, the large majority of them have integrated rather well. So it's a very insane, it's a stupid discussion, and if we were to send them home, or the majority of them home, we would miss a lot of people in the service industry, we would lose researchers, we would lose medical doctors, we would lose architects and engineers and construction workers, and I really don't know what we would do without them. But of course, once Syrians decide on their own free will to come back, we need to support them, and it's a real resource. It's a resource that can establish links and good links between the societies, Syrian society and the European society. So it will be to our benefit that in 2015, 2016, we had opened our doors, despite the domestic discussions we had after that. I think on Syria, actually we Europeans do have a role. On Palestine, Israel, unfortunately, it is very limited. It is not limited because there is nothing to do. It is limited because we Europeans don't have a common agenda. I mean, we know what we want. We want a two-state solution. We want peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, but we cannot even agree as members of the European Union to cast the same vote in the United Nations General Assembly. So we are neutralizing one another rather than actually bringing our forces, our strengths, our resources together. I think on Syria it's different. And particularly since President-elect Trump already has tweeted in his very special way that we have no dog in that fight, and we are not interested in Syria, and it's an unfriendly country in the first place, I think the responsibility to support Syria actually does fall to its Arab neighborhood and to the Europeans together. And I see 5 points here if we want to devise an agenda or a strategy. I mean, besides getting to know the new guys in Damascus, we know some of them through the humanitarian organizations that have been working in Idlib, and most of the humanitarians who have been working with Hayat Tahrir al-Sham in Idlib have been astonished how professional these guys were. I mean, you know, you have 2 million inhabitants, original inhabitants in Idlib, you have 2 million refugees, and you have to give them identity cards, you have to make sure that that support gets to the right people, all that. So they have been very efficient. So maybe that's a good sign for hope. The other good sign for hope is that Ahmad Shara and the people around him, those are people from the cities of Syria, and if you ever have lived in a city of Syria and you want to rule Syria, you know you cannot have a very narrow ideological agenda. Syria is so much of a societal mosaic that if you want to rule Syria, you have to respect and accept the societal realities, which is that you have Sunni Muslims and Sunni Kurds, and you have Alawites and Druze and Ismailis and Christians, of course. So I think they know it. Now, for Europe, aside from getting to know these people, it is first, I think, for us and the Arabs and everybody else who wants to help, to support a UN-supported but Syrian-owned political process to get an all-encompassing, inclusive political setup, governance setup in Syria, including a constitutional discussion. In addition to that, and it's sometimes overlooked, I think, I do think that the new people in Syria do need help in a transitional justice process in order to avoid bloody revenge. So here's the United Nations, some European countries, some countries from Africa actually have a lot of experience that should be channeled into Syria. Then there is reconstruction. Of course, this country has been down, has been let down, and it is down. And I guess as Europeans, together with American friends and others in the international community, we have to start by lifting the sanctions, which sometimes is legally more difficult than slapping sanctions on a country. But these sanctions are still there, and they would be an obstacle to reconstruction. So we have to work on the reconstruction part. There will be European money and European expertise and Arab money and Arab expertise. The Syrians are the experts, so we will make use of the expat of the diaspora community, but first we have to lift the sanctions, and that's legal work that the Europeans have to do. And then we have to work on and with our NATO partner Turkey. That again is a European task, I think. We do understand what the strategic interests of Turkey are. They may be a little bit, well, at odds with one another. On the one hand, they want stability in Syria in order to allow Syrian refugees from Turkey to come back to Syria. On the other hand, they have a conflict with the Kurdish organizations, and they want their allies in Syria to fight the Syrian Kurds. So I think it needs to weigh in, to lean on our Turkish NATO partners a bit to decide for the stability part and not for fighting the Kurds there. And my last point is, and that is actually where I started and where you asked me, is we need to make sure that the enormous capacities which Syria has through its expert community is used in order to rebuild that country. And that would be a case, but also a resource, as I said, for Syrian-European cooperation.
Thank you very much. And Mark, how do you see the role of Europe in Syria, but also in other matters, in stabilizing? Europe had quite a role with, it started with Catherine Ashton. She negotiated with Iran in Kazakhstan and so on, and the whole to lower the tension between Israel and Iran. So how do you see, what are the trumps and the weaknesses of European diplomacy to deal with the Middle East?
Okay, thank you, Renaud, for this question. You're quite representative of the region. You know, it's a region with conflicting rules and norms. We have the WPC rule, 6 minutes per speaker, but you said don't abide by this norm. So there's the Renaud Girard norm and rule. It's 2 minutes to start, plus the strategic surprise with the unexpected question. So let me just say 4 short things to begin and launch the conversation. First, as Volker also mentioned, Europeans are really divided, especially on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So for instance, 12 members of the EU have recognized a Palestinian state, including 3 recently, Slovenia, Ireland, and Spain, and the rest, the 15 others, have not. So that's an example. Even within EU's institutions, you see the divisions. So now we have a new commission, but if you took the previous one, between the president of the commission and the high representative, you could see that there were different lines and different takes on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but also on the broader region. So that's the first point. The second point is that for years we've heard, especially again on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that Europe was a payer but not a player. It means that the influence has been waning over the past 3 decades. It was a harsh statement, not totally wrong, but that can be nuanced, because Europe indeed paid for a number of infrastructures that were later destroyed by the Israeli Defense Forces in different occasions. But Europe also tried to be a player. And for instance, it did try to launch a real state-building project in the Palestinian territories. We had, for instance, a mission to try and build a police force in the Palestinian territories. We also had EU-BAM mission for the management of the border. So there are still elements that remain from these efforts, but in general, it's true that it failed. I mean, we don't have a state so far, and we can try and analyze the different responsibilities, but the end result is here. We don't have a state, and these state-building efforts have failed. The third thing that I want to say is that it's a tricky issue for several European countries to deal with this region because there are domestic consequences. It's true in Germany with these refugees, but not only the refugees, there are also domestic political forces that are very much involved in this issue. It's true in France. We also have a lot of demonstrations and tensions and polarization. It's true outside of the EU in the UK, where, by the way, the demonstrations were much, much bigger than in France and Germany. So policy makers in the different countries have to take that into account. And then to end on a positive note, I would say that the Europeans, that divisions can also be understood and seen as a diversification with different clouds in different areas and different countries, if you want to see the sunny side of the coin. But let's say that we still have some economic clout. We saw it in the first, actually, presentation of the WPC on the first day, with many countries in the region that still have the EU in general as the main economic partner. We still have some kind of diplomatic clout. And for instance, France was involved in the recent ceasefire deal in Lebanon, even though you know, it can be discussed, of course, but it still exists a little bit. And we still have even a military presence in different countries, including in Lebanon with UNIFIL. I mean, there are still 1,000 Italians there, 800 French soldiers, almost 600 Spaniards, 400
But they never
Irish.
stopped one missile of Hezbollah going to Israel.
Then the problem is the mandate. But the presence is there. You can still reinforce the mandate. I mean, it would take a lot of diplomacy again to reach that. But I think we should not be only negative on the waning influence of Europe and try to build on what's left and what still exists.
So very good answer for an unexpected question, and with hope on top of that. But I would insist, Mohamed, I would ask you, because you have seen, you know, Oslo Agreement was signed in Washington. Abraham Accords were signed in Washington. Reconciliation between Saudi Arabia and Iran has been signed in Beijing. So my question is, has Europe definitely missed the train or not? Can Europe run after the train? Or?
There is no one train. I mean, the region, unfortunately, is brimming with conflict, so many trains for Europe. But if I go from Oslo to Stockholm, what are the main train stops that we've seen from Europe? The one thing the region possibly looks up to Europe is that huge experiment with the Marshall Project in Germany. Nothing similar to it anywhere in the region. You know, with all due respect to the attempt to help the Palestinians in capacity building, but there's nothing similar to the... so I think until now, Europe is dealing with the region with the old toolbox that are fit for an analog phone, not to a digital phone. So we need to bring back the economic aspect into this, and I think there is a lot to be done, and again, Syria is one place. I think the second thing is that Europe needs to play the role of the facilitator rather than the role of the polarizer. And by that I mean, you don't expect, you know, if I'm going to support Palestine or Syria or other, they will have to adapt to all of the norms of Europe. We need to have other people work with it. It's not a problem if China is going to support the de-escalation, or Russia is going to the de-escalation, or India or whoever. You need more people on the bump rather than thinking that this belongs to us. This is something that needs to be done based on our rules. And again, the US has been always in the region, but I think we have a problem with follow-up. That was the problem with Oslo. That was the problem with Stockholm. That's even the problem with the Abrahamic Accords. We haven't seen a very strong leadership from the US to follow up on this, making it happen, make the basis on which it was done still maintain its value. So we will need that type of thing. And I'm intrigued by your reference to UNIFIL not stopping a single missile, because the French Navy was around Lebanon and it never stopped one missile coming from Israel to Lebanon. So again, this is an idea of how do we maintain statehood and maintain integrity of a state. How can we build it and make it an internal? Because that's the biggest problem we're going to face in the region, between a state, a nation state, and between a nation. A nation goes across states, and that's what the nation of, this is what the Muslim Brotherhood wanted to do. This is what Iran with its Shiism wanted to do. This is, even what Al-Qaeda and ISIS wanted to do. But we need to establish the role of a nation state with its border and its relationship to other nation states. And I think this is exactly what we wanted from Syria under Bashar al-Assad. This is exactly what we want from Syria under, the new leadership.
I would like to come back to the Israeli-Iran tension. So I said that, Catherine Ashton in Astana, she launched some kind of negotiation with Iran, and then the Americans with Obama joined. And there was a big result with the 14th of July 2015 Vienna Agreement on Iran nuclear program. All went right. The International Agency of Vienna checked that Iran was fulfilling its obligations. And then Trump comes, withdraws from the accord that had been changed into a UN resolution. He withdraws. And the Europeans were unable to make the agreement go. The French and the Germans, they tried. It's a very complicated thing called in-text. I'm not going to enter into details, but they tried because they wanted to go on with this Vienna Accord, but they were not able to. The pressure on German and French companies from America American Treasury was too great. So is there, Volker, is there any role for us left in trying to prevent a war between Israel and Iran, or we have to leave everything to Trump and Elon Musk, because we know that Elon Musk went to see the Iranian UN ambassador to maybe prepare a big bargain with Iran, I don't know. What is your assessment on that, Volker, please?
Look, thanks for the question. I think it's actually two questions. So one is, if you have two parties that are intent on confrontation, they will probably not ask the Europeans for advice. So if Israel or an Israeli government decides against all good advice, including good advice from the White House, to attack Iran big scale in order to destroy their nuclear program or the regime, the Europeans will have basically no means to prevent it. But preventive diplomacy starts before. And the GCPOA or POA, or what you call the Vienna Accord, which was the first step to it, of course, was, and I would still commend it, it was a great achievement in preventive diplomacy, and it could have worked. It was a first step. There was a regional dimension mission, which the regional dimension was missing, which we were criticized for from the Gulf countries, and probably rightly so, but it was an enormously important first step, and the Iranians were prepared to comply with it. The Iranians didn't call it off. As you rightly said, it was the Trump administration, Trump 1, who unsigned it, as he said, and thereby basically destroyed it, and also including the pressure on European, French, German companies to not do business with Iran. I think right now, in preparing for the Trump administration and for the official legal end of the GCPOA, which is running out next year around this time, Europeans have a role again. And there's a discussion about snapback, which is a means of pressure on Iran, snapping back the UN sanctions on Iran. The Americans cannot do that because they are no longer part to the JCPOA. The Europeans can do it. And I think, as far as I know, I wasn't in the room, but in the discussions the European representatives had with the Iranian representative in Geneva 2 weeks ago or so, Europeans were very transparent and said, we want a deal. We will also support a US-Iranian deal if it comes. But if you're not going to play ball on the Iranian side, we would this time join the Americans to put more pressure on you, and we have the chance to get the snapback enacted and bring the sanctions back. At the same time, we are also, and we can be instrumental if after a deal between the Trump administration and Iran, sanctions have to be lifted for real, Iran has to be reintegrated into the region. I am very much in favor of any contacts the president-elect of the United States has with the Iranians. I would be in the Itamar Rabinovich school here to think that in the end, President Trump, in his second tenure, would rather have a deal with Iran than taking the United States into another Middle East war, which will not be short. I know that many policymakers who start wars or generals who advise them are telling the public, oh, that this will be a very short war. But it never happens this way. George W. Bush was convinced that the war on Iraq would be very short. American troops are still there. So that's one thing, I guess, that Donald Trump instinctively understands. He doesn't want these forever wars in the Middle East anymore. You can discuss the way he made an agreement with the Taliban, which then Joe Biden had to implement, or he made an agreement, or he gave orders to withdraw his troops from Syria, which no one implemented. But he does not want to bring American troops into another war in the Middle East. So that's a good starting point for the Europeans to use their diplomatic skills and experience and resources and try to work for an agreement with the Iranians. I think there is a real chance here, also because, I mean, it's not that I expect the Iranians to say we have been defeated. No one really does it. But they have. They don't have air defense anymore. More importantly, their regional clout, which everybody exaggerated. Maybe we became victims to both Iranian and Israeli propaganda. The Iranians were saying, we are so big, we can dominate everything. And the Israelis said, look, the Iranians are so big, they threaten everything. And we sort of believed it in the end. Now, they have been standing rather naked there, right? They have not only been unable to deter Israel, much more important, they have been unable to protect their proxies, which means that their image, their aura in the Middle East is gone. So I guess they will have some hard discussions in Tehran, and I hope, but I basically also expect, that they will decide for building their own country, because that is what Pezeshkian has been elected for, and that means making up with the Europeans and the Americans over their nuclear program.
Thank you. Mark, I would like to have your assessment and on the main issue of a possibility of Iran-Israel conflict, and also your assessment of if you think it's realistic to have a big bargain between Iran and the West. As you know, in 2005, the Iranians proposed to America, to W. Bush, a big bargain, but W. Bush refused. So what is your assessment?
Yeah, but I think the situation is very different today. If you take a few facts, first, Iran is closer to nuclear breakout than ever. That's very scary for several actors in the region, and first of all for Israel. Second fact, Iran leaders, the previous ones at least, have pledged for the destruction of Israel. Third fact, Israel is weaker probably than ever over the past decades. It had a few strategic pillars in its strategy. The first one was proxies. I think it's fair to say that Iran lost its proxy war. The second one was ballistic missiles and drones to target Israel and perhaps other countries. A good part of these ballistic missiles and drones were destroyed, or at least proved ineffective to do real harm to Israel. The next fact is that Israel and Trump want to get rid of Iran's nuclear program. The question is how. So I think that it's more likely today than it was 6 months ago that some kind of military operation may take place, but I agree with what Volker said. The Iranians know they are weak. I mean, they don't have any air defense anymore. And so either they are very ideologically determined to continue as they have been for the past 4 decades now, and the result will be at some point a tragedy, or they will negotiate. And the deal is also on the table. We don't know exactly the term of the deal, but there will most probably be a proposal. I think that for the moment, all the options are open, but I think that the likelihood of a military operation is now higher than it was a few months ago.
Mohamed, let's say that there is that the idea of Elon Musk going to see the Iranian ambassador was to prepare a big bargain. And let's assume then, if it's confirmed by the Senate, Marco Rubio will call Americans allies of the GCC and ask to you, the GCC, okay, what kind of conditions you would like to be fulfilled in this agreement between, in the big bargain agreement between America and Iran? What would you answer, Emirates, Saudis, and others?
I think we will easily fall in a trap if we recognized, or if we thought that this is the point of weakness of Iran and we need to hit it now, put conditions, it's defeated, I think that would be a big mistake. I think that we've seen so far a lot of changes in Iranian behavior. And those changes are not because of a military weakness alone. It has to do with their own legitimacy, which is connected to their own economic realities. They've looked at the region, and their biggest foe used to be Saudi Arabia, not because it's equivalent in size or power, but because they've seen themselves the leaders of the Shiite Islam when Saudi Arabia was the leader of Sunni Islam, and that's why. But now Saudi Arabia is not playing that game anymore. It's focused on geoeconomics. It's focused on a different type of revolution. It's an economic revolution. And Iran is left with that old ball in its hand, nobody else to play with. They have to be part of that. Now, if we wanted to say, that's good, this is the time, we hit Iran, let it destroy the regime, and then we become victorious, I think we will make a mistake. I think this is the time when we help Iran make the change and play according to the new games. And I think, we've heard Itamar talk about the two conditions for a grand bargain. I think the second condition is possibly already there. We don't have Iran using its proxies. And people say, no, it lost it because of Israel. Maybe. But also remember that Hezbollah agreed the demarcation of the marine borders for economic reasons, not because of military reasons. And actually, before the 7th of October, there were discussions on even an agreement, a demarcation of the land borders, which would have meant that there is a peace agreement between Lebanon and Israel. There is no contested borders, which means Hezbollah is not a resistance anymore. In my view, that is the right approach to do. And that means we have no problems now with Israel because we don't have a borders issue. Yes, we support the Palestinian case, but we are not in direct confrontation. This is what we need to do right now. A grand bargain, in my view, is far more possible. Not because the US can force it, because I think Iran needs it.
Great, thank you very much. Between I go to questions, I would like to speak for 2 minutes about Sudan. And there's this terrible conflict. Nobody cares in America about it. Few people care about it in Europe. I understand the Emirates are more on the side of MAT, of the Security Border Forces. Can the Emirates and Europe do something to stop this war in Sudan or not?
First of all, I don't think that the UAE is on the side of Houthi. The UAE had held good relationship with all of the different parties, including the previous Prime Minister, Hamdok. And its view is that we need the political element, not only the military elements. And it was working with all of them to, complete the transition period. For the UAE, they would lose from this, feud of this war because they've invested so much in Sudan, with both of them. And Sudan also is in the middle between Egypt and Ethiopia. Another, tension that need to be taken. Sudan can bleed on Somalia, it can bleed on other. And we operate 5 ports in the Red Sea. It's not in our best interest that this conflict go on for 1 single day more. Okay. But what I see is that in all of the efforts, international efforts to bring the warring parties together, there was one party that never showed up. And we have to ask ourselves, why didn't Burhan show up? He didn't show up in Jeddah, he didn't show up in Kenya, he didn't show up in Geneva. So what does he want? What can Europe do? And I think we need to establish the rules again. Europe and the West has always said, we need to emphasize a rule-based order. Where are the rules over there? What are the rules? Have they changed? And if they changed, then we need to send a notice to everyone that the rules have changed. These are the new rules. If they didn't change, which means the sanctity of human life, It's the impact of, humanitarian aspects. It's that the conflicts, if they're, because this is not an existential conflict of identity. These are all Sudanese, they're all Sunni. It's a political, it's different than, this. So I think this is where Europe, and it hasn't been really forthcoming in that.
Just a quick question, Mark. Are you optimistic about Lebanon, another country? Do you think in January we'll have a new Lebanese president or not?
Well, at least we know approximately what must be done. And there's a framework of reference, and almost all the actors refer to Resolution 1701. Even the Israelis actually refer to Resolution 1701, and they say, okay, if it's properly applied, then that will be fine. And that will be, I think, the stress test for the Europeans, among others, because they have to prove that they can deliver on that, including in terms of money, because the Lebanese army needs funds, actually. It needs to be rebuilt. Again, that's state building, actually, in the making. And also in terms of military presence, I mentioned the UNIFIL blue helmets before. If you change the mandate and you make it more robust, perhaps this time it could or it might work. Again, let's try and be a bit optimistic. I wanted just to add one thing about Iran. I forgot to say it before, but when you look at the statements produced by Germany, France, and the UK over the past months, it's actually pretty sad. It just illustrates our powerlessness. Basically, it's statements that sounds like, we condemn Iran for enriching more and more and more, and we urge Iran to reverse. And then a few months later, you have the same kind of statement. So, I mean, how can we be better, more effective, more coherent? I mean, that's the open question. And I think that we should prepare for some kinds of scenarios. So on Iran, maybe a military operation, a limited one on nuclear facilities, not necessarily an open war, a big one, but a limited series of strikes. And I agree with you, war has its own grammar, and you know when it starts, you never know when it ends, but still. And the second scenario is a potential, possible annexation of at least part of the West Bank. And again, I say part because Trump made recent statement about his previous deal of the century. It was not the Palestinian state expected, but there was a Palestinian state. Jerusalem was not the capital. It was a series of different territories linked by bridges and tunnels. So obviously it was rejected by the Palestinians at the time, by the Israeli settlers as well. Now, what he said is, well, there was this plan, but there may be other options. So it means he does not rule out annexation. And if it happens, what will the European do? Produce another statement like the one I mentioned, or can they be more robust, have more teeth?
Okay, thank you, Mark. I'm not sure that our new High Representative in the European Union, High Representative for Foreign Affairs, know a lot about the Middle East, and I don't think that her priority would be the Middle East. She's of course totally focused on Ukraine, Russia. Now, is there any question? Oui, Ambassador?
Yeah, sort of a question, a bit of a remark, and I apologize. I mean, as an Israeli diplomat whose career was mostly focused on Europe, I have easily 40 or 45 years experience of European frustrations and complaints about its absence in our affairs. Some of them understandable, and to be honest, some of them well-deserved. I mean, the only significant event concerning the Israeli-Palestinian issue that happened in Europe was in a country that's not part of the EU, that's the Oslo process. I mean, jokes apart, it's understandable. If at any given moment it takes the EU 3 months to elaborate a policy, a position, and even then it doesn't necessarily represent all the countries, then you can't be surprised that things happen. The trains leave the station. On the other hand, and I'm saying this really in all honesty, there's no shame in being a second-tier player. You can contribute a lot, and I'll give you just an example from an area that I know very, very well over the last year, which is the hostage situation. There were some European countries, including France, to a great degree, Germany, but a few others, who have contributed significantly on that issue without actually sitting at the table of the negotiations. They contributed on a humanitarian aspect, but also diplomatic. So really, there's no shame. Sometimes, you know, that's what you can do. On the other hand, here we're discussing a situation where we're talking about something that is about to happen. So maybe this is the moment for the Europeans to think how they can weigh in, for example, on the Iran-Israel issue, both in Iran and in Washington, to make sure that in the choice between a weak Iran that is easy prey for an American-Israeli attack, or the weak Iran that is a negotiating partner of choice, the weights go towards the second option. Thank you.
Very good remark. I saw another hand. Wait.
Yeah, thank you. Nicolas Pio from Tilt Capital. Actually, it's an expansion on this remark and a question to a diplomatically uneducated eye. It's striking to see how the European Commission is totally absent of your discussion. You just mentioned towards the end the High Representative. In the end, isn't this just an issue of the European states still trying to defend rather their own national influence rather than building a genuine European influence? And I would really like to understand from the UAE, what does the European Commission represent as an actor? Is it an actor or is it just not an actor?
Very good question. Mohamed, you answer.
Definitely an actor if they want to be. I mean, this is an act of will. If you want to be part of this, if you think that this, what happens in the region is going to come to Europe, then you will have to act. If you think that Europe is insulated from all of this and it will not be touched, history have taught us otherwise, but then that's what you do. But honestly, it's a matter of will, whether they want to do this or not. I mean, the previous High Representative was involved in so many things. Yes, Europe has got an issue getting their act together, but that is not a lack of will. The new High Representative, I'm not quite sure.
Volker, you wanted to answer?
Look, I think both Mark and I here, as Europeans, we were rather clear on where the inhibitions are for Europe, not the inhibitions for France to play a French role, or for Germany to play a German role, or the Czech Republic to play a Czech role, or the Spaniards to play a Spanish role. But particularly on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we do have our idiosyncrasies, national idiosyncrasies, which we will not easily overcome. So for Germany, it is impossible to do some things which is very easy for Ireland to do, for example, or for Spain, for not good historical reasons, but for bad historical reasons. We have this special relationship for Israel, which is not only a foreign policy obligation, it is very much part of our domestic politics. And if we don't understand that, of course, it is easy to say, why are the Europeans not united? We are united in the strategic goals. We want a two-state solution. No European would divert from that, but we are not united on the tactics, like how to vote in the General Assembly, or if we happen to be in the Security Council, And I think that has to be understood by our partners. On the other hand, I'm grateful also for the question, is Europe not more than just the High Representative? Of course, it is the economic weight and the financial weight of Europe, and of course the Commission represents that much more than the High Representative. So let's speak about the issues of the future that are coming up, the regional integration. Renaud, at some point you said, did we miss a train? I think we shouldn't wait for trains or miss trains. We should build railways. I mean, that is what we can do and what we have been doing in the past. And there are partners for that. We didn't speak about Iraq, for example. I mean, we have yesterday we spoke about IMEC, which is a very interesting project to link India through the Gulf to Europe. And European companies and the European Commission and the European Global Gateway Project will have a role on that. There is also a Baghdad-Iraq Development Corridor project, which would link, again, Europe to the Gulf or the Gulf to Europe through Iraq and Turkey. And that's something, I mean, from a German tradition, I could say we are rather good in building railways to Baghdad. So we can start here again and make that modern and build these corridors. That is where, if you ask for the European Commission, where this weight will come in and should come in.
Thank you, Volker. The conclusion is yours now.
Yeah, we ran out of time just now, actually. So just 1 minute. I just want to say that I was in Israel a few days ago, actually, and I mentioned the 5 points that Josep Borrell, the High Representative, used in one of his latest speech before leaving, actually, his job. And he said, first, we have to support peace camps on each side. Second, we have to confront spoilers. Third, we have to stick to facts and fight disinformation. Fourth, we have to protect international law, including ICC decisions. 5, we have to make EU relevant. And when I said that, basically it was like raising the red flag. The reaction was, well, but Borrell is pro-Palestinian, etc., etc. But the fact is that these 5 points have even become divisive within the EU. And so if we cannot even agree on things like supporting peace camps, confront spoilers, supporting international law, and so on, I don't know where we're heading to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador Daniel Sheikh, for your very good remark. Yes, Europe is not yet a body to react to crisis very quickly. This was a very interesting point. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the speakers. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. After an extended exposure to all of the challenges of the Levant and the broader Middle East, we now shift to a much larger landscape, which fortunately is not yet in the same state of crisis. But as I think our panel this afternoon will show, there are many steps that have to be taken, both by Africans and by those who have an interest in Africa's success, in order to create the sort of environment that will avoid catastrophe and enable success. And that's going to be the focus of what we discuss this afternoon. The panel is entitled Building a Sustainable Future in Africa. And we have, from my left, going across all the way, Nados Bekele Thomas, who was, of course, the CEO of ADA NEPAD, Vincent Biruta, the Minister of the Interior of the Republic of Rwanda, the Niale Kaba, who is the Minister of Economy, Planning and Development of Côte d'Ivoire, and Jean-Michel Severino, known to all of you, the Chairman of Investir et Partenaires. The approach that we're going to try and take is to recognize what you've heard in the whole of the day. And if I can go back to that, if you looked at all of the discussions that happened this morning, conflicts in general, there are wars across the Sahel extending all the way to Sudan and the Horn of Africa, in the eastern DRC and down into Mozambique. In terms of health, the health challenges across the continent in terms of an absence of both nutritious food and, in addition to that, appropriate health care is challenging on all fronts. Food insecurity, you saw the maps presented to you this morning. A very high percentage of Africa's populations are, in fact, in conditions of appreciable food insecurity. Energy challenges, there are at least 600 million Africans today with inadequate access to modern energy sources. Industrialization, digitization, and value-added beneficiation of primary export products. You heard Trudy Mahaya yesterday in the context of BRICS make the observation that even the BRICS has not enabled a significant increase in the beneficiation of Africa's primary exports. And then lastly, the challenge of education, and related to that, the whole question of employment in a part of the world which has the youngest population in terms of all of the SDG regions, which will maintain a population of working age and below working age by today's standards until the end of the 21st century, and in addition to which will effectively triple its existing population by 2100. Between now and 2050, Africa will roughly double its existing population. It will add another third up to the end. So these challenges are enormous. The opportunities are extraordinary because Africa will have the largest demographic dividend in principle in the world over the course of the next 70 years. And what we're going to try and unpack this afternoon is what Africa is doing about it, how investors are currently reacting to these opportunities and risks, and what we have to do collectively as citizens of one world in order to be able to enable a sustainable and effective future for Africa. So if I may, I'm going to come to Nados Bekele Thomas first of all and try to get the overview. You sit at NEPAD AUDA, you have the overview of the whole of the African Developmental Challenge. Nados, tell us what you're doing.
Thank you very much. I think, we're focusing more, like you said, on the opportunities and being, optimistic about Africa. Why be optimistic? First of all, we talked earlier on about the agricultural deficit that there is in the continent, and the panel said, and I had a discussion later on that there is a problem. It's not a problem. 60% of the arable land is in Africa. And most of all what it takes as ingredients for fertilizers and to do with all the problems, the solutions are within. The second thing is that, like you rightly said, there is so much demographic dividend. I mean, these youthful energies, if they are really empowered, are just a power force for Africa, but also for the globe, and I'll come later on. The third thing is that Africa has still the oil and the gas, and when we talk about renewable energy, the green energy and green economy, Africa possesses all what it takes. Africa has 90% of, the platinum group that you need to make the world, the planet green. It has 95% of the chromium that we need. It has got 30% of the magnesium and lithium. It has got 20% of the graphite, 66% of the cobalt, and certainly Africa is bankable, in my opinion. And Africa is waking up. I mean, despite all the problems that we had with the structural adjustment, the climate change, and all the exogenous shocks, Africa has got a vision, the Vision 2063. It has translated this vision in terms of a 10-year implementation plan. We just completed the 10-year implementation plan and came out with the second 10-year implementation plan. The second 10-year implementation plan took into account the deficiencies of the first 10-year implementation plan, including the costing of it, including really planning for the inevitable shocks, that is foresight planning, scenario building, and therefore it's a complete one. Yes, ambitious, truly ambitious, and it should be ambitious, but attainable. And in that, we have got many programs, but the foundational programs, like the infrastructure. Infrastructure, we've been talking about it. Yes, you're tired of hearing about PIDA. PIDA PAP 1 had attained, to some extent, some progress, but it was falling short. But the PIDA PAP 2, the second action plan, takes into account the deficiencies of that and addresses it by making sure that we have got the experts pool, by making sure that there is a service delivery mechanism, and making sure that the private sector participation is real and the conducive environment is built. And therefore, in the PAP 1, if you see the progress that was made, it was made by public expenditure. Member states invested in infrastructure. And that's why, for sure, the debt has risen up, to some part, right? And therefore, this second phase, which has got 67 projects comprising of, roads, rails, air, and ports, is really a compilation of many projects together, including the digital infrastructure, which takes into account the broadband connectivity, the data centers that we require badly, and also the cybersecurity aspect of it. Then in that, I would add the energy, because you mentioned the energy. The energy, we have really come out with the comprehensive power master plan. The comprehensive power master plan anticipates the energy capacity that we require to transform Africa, to implement the 10-year implementation plan, which would be 1,200 gigawatts. And right now, we have got only 237 gigawatts coming from two sources, which is the hydro, and also the hydro and, of course, the coal. Now, in the difference, the new renewable energy would be coming into play, and therefore, 67 to 75% would be opportunity for all of the investors to come and invest in Africa. This comprehensive plan takes into account not only the generation aspect of it, but also the transmission and distribution. And when we talk about transmission, before we were thinking of the government coming into the transmission and distribution, today we have opened up. We're coming out with bankable projects so that private sector from all over the world could come and participate in Africa's power generation, transmission and distribution, so that we can have the power pools at regional levels developed, and that's part of the capacity building that we're doing, the 5 regional power pools, and having a market for electricity at the regional level, but also these 5 power pools combining into one single electricity market, which will not only provide power to Africa, but power the rest of the world also, whoever would be in the market and interested in the market. But we would have surplus in terms of power. Coming to the CADEP, yes, we've been talking about that, but the CADEP is also, there are many aspects of it. The Malabo has been reviewed, just now, and there are new ways, techniques, using the innovation, the technology that is there in the world on how to augment production, but also augment productivity, and also manage the losses and leakages, be it post-harvest losses, but also losses from wastages that we've been talking about. Of course, the water resource management is another aspect of it. We come to climate, 4% is what we caused in terms of, the carbon emissions, but we're paying for it. Hey, the world has to wake up. The world has to wake up because we need to help Africa to build its capacity to adapt, but also to mitigate. We have been promising a lot, but we have not fulfilled the promises. And unfulfilled promises have got consequences, not only for Africa, but for the entire world. And, I urge everybody to come and help us with the adaptation mechanisms, but also mitigation. In addition to that, what I would like to say is that truly, Africa is awake. We are ready. We have got our plan. We have got our dashboards in the different nations. Therefore, nations respond to this adapted and aligned plan that we have. We have been having discussions with the UN, and we have told the UN, and the UN has agreed that there will be 2 agendas, one global and one continental, but we will have just one plan, which is the implementation plan, designed in collaboration with the UN. And therefore, we are coordinating our activities. The regional economic communities have got, these eminent personalities that are there, they would work, but, so that we do not have fragmented, approach to this development, we have come out with what we call the Africa team. The regional economic communities joining hands with African Union Development Agency and also the African Free Trade area, I would talk about that, and also the African Medicine Agency, which we are created, including the CDC, the Communicable Disease Office that we have for health. We're working together. On health, we are harmonizing all our regulatory frameworks because we're going into domestic local production of some of the essential medicines. We have identified 25 and 26 medicines that need to be produced within Africa, the vaccines that need to be produced within Africa. And in order to do that, there is a need for harmonization and regularization. In this also, we are inviting private sector to take part so that we can have a public-private partnership to develop the health sector. It's not normal that Africa produces only 5% of its medicines, and 95% is. And you saw the vaccine inequity and the harm that it has brought. And therefore, in health sector also, the infrastructure needs to be built, and we're inviting you to come and join us. In addition to that, industrialization is very important. We can have the African Free Trade Zone area, but without any production, without any productivity, without our manufacturing industries, without building the value chains, the supply chains, without making sure that there is forward and backward linkages, we cannot realize the AFCFTA. And therefore, we're working closely with AFCFTA, coming out with an impact assessment. What would be the impact of AFCFTA on individual countries, where are the growth centers, where are the chains, and trying to build the chains, but also focus around alternative strategies for those countries that depend on tariffs. And therefore, these are all package programs, one touches on the other. Finally, on youth. For us, youth is the major asset. You've seen, innovation coming up. You've seen entrepreneurs coming up, startups all over the place. It's hope. You see the young ones, they are just the hope of Africa, and we need to invest in them. And in investing in them, like earlier on discussed, we're trying to come out with a program that would make sure that we map out all the investments that have been, spent on education, and try to see, if we can have the capacities, the intellectual capacities to really inform the public service. And having a program that would capture all these, integrate them in the public service would make such a difference, because they would be the young ones that would plan for their future, and not us, the old ones. The second thing is really coming out with innovation hubs. There are so many hubs. In the name of Africa, many hubs that are not functional. Mapping them out, setting standards, for these hubs, and making them to be useful to the socio-economic transformation of the continent is critical and very important. And we have embarked in doing that. Join us. The third one is the startups. There are many startups, but we need institutions that support them. The Intellectual Property Rights Office is very critical. The Bureau of Standards is very critical. The Export Promotion Centers, the research institutions, all coming and working as one would bear results for Africa. So I will stop here, and then, I will answer some questions later on.
Thank you, Nados. You've just heard the Draghi report for Africa. I think it gives you some sense of the scale of the challenge and the scale of the way in which it's being addressed. You're talking about 55 countries. 54 of them have already signed up to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, only Eritrea has not yet, and 34 have already ratified it. It will, by orders of magnitude, be the largest free trade organization in the world if that agreement is fully implemented. But Nados has both set the ambition and defined the challenges. She's spoken, in addition to that, to one of the instruments within this overall framework, regional economic commissions, and we're privileged this afternoon to have representatives of two. Firstly, the East African Commission, and secondly, ECOWAS on the West. So I'm going to turn, if I may, to Vincent Baruta first to speak both from a Rwandan and from an East African Regional Economic Commission perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. As it is my first time to participate in this World Policy Conference, I wish to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Thierry de Montbrial for having invited me, and also to appreciate the high quality of the panels which discussed various important topics. As mentioned before, regional integration is, for African countries, not an option, but a must if we want to achieve economic development and peace. And we have the tools in place, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which has been signed by 54 countries and ratified by 48 member states. Some of them have started trading under that agreement. And we have also 8 regional economic communities, one of them being the East African Community. These regional economic communities facilitate the integration process, and I focus only on the East African Community, though Rwanda is also a member of the Economic Community of Central African States, and for member of COMESA as well. The East African Community was revived in 2000 because it was created first in 1967, but it was dissolved in 1977 due to differences among founding countries, which were Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. In 2000, the treaty of establishing the East African Community was signed again, and other members joined the 3 founding members, with Rwanda and Burundi joining on 1st July 2007. Maybe if I can have a map there to help you to understand what you are meaning. So that is the East African Community when it was established, Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. But in July 2007, Rwanda and Burundi joined. Thereafter, South Sudan on 16 April 2016, Democratic Republic of Congo in March 2022, then Somalia recently in March 2024. With these 8 members, these countries covering an area of 5.4 million square kilometers with a population of around 350 million and a GDP of 350 billion US dollars. This East African Community was established with the ultimate goal to achieve political federation, which is will be the first step after the single custom territory, the common market, and the monetary union. The benefit from this integration, as far as Rwanda is concerned, Rwanda is a landlocked country, and we joined the East African Community to have access to a bigger market, but also to ease our access to the ports, the seaports of Mombasa and Dar es Salaam, which are at 1,400 kilometers from our capital, Kigali. So integration into East African Community expanded Rwanda's economic and diplomatic opportunities, and the adoption of the East African Community Customs Union and Common Market Protocol granted Rwandan businesses access to a larger regional market, fostering trade, economic growth, and investment. The implementation of the Customs Union and the Common Market Protocols has reduced the cost of doing business, reducing transport costs from $6,000 US dollars to $4,000 US dollars if we consider the northern corridor linking us to Mombasa port, and from $5,300 US dollars to $3,500 if we use the central corridor to Dar es Salaam. The time for shipping cargo has reduced from 21 days to 4 or 5 days if we use the port of Mombasa, and from 18 days to 3 to 4 days if we use the port of Dar es Salaam. And this was also facilitated by the establishment of one border post policy. We have on our borders established one border post where civil servants of both sides work in the same buildings, and the procedures to clear the goods which are being imported or exported to Rwanda or exported from Rwanda are cleared in these one border stop post, which really reduce the number of days which are needed to have this good cleared. So we have put in place other instruments to facilitate the free movement of people, where Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and South Sudan are using national IDs or student IDs just for people to be able to move from one country to another in our region. And some East African Community partner states, namely Uganda, Rwanda, and Kenya, are implementing the East Africa Community single tourist visa, allowing tourists to have multiple entry within those countries. And this visa is costing $100 only. We have also one area network in Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda. You don't need to change your SIM card when you cross to these countries. You can continue using the same SIM card. And these facilitate the movement of people within our area. So Rwanda has benefited a lot from joining the East African community, but we have also brought to the East African community some of our good experiences. We have contributed to the integration agenda of the East African community. We have this one-stop border post policy I mentioned. It is one of the policies which was spearheaded by Rwanda, and our neighbors accepted it, and this has reduced the delays for the movement of goods by 84%. We have also, Rwanda has a visa openness policy that facilitates people to come to Rwanda. You know, for members of the African Union, they don't need to have a visa to come to Rwanda. They have receiving a free visa for 30 days, and it is the same for citizens from Commonwealth countries, and for the Organisation de la Francophonie. They can come to Rwanda without applying for a visa. They get it for free for 30 days. And for other citizens of the world, they can get their visa on arrival for 30 days, and they are requested to pay a visa fee. Of course, there are challenges to the integration agenda of our continent and our region. One of them is the raw pace of integration by some member states. We mentioned the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It has been largely adopted, but there are other protocols which should be ratified really to facilitate free movement of goods and people. One of them is the one related to the protocol related to the free movement of people, which has been ratified by only 4 member states of the African Union. And of course, there are these interstate tensions from time to time. We have mentioned the conflict in some of our regions. There are still internal armed conflicts, and there is also the need to invest in infrastructures because goods cannot move without proper infrastructures, airports, ports, railways, and so on. Rwanda has achieved a lot in the last 30 years, and we believe that we will achieve even more in the coming years. We have adopted our 2050 vision, and we aim to becoming a country with an upper middle income status by 2035, with a GDP per capita of over $4,000 US, and from the current GDP of $1,040 US. And in 2050, we aim at becoming to be among the high-income countries with a GDP per capita of over $12,476 US. I wish to conclude with a quote of my president, His Excellency Paul Kagame, who said, I quote, "We don't want to be a status quo country or a status quo people. Vision 2020 was about what we had to do in order to survive and regain our dignity. But Vision 2050 has to be about the future we choose because we can and because we deserve it." End of quote. So Rwanda believes that planning, good governance, accountability, transparency, security, and long-term political and economic stability supported by regional integration can lead us to the Africa we want. I think.
Super. Thank you, Vincent. I think everyone who knows Rwanda's path from the crisis of 1994 until the present will celebrate what has been achieved, and I think its impacts on the East African community have been very considerable as well. Nyala, I'm now going to come to you, if I may, and Côte d'Ivoire is not only a pillar of ECOWAS, but self-evidently a long-standing anchor of the relationship between France and hence Europe and West Africa in a highly significant way over a long period of time. And Niala is a distinguished economist whose engagement with her present portfolio has actually pushed up the growth rate in Côte d'Ivoire quite remarkably in the course of the last number of years, so she deserves an enormous amount of personal credit for that. You're jolly close to double figures in respect of a growth. The last figure I saw in respect of expectations is 9.9%. That's pretty extraordinary anywhere in the world, so quite remarkable. Niale, over to you.
Merci. Permettez-moi de m'exprimer en français.
Évidemment.
Donc, pour ceux qui ont besoin d'un casque. Vous dire que je suis déjà honorée de représenter le vice-président qui a dû rentrer en Côte d'Ivoire. C'est lui qui était invité sur ce panel. Je voudrais, avant de commencer, donc reconnaître la qualité des débats auxquels j'ai assisté et dire que donc je suis honorée de prendre part au panel. En ce qui concerne donc la CEDEAO, dont je suis amenée à donner le point de vue, il faut dire que c'est cette communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Pour donner un aperçu, c'est une union économique et douanière créée en 1975 qui comporte 15 États, 2 blocs anglophones et francophones, donc 15 États, forte d'environ 400 millions de consommateurs, soit à peu près le tiers de la population de l'Afrique. Et pour caractériser un peu ces États, dire que parmi ces 15 États, 11 sont des PMA. Notre sous-région a le taux de fécondité le plus élevé au monde et dire aussi le poids de la jeunesse dans la population. Au plan économique, cette union, ou je l'ai dit, une union économique et douanière, nous avons le droit d'établissement, également la libre circulation des personnes et des biens entre les États membres, incarne une ambition collective pour un développement économique inclusif dans la paix et l'intégration régionale. Les défis de la sous-région sont importants et fort de ces défis, donc la CEDEAO en 2022 a adopté un document de planification avec 5 piliers importants: la paix, la sécurité, la stabilité, la gouvernance et l'état de droit, l'intégration économique, la connectivité, la transformation, le développement durable et l'inclusion sociale. Vous l'aurez noté, ils sont un peu en cohérence avec l'agenda 2063 dont Madame a parlé tout à l'heure. C'est vrai que la Côte d'Ivoire, qui est membre de cette union douanière, est un membre important. La Côte d'Ivoire est le pays le plus important, on va dire, du bloc francophone qui a le franc CFA en commun. La Côte d'Ivoire, jusqu'à aujourd'hui, revendique 40% du produit intérieur brut des 8 États membres de l'UEMOA, pour indiquer son rôle de premier plan et en même temps rôle de premier plan dans le développement de la CEDEAO. Et grâce à son dynamisme économique, la Côte d'Ivoire reste aujourd'hui encore un pôle d'attraction pour les investissements et une plateforme pour l'intégration régionale. Alors, ces pays, donc notre zone économique aujourd'hui, elle fait face à un certain nombre de défis. Des défis donc en lien avec la région du Sahel qui est confrontée à une crise multidimensionnelle, l'insécurité due à l'expansion du terrorisme, l'instabilité politique, les défis climatiques, les défis économiques, défis dont les conséquences, bien entendu, ne se limitent pas au Sahel, concernent aussi les pays côtiers comme mon pays, mais également, on peut dire, défis qui concernent toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et les solutions pour un développement durable pour le Sahel doivent bien entendu adresser les causes profondes des conflits qui menacent notre intégration, notre zone d'intégration économique, à savoir la pauvreté, l'insécurité alimentaire, le chômage des jeunes, le manque de perspectives pour les jeunes, etc. Pour relever ces défis et construire un avenir durable, nous avons 3 axes prioritaires nous semblent s'imposer. D'abord, le renforcement de la coopération régionale. La CEDEAO elle-même doit intensifier ses efforts pour lutter contre l'insécurité à travers des initiatives communes. Vous vous souviendrez que l'un des griefs des États, les 3 États, Mali, Burkina, Niger, donc, qui ont créé l'AES, l'un des griefs qu'ils ont fait à la CEDEAO est la faiblesse de la solidarité face aux fléaux sécuritaires. La CEDEAO donc doit à la fois lutter contre l'insécurité, se renforcer et également étendre cette intégration régionale parce qu'il faut en convenir, nous sommes de petits États. Seul, il est difficile donc de mener une marche, j'allais dire glorieuse vers le développement. Nous devons nous inscrire dans des ensembles plus grands. Le deuxième axe prioritaire, c'est la mobilisation des partenariats internationaux. À cet égard, je voudrais dire qu'il est heureux de constater que les partenaires au développement, notamment les multilatéraux tels que la Banque mondiale, considèrent désormais que la sécurité est un bien commun et acceptent d'y investir. Et dans ce contexte, l'implication de la communauté internationale auprès de la sous-région pour mobiliser des financements adéquats ainsi que de l'expertise en vue de combattre le terrorisme et restaurer la paix et la sécurité reste cruciale. Le troisième point, c'est stimuler le développement économique. Je l'ai dit tantôt, 11 des 15 pays sont des PMA et une réponse durable à la crise sécuritaire et à l'extrémisme violent passe par la création d'opportunités économiques et une amélioration des conditions de vie des populations. La lutte contre la pauvreté, elle est cruciale. À cet égard, il est impérieux de trouver une solution trouver des solutions à un certain nombre de points. Il est plus important, à notre avis, trouver une solution à la crise annoncée de la dette en vue de libérer de la marge budgétaire pour permettre aux États de financer des projets de développement, mobiliser des fonds pour financer la mise en œuvre des infrastructures, notamment la question de l'énergie nous semble impréalable. Aujourd'hui, la Banque mondiale estime à 650 millions de personnes en Afrique la population qui n'a pas accès à l'énergie. Je pense qu'une bonne partie de ces 650 millions sont en Afrique de l'Ouest, puisque le taux d'accès à l'énergie est en dessous de 50%. Il y a également la question de la digitalisation, l'éducation, une éducation de qualité et la formation de la jeunesse. Il y a également la modernisation de l'agriculture. Puisque ces pays vivent essentiellement de l'exploitation de ressources naturelles, il est impérieux de moderniser l'agriculture et de moderniser donc les méthodes de production. Dans donc ce dynamisme économique, le secteur privé doit jouer un rôle important. Donc il est important donc de donner une place importante au secteur privé. Et enfin, ces pays sont de plus en plus en proie aux conséquences des changements climatiques. Il faut mobiliser des financements adéquats pour lutter contre les effets des changements climatiques. L'Afrique doit faire sa part. Nos pays également doivent faire leur part pour endiguer ces solutions et bien sûr la lutte contre la corruption et les flux financiers illicites ainsi que la mobilisation de ressources intérieures pour renforcer les mécanismes de financement sont des approches. Alors peut-être avant de passer la parole, un mot sur la francophonie. J'ai entendu la proximité avec la France. C'est des liens historiques qui sont des liens importants, des liens qui ont été à la fois économiques, culturels et politiques forts avec des acquis importants. Il faut dire que les entreprises françaises sont parmi les plus grands acteurs de l'économie dans nos pays, l'économie formelle. Elle contribue au transfert de technologies, donc à la modernisation des économies. Elle contribue à la création d'emplois. Elle paye des impôts dans nos pays. Notez toutefois que les populations sont désireuses que nous allions plus loin. Désormais, il s'agit de dépasser les paradigmes traditionnels pour construire des partenariats mutuellement bénéfiques axés sur des projets structurants et sur la co-construction. Il y a peut-être un mot sur le CFA, outil d'intégration économique régionale et de stabilité monétaire, dont pendant la période Covid, nous avons noté que les pays qui avaient cette monnaie en commun ont été les plus résilients. Ceux qui ont le plus résisté également à la poussée inflationniste qui s'est répandue dans notre région. Cependant, cette monnaie nécessite des réformes pour répondre aux aspirations des populations et renforcer la souveraineté des États. Donc, sur la question, je pourrais résumer et dire qu'il est évident qu'en matière de coopération économique, la France reste un partenaire clé pour le financement de projets d'infrastructure, la formation des ressources humaines et le transfert de technologies, et que la francophonie économique doit être davantage mobilisée pour créer des réseaux d'entreprises, encourager les échanges commerciaux et promouvoir l'entrepreneuriat mutuellement bénéfique. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Niala.
Merci.
Jean-Michel, I'm going to now come to you with an extraordinary mix of experience, both in respect of public sector-led development and direct investment. And I'm going to use, if I may, a story that's often attributed to Bata of the famous shoe company many, many years ago. He sent people to go and look at Africa at a certain point in time. He clearly knows the story. And the one came back from Africa and he said to him, Mr. Bata, there's absolutely no point going there. Nobody's got any shoes. And the other one came back from Africa and he said, Mr. Bata, we better get in fast. Nobody's got any shoes. So from that particular perspective, we'd love to have an investor's view on current opportunities within the African space.
Merci. I'm going to speak French. Je vais aussi parler en français. Et effectivement, je suis du côté de ceux qui pensent que ceux qui n'ont pas de chaussures sont l'avenir du monde. Et je voudrais aussi, avant de commencer, me dire que je suis très honoré de me retrouver dans un panel avec trois personnes qui incarnent l'Afrique qui gagne, le Népal, qui a fait tant de choses pour la redynamisation des investissements en Afrique, et puis les membres du gouvernement rwandais et de Côte d'Ivoire. Le Rwanda et la Côte d'Ivoire font partie des 10 pays qui, dans le monde, ont connu la croissance la plus importante sur les 20 dernières années. Donc nous parlons d'une Afrique qui gagne. Maintenant, comme je suis un investisseur, je vais vous parler chiffres, et je voudrais le faire sur 3 dimensions différentes. La première est sur le passé. Je crois qu'il faut prendre la mesure du fait que, dans les 20 dernières années, le continent africain a cru de la taille en PIB de la Belgique à la taille en PIB de la France. Le PIB par habitant, en moyenne, a cru de 35% sur la période. Alors, il faut relativiser ces chiffres tout de suite, parce que pendant ce temps-là, le PIB par habitant de la Chine a cru de 555%, et le PIB par habitant de l'OCDE de 25%. Donc il y a eu un rattrapage réel de l'économie africaine par rapport au reste du monde, notamment par rapport à l'OCDE, mais c'est un rattrapage qui est encore modeste, et c'est un rattrapage qui ne permet pas d'absorber l'extraordinaire flux démographique que connaît l'Afrique, parce que les 4% en gros de croissance économique qu'a connu le continent pendant ces 20 dernières années doivent être comparés aussi aux 2,5% de croissance démographique que le continent a connu, d'où l'insistance de tous mes prédécesseurs sur le sujet de la jeunesse qu'ils ont tous évoqué. Et donc, malgré, et je vais arriver à mon deuxième point, malgré l'importance de ces progrès qui ont permis notamment l'émergence d'une classe moyenne qu'on voit partout, allez dans un restaurant à Abidjan et vous verrez qui dîne, pas des expatriés dans les meilleurs restaurants, mais des Ivoiriens. Donc, au-delà de l'émergence de la classe moyenne que cela a permis, aujourd'hui, le continent africain doit arriver à accroître son niveau d'investissement dans le PIB. L'Afrique aujourd'hui investit à peu près 20% de son PIB, ce qui est bas. L'Union européenne, la France investit 22 ou 23%. La Chine est encore à près de 40%. Et pour arriver dans les 7-8% de croissance économique qui devraient permettre d'absorber la croissance démographique, il faut qu'on se situe dans ces chiffres-là. Pourquoi l'Afrique n'investit que 20% de son PIB? Ce n'est pas parce que les Africains seraient des cigales qui passeraient leur temps à tout manger et à rien épargner. C'est tout simplement parce que le ratio d'actifs sur inactifs est faible. Il est d'environ un tiers. C'est le plus bas ratio du monde et il est lié toujours au même problème qui a été évoqué, c'est-à-dire il y a beaucoup d'enfants, encore peu de personnes âgées et très peu d'actifs en âge de travailler. Et ces actifs doivent porter la charge de tout le reste de la population, d'où la difficulté à épargner pour investir. Et ceci explique, et je vais arriver à mon troisième point, un des deux défis du continent sur lequel je voudrais me focaliser maintenant et qui vont beaucoup nous occuper dans les prochaines années. Le deuxième va sans doute ne pas être consensuel et peu support. Le premier d'ailleurs non plus. Donc le premier, il a trait à la dette et il a trait à la Chine. Il faut regarder l'éléphant dans la salle de bain. Si le continent africain a réussi à investir à peu près 20% de son PIB, c'est aussi parce qu'ils se sont endettés massivement, comme l'a dit Mme Bekele-Thomas. Dans les 20 dernières années, le continent africain a emprunté 7 000 milliards de dollars au reste du monde, en devises fortes, c'est-à-dire plus de 3 fois son PIB actuel. Il y a eu 3 catégories d'investisseurs qui ont apporté cet argent. Les multilatéraux, on ne va pas parler d'eux jusqu'à peu pour l'instant. La Chine et les investisseurs privés. Dans les années que nous allons avoir devant nous, le problème, c'est que ni dans les 5 prochaines années, les investisseurs privés, c'est-à-dire principalement les banques, et la Chine risquent de ne pas être là. Les investisseurs privés, pour une raison très simple, c'est qu'ils sont face à une restructuration massive de dettes sur une portion du continent qui est surendettée. Ils ont déjà cessé de participer aux émissions obligataires. Il y a même eu des événements spectaculaires. Le Sénégal, c'est vrai qu'il avait fait juste avant une annonce sur, en quelque sorte, insincérité de ses comptes publics, a fait une émission obligataire qui n'a pas été souscrite. Une première dans l'histoire de ces 20 dernières années. L'année dernière, en 2023, la totalité des émissions obligataires du continent africain, ça a été 15 milliards de dollars, c'est insignifiant. Donc les investisseurs privés ne sont pas là, et la question qui se pose pour tout le monde, pour tous les gouvernements africains, c'est comment on va les faire revenir dans un contexte où la restructuration de la dette se fait avec une extrême lenteur. Et pourquoi se fait-elle à une extrême lenteur? C'est à cause du sujet chinois. Et je ne veux pas mettre la responsabilité sur les Chinois, mais de fait, ils sont eux-mêmes confrontés à un problème difficile. Les Chinois ont représenté 62% de l'endettement bilatéral du continent africain pendant les 20 dernières années. Ils sont détenteurs d'un stock massif et face à l'important risque de solvabilité qu'ils ont rencontré, ils ont, dans les 3 dernières années, décidé de réduire massivement leur financement. Le pic du financement chinois à l'Afrique a été atteint en 2016, environ 150 milliards de dollars de prêts dans la seule année 2016. Nous sommes aujourd'hui aux environs de 15 milliards de dollars, une division par 10. Et il y a une conséquence très précise pour le continent africain, et qui est que désormais, depuis 3 ans, la Chine est en flux net négatif vis-à-vis du continent africain. En gros, le continent africain rembourse plus à la Chine que les Chinois ne lui prêtent. Et malheureusement, ça s'ajoute à un autre phénomène qui est aussi une nouveauté de ces 3 dernières années, et qui est que dorénavant, la Chine entretient un excédent de commerce extérieur vis-à-vis de l'Afrique, une première dans les 15 dernières années. Cet excédent, il n'est pas dû à une volonté punitive de la Chine, elle tient au fait simplement que la croissance de la Chine se ralentit, et que les Africains continuent à importer autant, et le ralentissement de la croissance sur la Chine a un impact sur les prix des matières premières. Si vous avez suivi l'intervention de Philippe Chalmin tout à l'heure, vous savez exactement pourquoi. Et sur les volumes. Donc les Africains sont punis par les volumes, ils sont punis par les prix, ils continuent à importer. Malheureusement, ça crée un déficit de commerce extérieur. Et donc, désormais, la Chine, après avoir été un apporteur massif de devises au continent africain, est devenue un extracteur très significatif, Sans doute aujourd'hui, on ne sait pas exactement combien, mais c'est sans doute 2 à 3 points de PIB par an de devises qui sortent de direction du continent africain vers la Chine. Et du coup, les Chinois doivent, si on veut renverser cette situation, restructurer massivement leurs dettes, ce qu'ils ont beaucoup de mal à faire. Et je dirais qu'il n'y a rien d'étonnant, les Chinois suivent exactement le même parcours face à la dette que l'Europe et le monde a suivi dans les années 80-90. On a évoqué les changements structurels, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a eu la période de sidération. Ouah, ma dette n'est pas solvable, ma créances ne sont pas solvables. 2, je vais commencer à rééchelonner. 3, ça ne marche pas, il va falloir que j'annule. Donc nous sortons de la période de sidération chinoise, nous arrivons à la période de restructuration. Et alors s'ils sont aussi mauvais que nous, ils vont mettre 15 ans à s'en apercevoir. S'ils sont très très bons et s'ils regardent le fruit de l'expérience, ils vont mettre 5 ans à 7 ans. Mais pendant ce temps-là, on va continuer à être en flux net négatif. Et ça a bien entendu des conséquences immédiates sur les volumes d'investissement chinois. Le dernier point, le deuxième sujet, je vais essayer d'être rapide là-dessus, c'est le changement de modèle économique africain. Alors, la Chine, nos amis africains ne peuvent pas grand-chose. Ils subissent. Oui. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Oui, à nouveau. La Chine, nos amis africains n'y peuvent pas grand-chose. Ils subissent le phénomène. Mais le deuxième sujet, il est extrêmement important. Ces 7 000 milliards de dettes, à quoi ont-ils servi? Une question importante. Eh bien, les 7 000 milliards de dettes ont servi à accroître la dépendance de l'Afrique au pétrole et aux matières premières. En 2000, la part des exportations africaines consacrées au pétrole et au gaz faisait 30% de leurs exportations. Aujourd'hui, c'est 50%. Les investissements directs étrangers qui étaient consacrés au pétrole et au gaz en 2000 étaient 30%, c'est 40% aujourd'hui. En gros, l'argent de la dette a servi à financer les corridors d'exportation et les équipements et les infrastructures destinés à extraire le pétrole et le gaz du continent africain. Et alors, moi je veux dire tout simplement, et c'est pour ça que je ne vais pas faire des amis dans la salle, c'est juste du mauvais business. Moi, en tant qu'investisseur, m'endetter dans un business qui est structurellement problématique, je ne considère pas ça comme une bonne affaire. Et il y a 2 façons de l'approcher. Le premier, c'est de prendre l'approche de Philippe Chalmin et de s'intéresser à ce que vont être les cours futurs du pétrole et du gaz dans les prochaines années, quand le pic du pétrole va être atteint, sans doute assez proche, et quelles sont les véritables perspectives de long terme des immenses infrastructures qui sont faites pour exploiter des ressources qui risquent d'être en déclin. Et la deuxième raison, c'est de douter de la pertinence, c'est de se pencher sur la performance historique. Je vais vous citer juste 2 chiffres pour conclure cette intervention. Si vous prenez les pays africains qui sont des exportateurs, qui sont, selon les catégories de la Banque mondiale, les resource intensive countries, qui sont aujourd'hui une bonne moitié de l'économie africaine, si on prend un indice 100 en 2000, par rapport à cet indice 100, le PIB par habitant de ces pays en 2020 aujourd'hui est à 150. Si vous prenez les pays qui sont pauvres en matières premières, et nous en avons 2 autour de cette table, le même indice 100, qui est de 150 pour les pays riches en matières premières, est passé de 100 à 230. En gros, les matières premières, ça ne paye pas. Ce qui paye, mais on le sait depuis très longtemps, c'est la valeur ajoutée, c'est l'investissement dans l'agriculture, c'est l'intelligence, c'est la construction des capacités, tout ce que, pardonnez-moi, un bon paquet des pays qui se sont super endettés pour construire leur développement n'ont pas fait. Et ça, c'est dans la main de nos amis africains. Et si je lis, c'est bien entendu que j'ai un biais là-dessus, puisque toute mon activité d'investisseur est consacrée aux startups et aux PME d'Afrique qui cherchent à diversifier l'économie de ces pays. Merci à tous.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Jean-Michel. There you've heard it. You've heard the challenges, you've heard the obstacles, and you've heard the opportunities. And to try and keep everything on track, I'm going to close with just one piece of advice out of the UAE. If you go down an hour and a half on the road from Abu Dhabi, you end up in Dubai. Outside the concentration of government offices in Dubai, you have a remarkable museum of the future. Yeah. And engraved in Arabic calligraphy on that museum is an observation by the Prime Minister of the UAE, Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, which he actually tweeted in 2014. And it says quite simply, the future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. It's not something you await, it's something you create. And the best way that I can pull together these discussions is to say we'd better get on with creating it. The opportunities are extraordinary, but it's not something we can await. We have to engage, as all of these actors are currently engaging, in creating it effectively. Thank you very much, and thank you, Thierry and Song Nim, for arranging the panel.
Please. Okay, please have a seat. Hello, everyone. So I guess we're almost ready to start. Yes, so I'm Virginie Robert. I work for Les Echos, the business daily, and I'm head of the foreign desk over there. And we're going to talk about what has been probably the underlying theme the whole conference, which is the new Trump administration coming in. Something that gives a lot of questions, puts lots of questions in the air. And we're mainly going to focus on economic policy and foreign policy. And to talk about this, we have several panelists with us who are very well acquainted with Washington. Hiro Akita here was a foreign correspondent. You were White House foreign correspondent for Nikkei, so he knows the drill. Peter Bayer is a German Bundestag foreign affairs. Well, you're head of the foreign affairs, or you're part of the foreign affairs committee for the Bundestag, and an expert on transatlantic relations. Jean-Claude Gruffat, who's a French-American banker. He notably worked for Citigroup, but other banks too, and very much involved in American politics. He's been in 2 presidential campaigns, and the last one he had a favorite, and that was Nikki Haley. Then we have Jay Truesdell, who's CEO at TD International. So it's a Washington-based company that gives geopolitical strategy and market intelligence advice to corporations. And last but not least, Farid Yassim, that you probably all know because he's been here many, many times, who was ambassador of Iraq in France, in Paris, where we met, and also in Washington, D.C., and now is back to Iraq. So a lot has been said about Trump those last 3 days, but I thought it would be interesting to see how, well, the question is how to deal with the man, you know? And we have first-hand experiences here because a lot of them have been involved in their administration or sometimes even in the administration with Donald Trump. So maybe we're going to start with Hiro. Tell us what has been the experience of Trump 1 in Japan and how you lived through the thing.
Okay. First, thank you very much. I came from the other part of the globe, so I'm very honored to be here. And I just want to make two quick comments, including the answer to your question. One is about the distinctive potential differences between first and Trump and its risk, and also its opportunity. And second comment is about how we can best mitigate, or even we means US allies, mitigate and also take advantage of Trump's DNA. So first point, difference. I think key words for first-term Trump were, of course, transactional, as we all know, and second keyword was maybe playing golf together.
Playing golf, yeah.
So this means that the Trump made much of personal relationship and also chemistry. So then Prime Minister Abe understood his DNA as a politician and played golf for 4 times and enjoyed American beef hamburger together. Unfortunately, I don't know the result of the golf match because it is kept as a state secret. But I believe that he made effort to lose by slim margin in order to please Mr. Trump. But the second term will not be that simple at all. Second Trump will have much higher aspiration. He has only 4 years, so he will try to achieve something big, to be remembered as, to make himself greater again, or even greater. So there comes 2 new keywords. One keyword is so-called neo-Yalta diplomacy.
Neo-Yalta diplomacy.
Neo-Yalta diplomacy. So again, 1942, Roosevelt, Churchill negotiated with Stalin about how to establish world order after World War II. Of course, the context is completely different, but the neo-Yalta diplomacy. And then second keyword could be a Nobel Peace Prize.
Nobel Peace Prize. Okay.
I'll get back to the point. So first, neo-Yalta diplomacy. This means that Trump will try to achieve something big by directly negotiating with big power, such as China, Russia, regardless whether they are partner or adversary, but the size of the country will be more important in order to achieve something big. Mm-hmm. So that's the reason why he really likes Putin and also Xi Jinping, Chinese leader, and he invited Xi Jinping to an inaugural ceremony. And I don't think Trump
I don't think he's coming. I don't think he's coming.
Yeah, maybe he's not coming, but if Xi Jinping is as shrewd as Trump, maybe, I don't know, maybe virtually.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Trump doesn't necessarily love those people, but I think Trump believes that those dictators or autocrat leaders are more useful to negotiate and achieve something big.
So he's going to be more comfortable with rogue leaders to negotiate.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of the same DNA.
Right, same DNA. So, but to be fair, I think there is advantage and also big risk. And advantage is that maybe Trump might be able to achieve some big progress on a deadlocked issue. Typically, a typical one is war in Ukraine. But there are much bigger risks. That is the national interest of US allies in Europe and Asia will be neglected or even ignored. Let's remember that in 1942, Roosevelt, Churchill negotiated with Stalin, but I don't think that they consult in detail about that talks in advance with the US or British allies. Of course, context is different, but there is a risk that middle power US allies will be bypassed, ignored.
Yeah, we're going to come back to this.
Yeah. Then, similarly, there are two. Second keyword is Nobel Peace Prize. Somebody, Israel.
Obama got it.
Right,
and was first surprised by it too.
Indeed. So Trump wants to make himself greater than Obama, and I believe that he firmly believes that Trump deserves better than Obama, who won the Nobel Prize by just by setting a goal to abolish nuke. So one of the biggest targets for that purpose could be North Korea or Iran or Middle East as a whole. So as for North Korea, again, he repeatedly says that I have a very good relation with Kim Jong-un, North Korean leader. I don't think he really loves him, but the North Korean leader, his relation with North Korean leader is important to make a deal. And so that is the one. And maybe, on the other hand, it is there was a discussion in the previous panel. Another agenda could be it could be a Middle East. Maybe he tried to complete the puzzle of Abraham Accord in Middle East, or try to tackle with the nuclear issue of Iran. So again, there is advantage. Advantage is that he is kind of unpredictable, and the disruptive leadership may help to make a progress on those issues. But the flip side is a risk that another risk is that he will maybe negotiate in a much weaker position. Let's look. He will only have 4 years, but virtually he have only 2 years before the midterm election.
Right.
So compared to the leader in North Korea or China and Russia, so he's in a weaker position. So that is a risk. Yeah. Then final point: how we should mitigate or take advantage. I think there are 3 approaches. One is a bad approach, second is a good approach, and third is a best approach. And the bad approach is to preach Trump and then try to change his mind. We all know that it is very, very counterproductive. Then good approach is to mitigate the risk for US allies in Europe or Asia by collaborating together to absorb better shock of coming from Trump. Maybe we are doing it already. Collaboration. But the maybe best approach is to take advantage of his slogan, that is, make America great again. So I would say maybe we can tell him like this. As a US allies, we really want US to become greater again. And also, we also want to be greater again, even greater, together with US. In this context, we are very willing to do whatever we could support for your big deal to be successful. So this approach will maybe give more leverage than preaching or flattening Trump.
Okay, well, thank you for covering so much ground in a very short time like this, but we're going to try to make it more as a conversation and less an expose. So, Peter, because you worked with Merkel, and so you've been working with 2 administrations, or yeah, can you tell us about it and how you went through it, and what's your takeaway from it too?
Thank you very much, Virginie, and thanks to everyone surviving all the way through the last panel of this conference. Yes, actually, I had the honor and the pleasure to be transatlantic coordinator in the Angela Merkel government under 2 years of Donald Trump administration and 2 years of Joe Biden. So there, I could see and experience the difference and the changes over the time. But maybe I start with a brief anecdote. When I came into office as transatlantic coordinator, that was in May 2018. That was 2 weeks before the U.S. ambassador to Germany, Rick Renell, who everybody's probably still familiar with his name, came into office almost at the same time. So my first meeting or encounter with Rick Renell was the following. So he approached me after had a seat at dinner. He came to me and said, this was actually, I quote him, "Hey, Peter, tell me how many of your helicopters are actually flying and how many of your submarines are actually fully operable?" So I looked at him and said, "Welcome to Germany, Mr. Ambassador. Let's go to the bar and have a gin and tonic." And so that was an icebreaker. And we respected each other. We did a lot of things together. But of course, there was a lot of things on the agenda between our two governments or administrations in Washington, D.C. and Berlin. So Trump and his ambassador to Germany, Rick Renell, and the Angela Merkel government, 2% defense spending, Chinese technology in our telecommunications grid, trade, tariffs, steel and aluminum, many other things. But then again, one has to keep in mind that, although for, at least after the Second World War up to now, and hopefully for the foreseeable future, the United States of America, our closest partner, I would even say friend and ally when it comes to protection of our sheer existence, if we talk about defense and nuclear sharing. But also if you look to culture and trade, our largest trade partner outside of the European Union. So we need each other somehow. And so this is important. And even under the Obama administration, there were problems that we had.
Yeah,
not so much on the substance, also this, but there was this wiretapping of Angela Merkel's cell phone that was under the Obama presidency. Yeah. So we somehow figured this out as well. One last remark. Just very recently, over the past 2-3 weeks, Angela Merkel published her memoirs, thick book, 700 pages or so. And she presented it twice. She started off in Berlin, on stage, in one of the theaters there, a nice conversation, a lot of anecdotes there, and people are interested in, how you got along with your colleagues in France and so on, but also certainly with Trump and Obama and so on. And the second presentation was in Washington, D.C., very recently, last week or so, together with former President Obama. And although both of them had a bad start before Obama was elected president, when he was only a candidate, they seemed to get along very well. The charming strategy Angela Merkel tried when Donald Trump was in the Oval Office as President of the United States of America failed completely. If you I still have in my mind these images of this video footage when Angela Merkel was sitting together with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, and he denied the handshake.
I remember that, yeah.
That was not, so this charming strategy completely failed. And so I totally agree with my Japanese colleague that, there's no time to waste. Donald Trump knows it's his last chance, 2 years, 4 years. We'll start with dozens of executive orders right from day one onwards. So we better prepare in Europe and elsewhere in the world, and we might come back to this, how to do this later.
And talking about Rick Renell that you just mentioned, he was appointed today as some kind of special envoy for...
Everything.
Yeah, everything.
Troubleshooter.
And among everything, there is Iran and North Korea that you were just mentioning. So, yeah. So, I don't know, maybe Farid, you're over there. We're going to change swap a little bit. You were ambassador in Washington, D.C. You've seen both administrations or mainly Trump? Tell us.
So, vaste sujet, as the French would say. My experience with U.S. administrations goes back to the 1990s when I was a Iraqi opposition activist with the Clinton administration. My first trip to the White House was in '94. But I served with the lame duck Obama, a few months, and then the full Trump administration, and then a year and a half under Biden. And when you're talking about such a wide subject, it really helps to focus what you want to say. And very often, when you want to say, you choose your typical audience. And so I'm going to focus on what my typical audience right now is my successor in Washington. What can I tell him to make his job easier to understand how the Trump administration would work? May I do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So the first thing you have to understand is that this election is completely different from the previous election. A lot of people in the United States in 2016 thought that the election was Hillary's to lose. This election, Trump won, period. He won the Electoral College, he won the popular vote, he won Congress, both houses, and he has the Supreme Court. So it's a mandate. Position is completely different. He can do whatever he chooses to do. That's first thing. Second thing, in 2016, the Republicans weren't actually really well prepared for winning the White House. That's why they had, and you might correct me if you want, such a difficult time finding people that would stick with the Trump administration, that were suited to his personality, to his ideas. So that's one of the reasons why he had so many, I think, departures. This time it's going to be different. It'll be rehearsed. It's actually been prepared. A lot of people have been working on it, think tanks, groups of sympathizers, funders. And one way to look at how things will evolve, and one has to realize that a presidential election is like a crowning in the United States. And so it comes with a lot of activities. And so I think it would be helpful for diplomats, particularly my counterpart in Washington now, to look at how the inauguration will be run. And I have the impression that it will be run in a much more effective, professional, flamboyant, I would say, way than what happened in 2016.
Well, maybe you can ask Jay, because you were at the State Department, I think, during the first Trump administration. So how do you answer back to Fareed? Did you feel that it's better prepared? And
yes, in the spirit of conversation, I'll pick up on the points that were just made.
Sure.
I really do believe that there is a sense of mandate and a sense of mission that's been endowed on the part of not just President-elect Trump, but by those around him. And indeed, there is a difference between now and 2016 in that Trump has the experience of having governed and is entering into office with that experience, as well as a fairly concrete sense of what it means to address his top 5 policy priorities, which not necessarily in order are tariffs, immigration, China, Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East. Mm-hmm. However, while he has a mandate and while he is entering into office with tremendous momentum, he has surrounded himself with individuals who do not have senior level executive experience. They are, with one exception, the new head of the CIA, Ratcliffe. None of the cabinet level selectees, nominees, have served in that capacity previously. Mm. And so while he is entering with this background, with this experience, others have some ground to gain, at least in the first 6 to 12 months. What does that mean in practical terms? Well, we saw a lot of turmoil within the first Trump administration in the cabinet. Some cabinet members pushing very hard, others seeking to be very conciliatory from the beginning. I think this group will be more on the conciliatory side, more deferential to Trump than what we saw in the first go-round. The other dynamic that we saw in the first administration was around what the professional class, the civil servants, did upon the entry of President Trump and his cabinet-level leaders, particularly at the State Department, where I was serving at the time, but also in the intelligence community, both CIA, FBI, as well as at Commerce and potentially other executive-level agencies. What I would project is that there will be early retirements taken by retirement-eligible individuals who just won't want to put up with another round of uncertainty on the part of the interagency policymaking process when so much will be centralized in the White House, particularly around those 5 policy areas. So what will that mean? I believe there will be a gap on technical questions, very important policy questions, but more technical, that will not be centralized in the Oval Office in terms of decision-making. And so to fill that gap, there'll be a lot of pressure on the incoming administration to push through nominees, to name nominees, and to push through the roughly 1,200 to 1,400 nominees that will take senior-level positions in the administration. And of course, roughly 1/3 of those are either economic positions or national security positions. And so I would say that if you were writing this memo to your colleague who's coming in, know how to gain access to the White House, of course, but know how to work through the institutions that are going to go through a lot of turmoil. And the last point I'll make is that getting access to those institutions is going to require unorthodox access points. Some of these are proxies for President Trump. Others are gatekeepers, people who have been named as gatekeepers but play that role in an informal way. So it's going to be really important to know how to gain access, how to maintain relationships in this transition period when so much potentially could be both centralized but also in turmoil in much of the rest of the administration.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Jean-Claude, maybe you'd like to elaborate a little bit on it, because apparently Trump has brought a lot of loyalists or people he thinks in government will please the voters, people they know, they see on TV. It's a little bit like the Muppet Show, Dr. Oz, whoever. Well, it's a little crazy. Then he names SARs that he feels are important for certain missions. But as you mentioned, not everybody is prepared for that task. So what do you think of this mix of bringing in loyalists that you feel that they're not going to stop you, but not very experienced people, and you're going to make the whole world crazy because it's, as you said, it's going to be really hard to know who to reach and who to talk to. So what do you think of that kind of management, and why do you think Trump is doing it that way? Jean-Claude, since you know politics.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks to Thierry, thanks to Song Nim for inviting me again. This is the third time, I guess, I'm speaking of Trump and the change of administration. I'm not going to repeat some of the things that have been said by the other members of the panels. They're all very relevant, and I subscribe to a large extent to what has been said. I'm trying to sort of present a different perspective. I've been in the US since, on and off, since 1987. I came as a documented immigrant, I like to say. I became an American citizen, and I was involved in American politics, but I would say at the ground level, from almost the very beginning, the campaign for the election of Bush father, Bush 41 in 1988. So I've seen the sort of the Republican Party and the game at the local level in New York, to a lesser extent in Washington, because I've been involved with a number of think tanks. So I will make a number of comments and not necessarily spend a lot of time commenting, but I'd be happy to take in the Q&A session some of the points that are more relevant for your own personal interest. Trump is transactional, controversial, consequential, very supportive of himself. If you ask me what's Trump's main interest, that's Donald J. Trump. Then the next interest is probably his family. The third interest is his business, and then the rest come afterwards. So that's the first consideration. You might say, during the first administration, he was not prepared to be elected, and essentially what he did, he worked with the Republican Party. And there were a lot of chaos, and things didn't turn out, and there was a lot of people were replaced, didn't stay long. Very typical, his first chief of staff when he was elected in 2016 was the head of the RNC, Reince Priebus. So he really led the Republican Party to a large extent, drive the show for him, and he surrounded himself with people he was not familiar with. This time is completely different. Trump 2024 is going to be loyalty first and foremost. And that explains some of the comments that were made earlier on. I mean, he's not necessarily recruiting people who are very experienced in the public sector, in securities, or I'm not saying they are not competent, but they are people who've not held that type of responsibility before. I concur completely with what you said, but I'm not going to repeat it, but I mean, you're absolutely correct on that. So that's going to be very different. Small anecdote, I think if you want to understand what he's going to do, you have to understand that the Trump who's going to be the 47th president of the United States is not different from the Trump who was in business. He's acting exactly the same way. My first encounter, not with Trump personally, but with his organization, was in the early 90s in New York. Some of you who are familiar with the United States may remember a company that was called Eastern. Eastern was running a shuttle between Washington, Boston, and New York, and Eastern went bankrupt. Trump tried to buy Eastern, and as a banker, I was asked to fund the operation. I look at the financial, I decided not to do it. So I had an opportunity to meet Trump because I said no to the loan. I didn't meet him at that time. But that's not important. The other thing is his relation to politics. He's always been involved in politics, but he was an independent, he was a Democrat probably for a longer period of time, and he was a Republican. He was twice a Republican, and then he became an independent. I mean, it was very, but he was contributing to some politicians. And many of the politicians that he criticized afterwards were people that he funded when he was in business. I give you this is an anecdote, but I got it from the person that he was dealing with. Some of you may know or heard of the last Republican governor in New York was George Pataki. George Pataki was elected in 1995, had 3 mandates of 4 years. He stayed until 2006. He had never met Trump, but I got it from him. He told me that one day, just after he was elected for the first time, he got a phone call. Hi, this is Donald J. Trump. Governor, congratulations, I'm happy to see you've been elected. Did you get my check? And Pataki said, well, I mean, thanks for your congratulations, I appreciate it. I don't think I've received a check from you. He says, that's impossible, I send it, I'm going to fire my secretary, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, next thing, a day later, he got a check which was antedated for $20,000. That's just an anecdote.
Yeah, but it's a funny
now,
one, though.
in terms of people who's been nominated, let me say 2 or 3 things. One, he's not expecting that every nominee is going to be appointed by the Senate. The Constitution in the United States says that the Senate has a role to advise and consent. And the person that he chooses to be the Attorney General, which is the Minister of Justice in the United States, was actually not supported. He did a number of things. He was heavily criticized. In particular, you remember, we had Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, coming and speaking to us a couple of days ago. Matt Gaetz was responsible to a large extent for McCarthy being kicked out of his position. Now, Trump is not stupid. He has many flaws, but he's far from being stupid. I mean, don't consider him to be mentally deficient or anything. He's a smart guy, but he not necessarily, I would say, the ethics of everybody. I try to be neutral and diplomatic. So what's happening? He realized that he wouldn't get the Senate to confirm Gaetz. What he did, he chose somebody else. But he chose somebody who was the former Attorney General in Florida. So look at the origin. Instead of saying what they've done, what are their competence, level of competence, look at where they're coming from. In the nominees of this new administration that's going to come to power in January this year, you have a number of New Yorkers, and you have a number of people from Florida. And you notice that when he stepped down in 2020, when he was not re-elected, he moved to Florida. So, I mean, he surrounds himself, again, with people he knows. That's the criteria. I could say more, but I probably stop for the time being.
So it's interesting to see that a lot of power is really going to be focused in the White House, from what we understand, because it's going to be difficult in the administrations, because they're going to be empty for a while. We're going to find the right guys to talk to, And a lot of complex issues are at hand, especially on the economic field. We're going to start with that. We had tariffs. We have deregulation, which matters a lot to Europeans. And we have fiscal policy. And I'd like to know what you think of what it means for us and how we can deal. Maybe, as Hiko said, maybe we should collaborate. You know, well, Europeans were used to collaborate, but right now there's a little incentive. Maybe you could tell us about it. Like, everybody wants to go his own way with Trump because he's afraid. Especially, I mean, in Germany is a good case for that, case in point, if and how to deal with Trump. But for instance, deregulation is going to change the innovation landscape in America. They're going to open the gates. Everybody's going to be able to do whatever he wants to try to innovate, and that can attract our companies who are going to find a freer field over there. So that's a problem that we have to think about, Europeans, and probably people in Asia too. And there's also a lot of deterrence with tariffs because he wants to bring investments in America from us also. So it really poses a question of competitivity for our firms in Europe and everywhere else in the world. I mean, I'm not only talking about Europeans. So what do you think, what is the good attitude here? I mean, Germany is a good case in point because, I mean, tariffs is really a real problem for you guys if it comes up, because he hasn't mentioned tariffs towards us now. For now, it's only Canada, Mexico, China, but it will come up. So how do you feel about this? Do you think we have to try to work together? Do you think the temptation of doing it alone is too strong because the stakes are so high?
Yeah, so since I'm the German,
yeah.
So I try to share some thoughts that I have in this regard with regard to trade and tariffs. If you just jump back in history, some years, it was under the Obama administration, we failed to successfully negotiate transatlantic trade and investment partnership, TTIP. Yeah. What a pity, what a lost option. It was a historic mistake to make that we could not agree with our closest partner in the world on these issues. But that's time gone by. What is in place is the Trade and Technology Council, which is working somehow across the Atlantic, but it's not an FDA. But a free trade agreement across the Atlantic is, I think, only if you are naive or if you are a dreamer. I think the times for the foreseeable future of an FDA across the Atlantic is over. Under the Joe Biden administration, they was friendly and everything, but they are not big friends of free trade, and the next Donald Trump administration certainly neither. So, from experience, I understand and I acknowledge that there will be a lot of differences from Trump 1 to Trump 2, certainly. I mean, it goes without saying. But some of the things of the experience, will be helpful to understand and to cooperate somehow, if you so will, with the incoming Trump administration. And that is, well, I mean, Donald Trump said, his most favorite word, if he looks up a dictionary, is tariffs. Right? You take this guy by his very own words. It's not new to us. He proved this during his first administration. And by the way, the incumbent Joe Biden administration did not do better. Mm-hmm. They were even more protectionist than the Donald Trump 1 administration was. They put in place, they let everything in place. They put on top of this the Inflation Reduction Act. And by the way, I never talked to anyone, to any German business people who did not love IRA, who had investments already in the United States or expanded this because, they get a lot of subsidies and everything. So it's good for them, they love it. And Donald Trump, if he follows his own agenda, will add up on that. He will, I guess, leave something like IRA in place with a different context. But I very certainly expect him to impose 10 or even 20% of tariffs on goods being imported from us, being Europe. And Germany as one of the largest export nations, we don't have much, anything else than our goods and services that we export. So this will hit us hard potentially. So what to do about this? I pick up something that has been mentioned here with regard to the Republican Party and having access and what Jay was saying, having access to Donald Trump himself or to his inner circle, whoever that is, not only cabinet ranking members, but over the years we have, I think, not invested enough time and energy actually to establish these communication lines. I'm from a conservative party, from the CDU, so our partner party is a Republican Party on the other side of the Atlantic. It has changed over time. We are organized internationally in the IDU, in the International Democracy Union, but it's difficult to communicate. But we need to invest more in these communication lines. And then one last thing that I really wanted to mention is in Europe, we need to finally, eventually understand that we need to prepare, not only because Donald Trump will serve a second term in the Oval Office, even beyond Donald Trump. What I'm talking about is NATO, defense, security, and it's with regard to trade and terrorists. So it's good to build up something like a core Europe of the form of the Weimar Triangle. You have Germany, France, and Poland. Add to that the UK and Italy, so the influential economies on the so-called old continent in Europe, and form a strong group and put in place a toolkit, a toolbox of also, that you have something as a response in if you sit down at a negotiation table with Donald Trump himself or with his team, with his administration, that the Europeans can say, well, we are strong. We are big economies. We are your partner, but don't fool us. We are also sent out as a signal of strength. I hope, and I see signs happening over the last several weeks and months in Europe, that this is being established. Our own party chairman, Friedrich Merz, who's likely to be the next German chancellor, is heavily investing a lot of time in this, to building up this core Europe. We have some, that Donald Trump, who understands only the language of strength, that he shows some respect, and it's, do business with him amongst partners, but on equal footing.
It's interesting to see that the EU is supposed, to have a voice by itself with Ursula von der Leyen and be able to deal with the Trump administration too. But you think it's better if a small group of countries go about it?
Yeah. Otherwise, look, we are 27 member countries. Yeah, which is not. It's an idea from the early 1990s. This core Europe that some, who want to go ahead, who align the policies and go ahead, and over time, those who want to follow, we prepare the path, make political decisions. Otherwise, it's so difficult with smaller countries with only, 2 million or so population, and then you have Germany with 82 million, and completely differently structured economies in Europe. We are one club. We share all the values together. But I think it's worthwhile thinking about and acting actually to build this core group and step ahead, because otherwise I think we will lose time and we will lose the competitive advantage.
So that's on the state level. Jay, I'd be curious, you deal a lot with corporations and you help them navigate geopolitics in the world. What do you tell your customers today, or the corporations you talk to, in addressing, especially the foreign ones, the one from outside the United States?
Well, maybe I can reframe that question and say what I'm hearing. I'm hearing excitement on one hand and real concern on another hand. On the excitement side of the ledger, there is a real sense of possibility with the policies that President Trump will put in place regarding juicing the economy. What do I mean by juicing the economy? Well, we've already seen a 6% uptick in the market since the election, and he is projecting that he wants to maintain this bull run that we've had in the US market since October 2022. And that will be done through, as was mentioned, deregulation, but specifically financial sector deregulation. That will be done through an extension of the tax reforms that were put in place in 2017, which are due to be either extended or will sunset at the end of next year. That will be through support of critical industries, including those around AI. That will be around support through crypto. Now, he has a lot of supporters in the crypto industry, and he's come out and said, this is going to be an area of focus for us in the economy. So what he wants to do is create some running room, roughly 12 months at least running room, whereby he can make some of these tariff adjustments that will allow him to negotiate on the tariff side and still have the economy pushing ahead. Of course, the corporate leaders I'm talking to are most concerned about the tariffs because of the inflationary pressure, the pressure on cost for them in terms of inputs, but also for the consumer, the end consumer. They're also very concerned about the immigration policy decisions that President Trump has said he wants to do in terms of deporting those that are illegally present in the United States. If you look at major areas of growth in the past in the United States economy, construction, agriculture, healthcare, and politically important sectors like elder care, child care, travel and tourism, these are all heavily exposed to labor constraints. And so there's going to be also pressure from corporate leaders to make some compromises on the immigration topic and potentially to look at immigration in a much broader sense. Now, that's a third rail in US politics when there is a divided government. But with government consolidated in the hands of one political party, I think there's actually an opportunity to think about immigration much more broadly than just deporting those that are illegally present. Finally, I'll say this DOGE effort, it's not a stunt.
DOGE is to cut regulation, right?
The so-called Department of Government Efficiency, which is being led by Vivek and Elon. It's not a stunt. There's actually a real sense that the Republican Party has a responsibility, even a requirement, to make government more efficient. This has been a mantra for the Republican Party for a long time. And of course, government spending increased tremendously under the first Trump administration. So Republicans are not immune from fiscal problems of their own making. But the idea of creating more government efficiency and accountability is very politically popular, not only within the party, but more broadly for the United States polity as a whole. Now, how that will be done, whether it's going to be done in a politically expedient way, one can expect that. But there is a fiscal element to this as well. Elon Musk has come out and said he's going to eliminate $2 trillion of government spending. Now, that's impossible. We all know in this room, we I think can agree that's impossible because there isn't that amount of non-discretionary government, discretionary government spending that can be cut. But there are areas within the budget that can be addressed, that can be pared down, which will again have a positive effect on growth, positive effect on the overall inflation, and will alleviate some of the tension that is going to build up with the Fed. I mean, it's a really good signal that Jerome Powell was asked to stay on, because that will allow for policy continuity and will allow for continued independence of the Fed. But we are potentially on a collision course after roughly 12 months if we see the economy continue to grow, if we see the tariffs being enacted at a certain rate, for inflation to be persistent and for that to maintain itself as a political issue going into the midterm elections. And so I think that is an area of concern as well.
You wanted to add something, right?
Just a short.
Yes.
So I think that I've attended several many conferences like this.
Yes.
And a typical discussion about Trump have been to share the concern or in grievances, and then discuss about how to mitigate or minimize the risk. So I think that is an important discussion, but the more effective discussion could be, again, is to think about how to take advantage of his DNA. His DNA is unpredictability and disruptivity. And the world is, in the world of disruptive, in a disruptive world, sometimes disruptive leadership can shake the adversaries or can shake the system and create. I'm not supporting it, but Trump is elected, so we should try to take advantage of that. For example, on the issue of North Korea or China or whatever. Specifically, maybe if we just start discussing about it, we run out of time. So.
But I agree with you. There's a feeling that things are going to be shaken, and a lot of people are just watching to see where the fruits are going to fall and what are the opportunities to size. I mean, really, they're ready. And you said there were excitement, and I agree with that because some people are saying, okay, the rules are going to change, and we might get a yes, CD.
Oh, there's one issue that actually concerns me quite a bit. I think the most consequential decision that Trump will take will be to withdraw from anything that has to do with climate. And this is an issue that is of concern to this country.
Because that's a multilateral issue, and it's not his strong point.
But the United States does have an effect, and doing things without them, without access to their technology, is going to be difficult, especially the federal government. The saving grace is that the United States is a huge country with a huge private sector, and what I would tell people is that if you look at what happened in 2016, Trump did withdraw from the Paris Agreement. But in spite of that, overall, US emissions went down. And so if countries like ours can take advantage of what's available in the United States in terms of the private sector, in terms of actually states that are really interested in this issue, without having to resort to the federal government, I think we'd manage to salvage something out of this.
Is there any questions in the room? Because I see that we have 15 minutes left. So if anybody wants to wave, in case. Otherwise, we have plenty of material to go. But yeah, we have one here over there. Does anyone has a mic, please? Microphone? Anybody? Here's a microphone for the gentleman.
Hi, sorry, Nicolas Pieux again. Rather addressed to you, Jay. You said excitement, and you talked about deregulation to prolong the bull run. And you talked about financial deregulation. So I'm an investor, and I have to be very clear. What I'm hearing is a very nicely prepared way to the next major bubble burst in the years to come. Gov-like loans are higher than they've ever been before. They represent 90% of leveraged finance today. The non-banking sector has more importance than it has ever taken. The dry powder of private equity is $11 trillion today. So I do hear that, but as a European, or as I think anyone else, I would say, okay, and then when things fall out, there will be a mess. US will pick up because this is the strength of the US, and it will be, again, a land of ruins all over the world again, and the people who will pay the price are not the people who will cause the issue.
Well, that's a legitimate concern, I could say.
I could take it. We have a banker on our panel, so maybe I can defer first to you.
You know, the Bitcoin explosion, and we're going to rush into...
I'm not sure if I'm going to answer your question. I'd like to say a couple of things. I see the clock is turning, and we want to give an opportunity to people to ask questions. First of all, don't expect all the nominees to be confirmed. And don't expect Trump to push hard to get some of them confirmed. I'm prepared to discuss some of the individual situations. Some of the names that have been put forward for certain positions are controversial. Let's look at the positive side of this equation. People on the economic side are likely to be confirmed. We have, I don't know him personally, but the incoming Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, is someone that several of my close friends know well. He's an experienced person, he's a decent person. As you know, the post of Secretary of the Treasury took Trump a while to decide who appoint. This is a very reassuring nomination, in my opinion, and he will be confirmed. The other one is the incoming chairman of the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, Paul Atkins. I've known Paul Atkins for 25 years. He was a commissioner of the SEC. He was in charge of the transition team between the Obama administration and the Trump administration in 2016. is somebody who's effectively much more prepared to adopt and support some of the initiatives that you make reference to, like cryptos and so on. We had an opportunity to discuss about this specific topic yesterday in the workshop chaired by Chairman Trichet. So those are things that are, in my opinion, reassuring.
So what you're saying is that those people are good people, they can manage, because
someone
he's talking
that
about
I know,
the next financial crisis
okay,
that you might be walking in.
Yeah, somebody whom I know very well also, he used to be my congressman for a number of years, is now nominated for the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, Lee Zeldin. He ran for governor of New York against Governor Hochul at the last election 2 years ago, and he came very close to win this nomination. As I said, you know, since 2006, all governors in New York have been Democrats. This is, I would say, a moderate Republican. So we have, now, two words I would like to say, if I may, about immigration and tariff. And I may disagree to some extent with what has been said, to some extent only, by other participants in the panel. I don't believe that Trump expects to enforce tariffs. He had some tariffs during his first administration. Biden administration came and didn't change anything. It was as protectionist, so to speak, as the Trump administration. I make a difference between the tariffs that he talks applying from the first day on European, on Canada, on Mexico, and so on. I think that's largely a negotiating tactic to bring people. You remember what happened? The next day, Trudeau was coming to see Trump in Florida, and Christine Lagarde said, instead of fighting, let's talk.
Well, yeah, that stirred a big debate in
So
Europe.
but China is different. I'm not saying at some point he's not trying to get a great bargain with China, but China, this is for the administration something that when Biden administration came to power, if you remember, there was a meeting in Alaska between the Chinese and the Americans. It was a disaster because the Americans start talking about human rights and a number of issues, Hong Kong, the Uyghurs, and so on. That's not going to happen with the Trump administration, but they're going to talk about very serious matters. So that's something I would, if you're concerned about the inflationary impact of rates, tariffs, and so on, I think there's a big difference that's going to be in terms of strategy. Remember, Trump never reads, but he wrote one book, not by himself, called The Art of the Deal. It's all about dealing, dealing, dealing. And he may want to make a big bargain at some point with China, but with the other country, it's purely a tactic to get them to work on, for example, the fentanyl. We have a number of people, young people, who are killed in America by this drug, which is imported from other countries. He wants to block fentanyl. This is a national security issue. He will use every possible means to deal with that. Now, immigration, and I'll stop. Immigration, we've seen open doors for the last 4 years. One of the reasons why Kamala Harris lost the election is the fact that they didn't deal properly with the immigration problem. There are many dimensions in the immigration problem. I don't believe for 1 second that it's going to deport 11 million people. This is just not happen. It's infeasible. It would cost a fortune. Practically, they don't have the logistics to do it. They're talking of using, I mean, this is nonsense. It's not going to happen. But keep some numbers in mind. There are 40,000 people in America who've committed serious crime, who are illegal immigrants. These people are still in jail in America. They're going to be sent back to where they're coming from. There are 600,000 people who've committed some sort of offense other than breaking the immigration law. These people are also potentially in the process of being sent back home. Obama administration expelled a lot of people. Several 100,000 people were expelled by the Obama administration. Now, at the same time, Trump has said that he will regularize the problem of the dreamers. The dreamers are the people who were brought in by their illegal parents in America, but they lived in America all their life. They never lived anywhere else. He said clearly during the campaign that he will deal with the problem of the dreamers. he also said that he's prepared to give green card to graduate from good
foreigners from good universities.
So this is somebody who's prepared, on one hand, to take some measures with the criminals, and at the same time also wants to stabilize. And I think there is a possibility. Marco Rubio, many years ago, when he was a young senator, was part of a commission of 8 people, 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats, who put together a plan for reforming the immigration system. So I think the immigration system, beyond the effect of, if you will, the meetings and so on, this is something that they want to deal with. And there is a chance. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen, but I would not be too concerned that we'll see millions of people being deported.
Just one point on this, if
yes,
I may.
Do you have an answer on his question?
Very quickly. Please remember that one of the first measures taken by the Trump administration in 2017 was the travel ban. And precisely Iraq was included on it. We managed to get off only because we agreed to take in people who were being deported because they'd committed crimes. So that's a serious issue, and I think it'll take, what you said will happen.
The question over there.
Okay, there's a question in the back here. Thank you. And
Thank you very much for this conversation. Guillaume Calonico from CDPQ. It seems to me that Trump has a trilemma, an impossible trinity, because he wants tariff, he wants a weaker dollar, and he wants tax cut. So it seems to me that it's impossible to have the three together. What can he do, really, with these 3 things he wants to do in America in its second mandate?
So tariff, taxing, I missed one word.
Tariff, tax cut, and a weaker dollars.
Weaker currency.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's complicated indeed, yes. Does anybody want to take, well, maybe Peter, because you're a big exporter, so.
I'll just make a,
and Jay,
Peter,
and Jay, go ahead, Jay.
Didn't mean to interrupt Peter, please.
Okay, yeah, I just start. Thanks for that question. Of course, this is of deep concern.
Dollar.
So, as I said earlier, I think, you know, I said, take him by his very own words. I expect this is all something that we need to take into consideration, that, you know, this will all happen. And for us, especially with regard to tariffs, as a big exporting nation, I think I saw the numbers of, you know, just for my country, like annually $15 billion or euros that would hit our exporting businesses. So it's quite something. Might be even more. So, you know, there might be some truth in it that everything that, you know, you hear now that's put in the window is just negotiation techniques. I hope so. Maybe to some extent, but certainly not completely. So I really think we should take it very, very seriously. It's not so, well, you know, he will not really impose all these things and not, you know, follow his own concepts. I think this will happen. And that's why I said earlier, if you want to, you were talking about, you know, mitigating the risk, and I was talking about putting measures in place now while you still can, to have something in place, something, you know, as a possible response if you come into the situation that you sit down at this negotiation table across the Atlantic now from my place in the world, and that you have something that you can put in the window as well. You may call it as a negotiation technique. So, and then take into consideration as well what you said, you know, deregulation and also, you know, weakening the dollar. I mean, he wants to make the United States not only great or greater or whatever again. I still think, by the way, the United States of America is a great nation. I love it, and they are super strong with regard to economy, with regard to culture, with regard to military. So this is a stupid motto anyway. But anyway, I didn't choose for this. He did. So, you know, I think to some extent we have to also see that with regard to competition, you know, in both sides of the Atlantic, in the United States of America, in Europe, the world has developed, has changed since Trump won, since Obama, over the past, I don't know, 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, something has happened. And every nation, every leader of any given nation, be it Germany, France, this country, or be it Washington, the United States of America, needs to, if he or she wants to be a good and true leader serving in the interests of its own folks, needs to, try to make his own or her own country competitive. Geopolitics play a role. It's because of wars. It's because in the example of Germany, for example, we messed it up. We, increased naively our energy dependency, Nord Stream 2 and all these things. Donald Trump was right. And many were sharing this view, except for Angela Merkel, for example, by that time. I think it was wrong. And I told her when I was her transatlantic coordinator not to do anything about it. So, taking this all together, put this all together in a box, make wise decisions, but be prepared and not step forward alone. Try to build new alliances, and then this is how this world works.
Thank you. Jay, you want to answer back?
Sure,
and then
I'll
we'll
answer
take one more
the question and also maybe make a point to Nicolas in response to his question.
Yeah.
Just with a little inside baseball, as we say in America, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, they're both coming out of the asset management sector. They are in segments of asset management that are high risk-taking, and they've made their fortunes with high-risk, high-reward bets. And so, Nicolas, they are under the assumption that allowing for that segment of the capital markets to continue to function is in the best interest, not only of firms like theirs, but of the entire economy. And they were facing almost the exact opposite scenario had Harris won. And so they are going to ensure that that gets locked in and that private capital as well continues to be able to function relatively freely. Now, the inside baseball is that Lutnick, as the head of commerce, if he's confirmed, will have oversight of tariff policy, which traditionally has been the purview of the trade representative. But the trade representative actually is going to be folded in, at least according to what's been announced publicly, under commerce. And right now, it looks like the play on tariffs is going to be much more around commerce-related topics than tariffs simply for trade protection reasons. And why? Well, it's going to be centered around industrial espionage, preventing the theft of intellectual property, ensuring that from a national security perspective, CFIUS gets strengthened. That's the Committee for Foreign Investment in the United States. And that critical technologies such as chips, as was discussed by many panels, continues to be controlled, at least as is possible. So I think about tariffs, yes, from a negotiating tactic, but specifically to advance specific Commerce Department objectives that Lutnick will have on his agenda, which the president, by the way, will care about, but when it gets technical, he'll allow commerce to take the lead on.
Okay. I think we have just time for one last question. Thank you.
Last week at Notre Dame in Paris, the most looked at American wasn't Donald Trump, it was Elon Musk. What would you think will be Elon Musk doing in the months or years to come? Will it be the real éminence grise, as we say in French, or mere Rigoletto? And you know how it ended for Rigoletto.
Thank you so much for this last question. It's perfect. Jean-Claude, do you want to answer?
Elon Musk was probably the largest financial contributor to the presidential campaign of Donald Trump. He spent like $100 million to a PAC, Political Action Committee, and he was particularly instrumental. Somebody whom I know very well works for him and works particularly in Pennsylvania. As you know, Pennsylvania was a very critical state in this election. So Elon Musk is a Democrat. Until a year ago, he was a Democrat. By the way, look at, some people are making jokes, some of my friends in the US are making jokes. I said, why are you complaining about Trump being elected? He's surrounded by a Kennedy, he's surrounded by Elon Musk, he's surrounded by Tulsi Gabbard, and so on and so forth. He's surrounded by Democrats. So, I mean, more seriously, Elon Musk will be there for a period of time. He has to manage huge conflict of interest between his own personal interests and what is being expected to do is with the dodgy that you were making reference to. So over time, I would not bet too very long, but he will be there for a period of time with Vivek Ramaswamy. Are they going to be able to achieve something? There is a need to do something about government efficiency. Everybody agrees on that. It goes well beyond the Republican Party, by the way. Independent and Democrats feel the same way. So he's there for a period of time. He's made a major contribution. How long is he going to be there for? You know, ultimately, he will take care of his own interest.
Okay, so I guess we still have a lot of question marks, but thank you very much all for your attention, and we're going to break it here because our time is up. Thank you, and thank you all for being here today.
Mesdames, Messieurs, cette séance est la dernière. Elle est traditionnelle pour la WPC, c'est-à-dire que nous réunissons en l'occurrence 3 personnalités qui ont suivi la totalité de la conférence, qui ne se sont pas encore exprimées et qui vont nous dire, chacun de leur point de vue, quelque chose qu'ils ont choisi eux-mêmes, qui correspond soit à une réaction sur tel ou tel aspect des débats, soit sur un point qu'ils considèrent avoir été insuffisamment traité. Et alors, comme ces intervenants de la dernière session sont tous français, je ne puis que réitérer la remarque que j'ai faite antérieurement sur le fait que les Français, ensemble, ont intérêt à parler français. D'ailleurs, c'est également l'intérêt des interprètes, parce que ça permettra d'éviter ainsi une cacophonie inutile. Voilà. Alors, on va commencer par le général Béhanzin. Alors, vous le connaissez d'ailleurs, puisqu'il est intervenu déjà dans une session qui concernait les problèmes de sécurité en Afrique l'an dernier. Mon général, alors, il est grand. Et comme disait Victor Hugo, il est grand, et c'est pour ça que quand je m'approche de lui, je préfère m'asseoir très vite pour ne pas faire apparaître ce handicap. Bon, tu as la parole.
Merci, Président. Je ne suis pas aussi grand que vous. J'essaye de paraître. Chers amis, chers participants, quand je les ai revus, une fois de plus depuis le vendredi 13 décembre 2024 ici à Abu Dhabi, passant tour à tour de manière magistrale dans leurs rangs et grades respectifs avec leurs panels successifs. Je voudrais citer M. Jean-Claude Trichet, Bertrand Badré, Marc-Antoine L. Mazega, Gérard Mestralé, John Andrew, Thierry Martin, Daniel André, Lucia Sirapi-Thomas, Nicolaus Lang, Valérie Ducrot, Adil Alzaroni, Michel Kazachné, Jean-Michel Severino, Steven Erlanger, Renaud Girard, Céane Cléry, Virginie Robert. Je n'oublierai certainement pas les conversations que nous avons eues respectivement avec M. Kevin Bakati, M. Kevin Ruyd, Ayman Ezat, Awa Gargash. Je dis encore une fois, car c'est la 3e fois que je viens à notre grande revue mondiale, des enjeux géopolitiques, économiques et sécuritaires, sous l'œil vigilant des Émirats arabes unis, terre de grande tolérance religieuse, comme le démontre clairement la construction de la maison de la famille abrahamique, inaugurée le 16 février 2023. Je prends mon temps parce que nous sommes sur la dernière ligne droite. Cette famille comprenant une église catholique, une synagogue et une mosquée. Le grand rabbin de France nous l'a rappelé encore ce matin, ou cet après-midi. Une grande revue mondiale, comme en témoigne largement la participation honorable et importante depuis la première édition jusqu'à la 17e édition, participation de chefs d'État et de gouvernement, président de la République ou vice-président de la République. Et là, je fais un grand clin d'œil à son Excellence, M. Thiemoko Meïlet Koné de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, dont je salue respectivement le discours chargé de sens à l'ouverture de notre conférence. Conférence souvent placée sous l'autorité morale des grands leaders religieux, tels que le grand rabbin de France, Haïm Corsia, mais surtout l'archevêque de Constantinople, le patriarche Bartholomée, qui nous a dit en substance ceci le 9 décembre 2002. La guerre en Ukraine, provoquée par l'agression injuste, je le cite intégralement, injuste de la Russie en février 2022, constitue la pire crise géopolitique et humanitaire européenne depuis la fin de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Le patriarche a poursuivi en affirmant « Nous établirons que la source de nos malheurs est la conséquence d'erreurs de jugement concernant des questions liées à la foi. » À la foi, c'est-à-dire à la religion. Le patriarche a conclu son discours en disant « La compréhension d'un monde nouveau qui se constitue sous nos yeux ne peut pas faire abstraction du fait religieux. » En 2022, ici même à Abu Dhabi, nous avons longuement et en profondeur évoqué la situation en Afrique de l'Ouest et au Sahel. La situation s'est-elle améliorée? Non. Non et non, je ne pense pas. Au contraire, il y a eu le coup d'État au Niger qui a alourdi le bilan. 3 pays du Sahel ont décidé de quitter ma CEDEAO, votre CEDEAO, Communauté économique régionale de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. En Guinée, où il y a eu dans la même foulée un coup d'État, la situation parle d'elle-même, avec des disparitions, des privations de liberté, des morts, et j'en passe. Récemment, il y a eu un match au cours duquel près de 150 personnes sont décédées. Alors, puis sont arrivées, depuis ce temps-là, la guerre entre Israël et le Hamas. La guerre entre Israël et Hezbollah. Et récemment, la débâcle en Syrie. Il y a eu néanmoins des événements heureux que vous me permettrez de citer. La CAN 2023 en Côte d'Ivoire. Je crois que la Côte d'Ivoire a reçu la palme d'or d'organisation des Jeux footballistiques. Les Jeux olympiques de Paris. Et enfin, tout dernièrement, il y a eu la levée de boucliers contre la présence des forces militaires étrangères en Afrique. Ces derniers sujets que je viens d'évoquer n'ont peut-être pas été suffisamment débattus. Nous n'avons pas pu le faire justement parce que les paramètres de ces questions sont très volatiles en dehors de la parfaite réussite des Jeux sportifs en Côte d'Ivoire et en France. Des événements sportifs qui rassemblent plus le monde des hommes que les guerres ici et là n'en détruisent impitoyablement enfants, femmes, enceintes, personnes âgées, handicapés de toutes sortes, humanitaires, hôpitaux, etc. Nous n'en avons pas assez débattu. Nous n'avons pas assez parlé de la jeunesse du monde en général et de la jeunesse africaine en particulier. Le vice-président de la Côte d'Ivoire l'a souligné dans son discours introductif, mais il faut cependant considérer des perspectives à court, moyen et long terme pour faire face à la dégradation continue du monde. À très court terme, la World Policy Conference ayant opté pour un diagnostic permanent devra évoluer vers des approches de solutions plus réalistes. Cela dit, pourquoi la WPC ne se transformerait-elle pas en un lobby mondial pour plaider auprès des dirigeants mondiaux et en faveur d'un monde raisonnablement ouvert et plus humain? Je dois avouer que lorsque j'ai été invité à la WPC de 2022, je pensais me retrouver encore dans un énième amphithéâtre d'hypocrisie, comme ceux que l'on voit dans les forums de ce qu'on appelle confusément la communauté internationale. Mais j'ai finalement, avec mon parrain, le professeur Robert Dossou, ici présent que je salue, j'ai réalisé dès le début des travaux la fine intelligence et la maîtrise du leader de toute l'opération qu'est le professeur Thierry de Montbrial et de toute son équipe que je vous prie d'applaudir. Ma troisième participation, je ne la regrette pas non plus, car l'organisation et l'encadrement sont restés parfaits dans tous les secteurs visibles. Les participants sont d'un très haut niveau. Les différentes thématiques en plénière comme en atelier sont pertinents. Les échanges sont d'une très grande qualité et d'une très grande utilité. L'ambiance est très conviviale et le temps est peut-être trop vite passé. Pour moi, les résultats sont bons. Et pour être réaliste à court terme, il faudra poursuivre les réflexions stratégiques en cercles concentriques pour aboutir à des résultats raisonnables et humainement satisfaisants. À mon avis, rien ne semble irréversible dans le monde des hommes, même si les événements qui se déroulent sur la planète Terre sont effrayants. Pourquoi pas une conférence spirituelle mondiale, puisque tous les peuples croient en quelque chose. Le grand rabbin de France l'a dit aujourd'hui. Et je crois que la WPC, et je le dis sans aucun esprit dithyrambique, qui a fait le choix exigeant, en termes humains et financiers, de faire des analyses détachées de toute émotion, de toute passion, de toute déviance langagière ou langagière, et enfin de toute hypocrisie néfaste et de tout double standard malheureusement à la mode. En réalité, notre humanité doit choisir entre une solidarité franche et réaliste et le suicide collectif. C'est pourquoi je nous invite à adhérer à cette pensée d'Albert Einstein qui dit, je cite, « Ce ne sont pas ceux qui font le mal qui rendent le mal insupportable, mais ceux qui regardent et laissent faire. La WPC ne peut et ne doit pas continuer à laisser faire. » Je voudrais enfin finir sur un sujet que je connais le mieux, à savoir la solidarité sécuritaire dans le monde. Au niveau de l'Afrique, en général de l'Afrique de l'Ouest en particulier, il y a deux niveaux que nous pouvons considérer. La première, c'est la solidarité régionale. La région comprend, la CEDEAO, je veux dire, comprend 15 États. Et tout le monde sait que chaque pays s'occupe de la sécurité de ses citoyens et des biens des citoyens. Aujourd'hui, les États de l'AES, Alliance des États du Sahel, à savoir le Mali, que je connais très bien, le Burkina et le Niger, ont quitté la CEDEAO parce qu'ils reprochent à cette communauté un manque de solidarité régionale. J'ai eu l'avantage d'avoir collaboré ou d'avoir eu des collaborateurs qui sont aujourd'hui Premier ministre au Mali. Il était colonel pendant qu'il était à mes côtés, et un ministre d'État chargé de la Défense, celui du Burkina, qui était aussi dans mon département pour les questions de sécurité régionale. La CEDEAO établit les règles de stratégie régionale d'ensemble, mais chaque pays doit pouvoir s'occuper de sa sécurité. Sur le plan régional, nous avons établi un plan d'action de lutte pour un budget estimé, je vais le répéter, Monsieur le Président, de 2,3 millions de dollars US. Nous n'avons eu aucun soutien de nulle part. Mais quand la guerre de l'Ukraine a éclaté, les États-Unis seuls ont donné plus de 100 milliards de dollars à l'Ukraine pour que les pays s'entrechoquent et continuent à se tuer. Le deuxième niveau de solidarité, c'est la solidarité internationale. Au Mali, comme au Burkina et au Niger, nous avons eu la solidarité internationale. Mais les fruits n'ont pas été satisfaisants. C'est cela qui constitue la cause fondamentale des levées de boucliers contre la présence des forces étrangères dans les pays africains. Parce que quand vous croyez à un ami, à un parent qui vient à votre rescousse et qui a les possibilités, si aujourd'hui le terrorisme n'est pas étendu de façon collective, parce que les terroristes dans le Sahel sont des unités collectives, et qu'il n'y a que du terrorisme isolé en Europe et en Occident de façon générale, c'est que la flotte aérienne surveille le territoire, en plus de toutes les dispositions qui sont faites sur la terre pour protéger les citoyens. Les États africains n'ont pas ces moyens. En cela, je voudrais plaider la solidarité internationale, comme la WPC le souhaite. Je vais m'en arrêter là. Peut-être que j'ai été un peu trop long, Monsieur le Président et chers amis, et vous redonner la parole. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, mon général. Merci, Francis. Et maintenant, je vais passer la parole à géographe devenu patron pendant quelques années du Centre d'analyse et de prévision du Quai d'Orsay, puis ambassadeur qui connaît bien les pays baltes, et un penseur. Mon cher Michel, à toi.
Oui, merci Thierry, merci à tous les organisateurs. J'avais proposé de partager quelques réflexions sur le Sud global, entre parenthèses. 4 considérations, terme assez peu employé, sauf par notre ami de Shanghai. Bon, c'est une représentation du monde. La géographie est objective et subjective. Donc je dirais en géographe, c'est une carte mentale. C'est un terme qui avait été forgé en 1969 par un chercheur américain engagé, Dan Arbor, pendant la guerre du Vietnam, la guerre américaine au Vietnam, pour dénoncer la domination du Nord. Un peu tombé dans l'oubli, et ça a été jugé par The Economist comme le mot de l'année, enfin, l'expression de l'année 2023. Donc c'est quelque chose d'assez récent qui, en quelque sorte, enrichit le dictionnaire des idées reçues, pour citer Flaubert, dans lequel on trouve aussi depuis 2 ans Collective Nazapad, l'Occident collectif, dont Tatiana m'a expliqué que qui s'opposait à la majorité globale. Donc on a 2 concepts, le Sud global, la majorité globale. Gustave Flaubert avait sous-titré son dictionnaire le catalogue des idées chics. Et dans les médias français, c'est très chic, mais aussi dans les médias d'autres pays. Sur le fond, on l'a vu d'ailleurs pendant 3 jours, ça tend à se substituer à l'idée de pays émergents. Cette concurrence des termes est assez intéressante parce que ça signale que les questions géopolitiques sont essentielles dans les décisions économiques. Alors deuxièmement, une analyse un peu critique de cette expression, puisque vous savez très bien en linguistique, le stéréotype est plus intéressant par celui qui l'emploie, le locuteur, que par son contenu. Et sans vouloir offenser ceux qui dans cette salle emploient ce terme, c'est d'abord utilisé comme une machine de guerre narrative anti-occidentale. À la manette, évidemment, nos amis chinois qui utilisent cette vision de manière délibérée et constante. Je permets de citer l'introduction du Forum sur la coopération sino-africaine, le FOCAC, à Pékin, en septembre 2024. Je cite, le monde connaît je cite le représentant spécial du gouvernement chinois pour les affaires africaines, le monde connaît des transformations profondes portées par l'ascension du Sud global. Notre histoire ne retournera pas au vieux jour du colonialisme. Il dénonce la montée de la mentalité de guerre froide. Dans toutes les visites officielles à Pékin ou dans les réunions internationales où participe la Chine, par exemple le G20 à Bali, le terme est employé. En fait, il exprime une continuité, fait quelques recherches dans ce domaine, de la vision chinoise du monde depuis la conférence de Bandung en 1955. Le terme n'était pas employé, on était plutôt sur le non-alignement, mais il y avait déjà cette idée contre la mentalité de guerre froide, dénonciation de la logique des blocs, éloigner les forces militaires américaines de l'Asie orientale promise au sol asiatique, c'est la doctrine Monroe de l'Indo-Pacifique, donc tributaire de l'influence chinoise, bâtir une communauté d'intérêts avec l'ancien tiers-monde. Et la Chine est leader, puisque la Chine est pays en développement. Chacun sait que c'est un pays en développement. On trouve un sous-produit de cela chez des experts russes que nous connaissons depuis 2 ans. Loukyanov a l'audace de dire « La Russie est le porte-parole d'un Sud global lassé de la domination occidentale sur les affaires du monde ». Et j'ai repéré que Sergueï Lavrov, à Vientiane, lors d'une réunion de ministres des Affaires étrangères de l'ASEAN, puisque la Laos avait la présidence de l'ASEAN l'année dernière, a déclaré qu'il fallait faire partir d'Eurasie les forces extra-régionales. Donc l'expression Sud global est associée à Eurasie et associée à la logique de bloc, guerre froide, etc. etc. Ça, c'est l'aspect un peu critique de cette élocution, mais je préfère ici, puisque l'esprit de la conférence, c'est d'être réaliste et positif. Et on résume ce qu'on a dit depuis 3 jours, et notamment depuis l'introduction de Thierry, mais j'avais préparé avant mon texte. Cette expression, elle nous dit quelque chose, et donc il faut qu'on y réponde. Elle nous dit qu'on est dans un monde où les puissances moyennes s'expriment. Et ces puissances moyennes, elles sont westphaliennes. On a entendu parler d'État-nation pendant 2 jours, pour cette partie du monde, où ça n'est pas encore consolidé. Et comme disait Van Bülow en 1897, en critiquant la France et le Royaume-Uni qui s'étaient partagé l'Afrique, l'Allemagne, à cette époque, voulait sa place au soleil. On a des puissances moyennes qui veulent être reconnues comme acteurs d'un jeu international. Alors on peut toujours dire c'est pas un ensemble homogène, c'est différent du tiers-monde d'Alfred Sauvy fondé sur la croissance démographique. Quand on regarde la carte des BRIC+, et surtout des aspirants, il y a un recoupement assez fort. Il manque le Chili, il manque 2-3 États. Mais la politique des États membres, si j'ose dire, de ce Sud global est une politique d'intérêts nationaux. Je prends 3 exemples. Le Vietnam pratique ce que leurs diplomates appellent une neutralité active, une politique extérieure qu'ils appellent omnidirectionnelle, ou, dans la version vietnamienne, la diplomatie du bambou. Donc on reçoit Poutine, mais on vend aux États-Unis pour bénéficier des difficultés sino-américaines. L'Indonésie, au moment du G20, et l'Indonésie est un grand pays que je cite avec plaisir à cause de Bandung, ils sont en train de retrouver ça, parle de politique, diplomatie de neutralité libre et active. En bahasa indonésien, on dit bebas active. Et puis en même temps, ils ont obtenu un accord de 169 mots pour condamner l'invasion russe, novembre 1922. L'Inde a organisé, quand elle présidait le G20, en janvier 2023, la Voice of Global South Summit. Il y avait 125 États participants. Mais l'Inde appuie sa modernisation économique sur ses importations chinoises. Vous voyez les contradictions. Entre parenthèses, l'Inde et la Chine sont des pays de l'hémisphère nord, mais j'accepte cette incohérence géographique. Donc c'est une référence partagée, incantatoire, mais il n'y a pas de posture, en fait, contestataire à l'égard de l'ordre international. Tous ces pays veulent faire partie du système, et notamment de l'économie de marché. Simplement, ils font leur marché entre Pékin, Washington et Bruxelles. Et ils ont raison. Et je vais terminer mon dernier point, sans savoir, en rendant hommage aux propos du général Béhanzin, nous n'avons plus, il faut qu'on le comprenne une fois pour tous, le monopole de la puissance normative et narrative. Donc il faut entendre ce qui se dit depuis ce que j'appellerais les Suds locaux. Alors je vous donne un exemple qui intéresse la France. Pour moi, le principe général de la vie, du système international, et je ferai une référence qui ne déplaira pas à Thierry, c'est Tocqueville, c'est l'égalité des conditions. Les éléments symboliques sont tout aussi importants que les statistiques de commerce extérieur ou d'investissement. Exemple récent que je prends au Sénégal. On a beaucoup parlé de la jeunesse africaine. Mais la jeunesse africaine, elle interpelle les vieux pays coloniaux, comme le mien. Et c'est bien. Le président sénégalais, Bassirou Diomaye Faye, vient de déclarer dans Le Monde du 30 novembre 2024, il y a 15 jours, à propos de la présence militaire française, maintenue par ses prédécesseurs. Il dit combien y a-t-il de soldats sénégalais en France? Pourquoi Paris doit-il décider, avec la mission de Jean-Marie Bockel, que dans tel pays souverain et indépendant, il faudrait 100 soldats? Ceci ne correspond pas, dit-il, à notre conception de la souveraineté et de l'indépendance. Il faut inverser les rôles et voir ce que les Français accepteraient ou non. Alors moi, je fais quand même une petite note de bas de page. Si le président sénégalais dit ça, c'est qu'il a été élu démocratiquement et qu'il n'a plus besoin de soldats français pour protéger son pouvoir. Et vous connaissez, cher général, un pays voisin du nord-est de votre pays, où un ancien président disait « Tant que les Français sont là dans les bases, je suis tranquille ». Je ne le citerai pas par charité. Donc, après, on peut décliner tout ça, je vais arrêter, mais récemment, un agent provocateur bien connu, Kishore Mahboubani, a profité de l'arrivée au pouvoir d'un chancelier travailliste plus ouvert et plus réaliste au Royaume-Uni, un Premier ministre, pardon, en lui suggérant, comme preuve de son ouverture au vaste monde, de transférer le siège du Royaume-Uni du Conseil de sécurité à l'Inde. Mais la réforme du Conseil, elle est devant nous. Il faut donc cesser de négliger les Suds locaux. Le président Biden n'a fait qu'un seul voyage en Afrique pendant tout son mandat, il y a la semaine dernière en Angola, un seul. Le président Xi Jinping en a fait 5. Il a reçu 20 chefs d'État avant la FOCAC. Il a reçu, Biden, un seul chef d'État africain, William Ruto, le Kenyan, en 15 ans, 15 dernières années. En même temps, les dirigeants africains et les experts africains ne sont pas dupes de ce qu'ils appellent, avec un peu d'ironie, nos nouveaux amis chinois. J'étais tout à fait frappé de voir que la diplomate experte sud-africaine, et j'ai confirmé ça tout à l'heure au café, a expliqué qu'elle continuait, Jean-Michel Severino l'a prouvé avec des chiffres, l'Afrique du Sud a changé de partenaire commercial, c'est plus l'Europe ou les États-Unis, c'est la Chine, mais c'est toujours les mêmes matières premières exportées sans plus-value. C'est toujours le même problème. Donc vous voyez que les choses sont quand même assez complexes. Et puis je termine sur une phrase bien connue, mais que j'aime citer, puisque nous avons ici un ami indien, Jashankar, le ministre indien des Affaires étrangères, à Bratislava, à la réunion de sécurité qui s'intitule GlobSec, donc sur l'Ukraine, qui a quand même dit « L'Europe doit se défaire d'un état d'esprit qui veut que ses problèmes soient des problèmes mondiaux, mais que ceux du monde ne sont pas les siens. » Et évidemment, il faisait référence au conflit qui n'est jamais terminé entre l'Inde et la Chine dans les Himalayas. Voilà. Je vais conclure sur le fait, sur l'idée, mais en fait, c'est ce qui est fait ici depuis 3 jours et depuis longtemps, et je boucle, c'est que les Suds locaux tous nos partenaires, pas seulement pour des raisons économiques, il faut travailler avec eux en égalité des conditions sur les sujets d'intérêt commun, la santé, l'énergie, les technologies, la monnaie, les normes, les règles, en se défaisant d'une attitude d'arrogance coloniale. Merci de votre attention.
Mesdames, Messieurs, je n'avais pas autant d'espérance sur la qualité de cette dernière session, parce que l'indignation que vient d'exprimer Michel Fouché me réjouit. Et d'ailleurs, elle s'accorde extrêmement bien avec les propos antérieurs du général Francis Béhanzin. En fait, les relations internationales, qui ne comprend au départ que c'est fait de beaucoup d'hypocrisie? Vous l'avez dit, Francis, beaucoup d'hypocrisie. C'est fait de beaucoup de propagande, mais tout le monde en fait de la propagande. Nous aussi, franchement. L'idéologie, le Sud global n'en a pas le monopole. Et je fais cette interjection pour dire que ce que vous venez de dire tous les deux, je ne sais pas si au niveau des ressources naturelles on pourra aborder le sujet de la même manière, mais c'est que ça me réjouit parce que justement, et Francis l'a dit, c'est ce que nous voulons faire dans cette conférence, c'est la contradiction, mais la contradiction positive, et c'est gratter un petit peu ce qu'il y a derrière les déclarations et les paroles en tout genre. Bien sûr, il faut aussi dépasser ça. Mais en tout cas, je vous remercie déjà tous les deux. Cela me réjouit. Vous aviez liberté complète d'intervenir. Quand je dis liberté complète, ça va de soi pour tout le monde, mais je veux dire que je ne savais même pas ce que vous alliez dire. Je savais un petit peu pour le général, encore que j'avais préféré, je vous dis tout maintenant, ne pas le regarder pour avoir la surprise. Voilà. Et donc maintenant, je vais passer la parole à Christophe Poinceau. Alors, là aussi, je ne sais pas ce que vous allez dire, mais j'imagine que ce sera un petit peu différent, puisque vous êtes le numéro 2, le directeur général adjoint du BRGM, du Bureau de recherche géologique et minière, bien connu en France, et vous en êtes le directeur scientifique. Alors, je crois que nous allons vous écouter avec beaucoup de curiosité.
Merci Thierry, merci pour cette invitation et pour ces 3 jours de réflexion extrêmement fructueuse. Et donc effectivement, tu nous as invités à apporter un éclairage finalement sur les sujets peut-être qui n'ont pas été complètement abordés, je dirais, et qui peuvent impacter assez fortement finalement la géopolitique globale. Et donc en tant qu'à la fois dirigeant du service géologique français et également président de l'Association des services géologiques européens, moi je voulais mettre sur la table et apporter dans le débat 2 sujets qui me paraissent assez fondamentaux. Donc le premier, c'est effectivement la question des ressources minérales et du rôle qu'elles jouent dans nos économies actuelles et futures. Je vais y revenir dans un instant. Et le deuxième, la question de l'adaptation au changement climatique, qui me semble également un driver assez important pour l'avenir. Donc commençons par la question des métaux stratégiques, des métaux critiques, des ressources minérales. Les wordings sont assez variés, qui sont en train de devenir, si ce n'est déjà le cas, un goulet d'étranglement finalement pour le déploiement de la transition énergétique et qui deviennent aussi un enjeu de diplomatie et de géopolitique assez fort. Donc vous le savez tous, hein, les technologies bas carbone, que ce soit pour la production électrique, que ce soit pour les usages comme la mobilité, etc., sont des technologies qui sont extrêmement gourmandes en métaux qu'on appelle stratégiques, beaucoup plus que les technologies qu'on utilisait jusqu'à maintenant. Et il est important de rappeler que également le numérique est gourmand en métaux et requiert aussi donc pas mal de ressources minérales. Alors juste pour vous donner un ordre de grandeur, si vous prenez aujourd'hui une éolienne offshore telle qu'on cherche à les développer dans beaucoup de pays et vous comparez ça avec une centrale thermique charbon qui reste quand même à l'échelle mondiale aujourd'hui le premier moyen de produire de l'électricité, et bien finalement sur les éoliennes, il vous faut 15 fois plus de métaux stratégiques par kilowattheure produit que ce que vous avez sur les centrales thermiques au charbon. Et donc vous voyez évidemment que quand on dit qu'on va basculer en plus dans des scénarios qui sont assez ambitieux et assez rapides sur ces nouveaux moyens de production, on voit tout de suite que ça va avoir un impact extrêmement fort sur le marché des métaux au sens large et avec des questions évidemment de savoir si on va être capable d'y faire face et d'y répondre. Ce que je vous dis là sur les moyens de production électrique, vous avez exactement le même type d'évolution, de changement sur la mobilité. Un véhicule électrique, en gros, c'est aussi 6 fois plus de métaux stratégiques qu'un véhicule thermique. Et donc, c'est ça qui fait que demain, on va avoir besoin de plein de lithium, de cobalt, de nickel, de graphite, de cuivre, etc. Je ne vais pas vous en faire la liste, elle est longue, mais qui fait que ce sujet revient sur le devant de la scène. Alors, aujourd'hui, quand on regarde un peu les projections que peuvent faire les experts, et je vous renvoie notamment pour ceux que ça intéresse à l'Agence internationale de l'énergie, on s'aperçoit que la vitesse à laquelle on veut assurer ces transitions vont mettre le marché en situation difficile, sous tension, et que sur un certain nombre de métaux, le marché ne saura pas répondre à la demande. Alors, il y a un cas qui me paraît le plus emblématique, et c'est le seul que je vais illustrer ici, c'est le cas du cuivre. Il est emblématique parce que finalement, c'est le premier métal que l'homme a sorti du sous-sol, il y a bien longtemps, et on s'aperçoit qu'aujourd'hui, on va manquer de cuivre, et pas dans 20 ans, on va manquer de cuivre dans les années qui viennent. C'est-à-dire avant la fin de cette décennie. Aujourd'hui, quand vous regardez la manière dont on voit évoluer la production de cuivre, en fait, elle va diminuer parce qu'il y a eu peu d'investissements, toute proportion gardée ces dernières années, alors que la demande, elle va exploser parce que dès que vous électrifiez, vous avez besoin de conduire de l'électricité, vous avez besoin de cuivre. Et donc, on pourrait avoir jusqu'à, selon les scénarios, 20% de manque de cuivre à l'échelle du marché, et même si vous déployez du recyclage de manière assez agressive, ce qui est extrêmement conséquent, hein, ça veut dire qu'il manque entre 50 à 80 mines de cuivre de grande ampleur à l'échelle mondiale. Alors quand vous savez qu'il faut 17 ans en moyenne à l'échelle mondiale pour ouvrir une mine de cuivre, on voit tout de suite le problème. C'est-à-dire qu'en fait, l'histoire dans les années qui viennent, et quand je dis les années qui viennent, c'est à 10-15 ans, en fait, elle est peu ou prou écrite. Et les investissements qu'on fait aujourd'hui, c'est des investissements qui vont impacter le marché à une échéance plutôt d'une quinzaine d'années, donc plutôt la fin de la prochaine décennie. Et donc, évidemment, ça interroge sur notre capacité, du coup, à être capable de mener cette transition. Et alors, du coup, évidemment, vous devinez bien, tous les pays sont engagés dans une course, finalement, à l'approvisionnement en métaux, que ce soit sur le cuivre, le nickel, le lithium, etc., avec beaucoup d'initiatives, et ça devient un enjeu, en fait, de diplomatie, ça devient un enjeu de géostratégie, et on parle aujourd'hui de diplomatie des ressources minérales, qui était un sujet, en tout cas, au niveau du Quai d'Orsay et de la France, qui était un peu sorti des écrans radars ces dernières années, avec de multiples initiatives. Hein. Alors ça va depuis le Mineral Security Partnership qu'ont lancé les Américains, en passant, le Belt and Road Initiative a été réorienté sur ces sujets-là côté chinois. On a donc tout ce qui est partenariat stratégique lancé par l'Europe. Enfin voilà, il y a de multitudes d'initiatives pour essayer évidemment de sécuriser des approvisionnements, sécuriser quelque part nos scénarios, nos économies, nos industries. Et je vous encourage d'ailleurs à un petit exercice intéressant. Quand vous regardez les conflits à l'heure actuelle ou les zones de tension, c'est assez intéressant de voir comment ça recoupe aussi les zones de ressources, y compris d'ailleurs sur le cas du conflit ukrainien. Du coup, ces métaux sont en train de devenir en fait une arme politique, une arme géopolitique, avec le meilleur exemple, c'est la Chine, hein, qui commence à instrumentaliser ça assez largement. Alors sans rentrer dans les détails, hein, de manière un peu formelle, ça a commencé en août 2023, où ils ont restreint les exportations de germanium-gallium. En décembre 2023, ils ont fait la même chose avec le graphite. En janvier 2024, ils ont restreint les exportations de technologies de séparation des terres rares. En septembre 2024, ils ont restreint les exportations d'antimoine. Et il y a 15 jours, donc en décembre 2024, ils ont interdit les exportations de germanium, gallium, antimoine. Et l'histoire va se poursuivre, j'en suis persuadé, donc ce n'est là qu'une photographie. Ces éléments, sans rentrer dans le détail, étant évidemment extrêmement utiles dans toutes ces technologies. Et donc vous voyez effectivement apparaître cette question des métaux qui devient indispensable pour nos économies, devient indispensable pour nos politiques publiques et qui en même temps deviennent un enjeu géopolitique, géostratégique, parce qu'évidemment, vous le savez tous, le producteur principal de tous ces métaux, c'est la Chine. Les terres rares dont je parlais à l'instant, 100% du marché aujourd'hui est chinois. Enfin, 100% de l'approvisionnement provient de Chine. Donc vous voyez ce retour finalement, Philippe dirait des commodities, mais des métaux en tout cas sur le devant de la scène diplomatique, en tête de gondole aussi de l'agenda politique, et donc avec une révolution, je dirais, de ce fait quasi copernicienne à la fois pour le monde de la diplomatie, mais aussi pour les industries qui sont derrière. Hein. Et alors pas uniquement pour l'industrie minière et extractive, c'est aussi un point nouveau. Aujourd'hui, vous avez des end-users, des fabricants d'objets finaux, par exemple les fabricants de voitures, qui aujourd'hui s'intéressent à où est-ce qu'ils vont pouvoir sécuriser leur approvisionnement en lithium pour leurs batteries, etc. Ça ne s'était jamais vu. Et eux-mêmes, d'ailleurs, avaient peu d'idées de comment ça fonctionnait. Donc, ils sont obligés de se réapproprier toute cette chaîne de valeur parce que, en fait, il y va de l'avenir de leur industrie et de l'avenir de leur technologie. Donc, vous voyez que dans ce contexte-là, je pense que c'est vraiment un driver important de la géopolitique mondiale, également de la transition énergétique qu'on pourra mettre en place. Très clairement, ça ne sera pas celle qu'on décrit aujourd'hui dans un certain nombre de scénarios. Il va falloir s'adapter, il va falloir être pragmatique, il va falloir aussi développer une vision un peu plus globale, finalement, des sujets, de manière à ce qu'on ait des scénarios qui soient réalisables, ce qui n'est pas toujours le cas aujourd'hui. Et en fait, on est en train de se confronter à un sujet que certains nombres poussent assez fortement dans le débat public, qui est la finitude des ressources. Et en tout cas, en ce qui concerne ces ressources minérales, le fait que ça prend du temps d'y accéder. Donc ça, c'était le premier point qui me paraît important. Le deuxième, et je serai plus rapide dessus, rassure-toi, qui était l'adaptation au changement climatique. Je pense que c'est aussi un enjeu fort. On parle beaucoup de tout ce qu'on peut faire pour réduire nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre, réduire du coup l'ampleur du changement climatique, c'est évidemment fondamental. Mais on l'a échangé plusieurs fois ces derniers jours. On sait tous que de toute façon, il va être là et il va être plus important largement que les 1,5 degrés. Donc il faut aussi qu'on se prépare à des événements, une évolution climatique, à des événements plus violents. On vient d'en faire l'expérience en France il y a de ça quelques heures à Mayotte, où quand même quand vous regardez un peu ce qui s'est passé, et j'en parle en connaissance de cause parce que j'ai des équipes sur place, toutes les infrastructures sont à terre, de l'aéroport au port en passant par tous les bâtiments. Et c'est quelque part une illustration, une bonne image de ce qui nous attend et du besoin et du début de réorientation qu'on voit sur les politiques publiques, à la fois dans nos pays européens, mais aussi et beaucoup dans les pays des pays en développement, pour anticiper finalement ces événements qui vont prendre de multiples formes. Alors, il y a évidemment tout ce qui est augmentation du niveau marin, qui peut être tout à fait conséquent, qui entraîne un retrait du trait de côte. Juste, je ne suis pas sûr que vous ayez des ordres de grandeur en tête, mais par exemple sur la Gironde aujourd'hui en France, alors je suis désolé, c'est des chiffres en France, mais le littoral recule de 2,5 mètres par an. Donc quand vous compilez ça à l'échelle de quelques décennies ou commencez à réfléchir à l'échelle de ce qui va se passer d'ici la fin du siècle, c'est des distances considérables, c'est des relocalisations d'activités industrielles, d'activités portuaires, de villes, qui sont tout à fait conséquentes et auxquelles il faut se préparer. Il y a les questions de tout ce qui est impact sur, finalement, il va y avoir des périodes de sécheresse plus longues, donc il y a la question de la ressource en eau, qu'il faut qu'on apprenne à gérer. Vous savez que c'est un sujet majeur qui fait d'ailleurs beaucoup de débats sociétaux. Il y a la question de ce qu'on appelle le retrait-gonflement des argiles, le fait que le sol y respire, si vous voulez, et que ça fracture les bâtiments. Il faut savoir quand même en France qu'on a 55% des bâtiments privés qui vont se fissurer à cause de ça. Donc c'est le premier risque assurantiel aujourd'hui en France, c'est ce sujet-là. Donc avec une dimension là aussi financière et du coup un couplage sur l'ensemble des autres sujets, des autres questions économiques. Donc tous ces enjeux sont des enjeux qui commencent à changer les politiques publiques, sur lesquels je pense qu'il faut que collectivement il y ait une mobilisation pour anticiper, sinon le coup en sera encore plus raide et plus dur, et que je pense que ça va du coup venir impacter assez directement dans les années qui viennent finalement le positionnement d'un certain nombre de pays et la géopolitique qui va avec. En tout cas, je peux vous témoigner que dans les sollicitations qu'on reçoit en tant que service géologique national qui est actif à l'international, on voit une modification rapide et radicale de nos activités avec des questions de plus en plus prégnantes sur ces sujets, parce que les pays aujourd'hui commencent à prendre les sujets à bras-le-corps. Il est temps pour un certain nombre d'entre eux. Voilà un peu sur les deux sujets que je souhaitais apporter dans le débat, qui me paraissent importants, qui vont venir impacter le reste.
Merci Christophe. Effectivement, ces sujets de géopolitique des ressources sont fondamentaux. Ils ont toujours été fondamentaux, mais ils le sont encore plus. Et ils ont l'avantage qu'on peut en parler d'une manière assez objective et avec des manipulations verbales limitées, pour faire la jonction avec les interventions précédentes. Merci infiniment. Alors, en vous écoutant tous les trois, je me disais que j'ai pris une décision dans ma tête, qui est que si nous voulons garder 3 jours seulement pour la conférence, avec votre accord, on pourrait faire un vote, un consensus. Nous ferons l'année prochaine des sessions avant le petit déjeuner et après le dîner. La seule question que je me pose, c'est ne faut-il pas supprimer le temps des repas comme étant des temps morts, hein? Mais enfin, nous allons approfondir tout cela et je vous remercie beaucoup pour ces interventions très toniques par lesquelles nous terminons ces débats. Alors maintenant, le moment est venu de la période qu'on appelle de l'envoi. Alors, avant d'envoyer et avant de me lever à cette fin, je voudrais vous dire que je suis effectivement très heureux de cette conférence parce que aussi, ça a été redit, il faut à la fois une très grande lucidité. Nous avons le devoir d'exprimer avec lucidité ce que nous pensons de l'état du monde. Et permettez-moi de redire ce que j'ai dit au début du premier jour. Nous sommes à l'orée d'une nouvelle guerre froide et il y a un risque, je dis un risque, de dérapage. Et l'idée d'une troisième guerre mondiale aujourd'hui n'est pas nécessairement absurde. Et en tout cas, la meilleure façon de l'éviter, c'est justement de la prévenir et donc de bien comprendre ce qui se passe et d'essayer de trouver toutes les voies qui peuvent permettre de l'éviter. Mais je suis aussi le premier à m'associer à ceux qui pensent qu'il faut toujours cultiver l'espoir ou l'espérance, pas d'une manière béate, mais là encore, d'une manière réfléchie et active. Nous avons tous le devoir de contribuer à cette petite flamme qu'on appelle l'espérance. Et ça, je crois que chacun, dans cette conférence, à notre manière, nous y avons contribué. Et cela est important. Et maintenant, je me lève. Pas la première fois, vous me direz, ni la dernière. Alors, merci. Et donc, je voudrais procéder au rituel des remerciements. Alors, évidemment, vous ne serez pas étonnés. D'ailleurs, vous allez dire, qui est la première personne que je vais appeler? Comment s'appelle cette personne? Comment? Alors, Songnim Kwon. Je pense qu'il n'y a pas une seule personne dans cette salle qui n'ait eu Songnim plusieurs fois au téléphone chaque semaine pendant un certain nombre de semaines. Donc, merci Songnim. Et Songnim, on va appeler toutes les personnes qui ont travaillé directement avec vous ces derniers temps. Donc, je vous laisse les appeler.
Charlotte, Elsa et Adélaïde.
C'est leur triomphe. Merci à toutes les trois. Et je voudrais maintenant appeler l'équipe de production de cette conférence, ce qui est un travail aussi énorme. Et donc, je vais demander à Florent de Chanterac de bien vouloir venir. Voilà, et Florent, c'est vous qui allez appeler vos collaboratrices et collaborateurs dans cette aventure.
J'aimerais appeler Michael, Marc. Michael, chef de projet, Marc, notre créatif directeur, Sandrine, la responsable de la logistique, Cassandre, Laureline, protocole, Abdé et David. David qui était au plateau. Et évidemment, je voulais remercier nos techniciens derrière qui ont fait un travail remarquable. Ça fait 2 ans voilà. Et nos photographes aussi, qu'on tient à remercier, qui sont toujours fidèles. Et évidemment l'hôtel aussi, qui vous accueille depuis 2 ans et qui vous connaît bien. Et aussi nos amis du MOFA. Mais ça, je vais laisser peut-être Thierry faire un mot et les accueillir sur scène.
Évidemment, mais si vous permettez, auparavant, je vais appeler quelqu'un que j'ai enlevé, une femme que j'ai enlevée à l'âge de 16 ans, Marie-Christine. Voilà. On en a juste un tout petit peu plus maintenant. Voilà. Et maintenant, effectivement, je voudrais appeler le MOFA, donc le ministère des Affaires étrangères, qui ici, alors le MOFA, alors nous sommes très heureux de vous accueillir et de vous remercier. Et d'appeler 2 personnes qui, à ma connaissance, ne sont pas ou pas encore des citoyennes émiriennes, et j'appelle Naïda et Gabriela. Naïda qui est un bras... Mais non, il faut monter, il faut monter. Voilà. Un bras droit d'Anouar Gargache, que vous avez écouté hier et qui était mon grand complice depuis le début dans cette affaire. Gabriela, qui est une citoyenne roumaine, un pays que j'aime beaucoup, et qui travaille... Combien, how long have you worked here, Gabriela, in the Emirates? 12 years. Very impressive. So, merci beaucoup, particulièrement à toutes les deux. Nous avons beaucoup travaillé ensemble ces dernières années pour notre plus grand profit commun et aussi pour notre plus grand plaisir. Merci à toutes les deux. Alors, je voudrais appeler maintenant effectivement la presse, donc Guillaume Foucault et son équipe. Et Guillaume, vous allez appeler lui-même Alix au Pays des Merveilles, bien sûr.
Alix, sont nominés Alix, BX, Eva sans X.
Ça en fait du monde. Bon. Je voudrais aussi, alors on va laisser monter quand même. Je voudrais aussi appeler la personne qui s'est occupée du protocole, ce qui n'est pas une tâche simple. Et figurez-vous qu'elle s'appelle Cassandre. Ah, mais elle est là. Mais je ne l'avais pas vue. Ah, vous l'avez déjà mentionné. Voilà. Alors, bravo. Parce que quand j'ai appris que cette année, la personne qui allait s'occuper du protocole s'appelait Cassandre, je vous avoue que j'ai eu un léger doute. Mais finalement, ça s'est très bien passé. Voilà. Alors, je crois je voudrais remercier aussi les interprètes qui ont fait un gros travail. Est-ce que j'oublie quelqu'un? Voilà. Alors, il reste effectivement, puisque nous fonctionnons quand même d'une manière relativement démocratique. Donc, je voudrais vous remercier toutes et tous qui avez non seulement participé par vos interventions, par votre contribution à l'animation générale, mais qui avez participé d'une large manière à la co-construction de cette conférence et plus généralement de la World Policy Conference, parce que nous sommes en fait une sorte de club, nous revendiquons cette forme de travail en commun, et je peux dire réellement qu'au fil des ans, chacune et chacun d'entre vous contribue à la réflexion, à la transformation, à l'amélioration de cette conférence. Donc, tous ensemble ici, nous vous remercions.
Et
naturel. Oui. Alors, naturellement, au sein parmi nos membres, nous appelons nos membres, les participants, il y a, je dois exprimer mes salutations toutes particulières et très chaleureuses à nos partenaires, à nos soutiens, parce que nous ne vivons pas seulement de l'ère du temps. Donc, je les applaudis. Oui. Alors, qu'est-ce que j'ai oublié, vous venez de me dire? Nicolas. Non, mais Nicolas, mais il est parti. Mais Nicolas de Germay, vous le connaissez aussi. Il est donc le vice-président de la conférence. Et effectivement, l'amitié, la coopération qui fonctionne remarquablement bien contribue d'une manière essentielle au fonctionnement de l'ensemble. Mais alors, voilà, il est vrai que... Attendez, elle n'est pas venue sans que je le sache, non? Anne-Lotte, non? Alors, il reste d'autres, je crois que vous avez tous été invités. Ben, elle est là, elle s'est cachée, voilà. Vous avez probablement tous ou presque été invités à parler à la WPC télé. Eh bien, Anne-Lotte, vous venez. Bon, écoutez, je vais vous dire une chose. On va appeler l'équipe technique, puis ensuite vous venez tous ici, parce que sinon je vais les appeler les uns derrière les autres. Hein?
Il faut vous remercier aussi.
Ah oui. Enfin.
Voilà. Je pense qu'on peut remercier Thierry aussi, qui a créé cette conférence il y a 17 ans. C'est à chaque fois toujours le plus impressionnant. Donc merci de votre vision et de nous emmener dans ces aventures. Bravo Thierry.
Merci. Voilà. Bon, je crois qu'en vous citant tous, je n'ai oublié personne. Et il me reste à vous dire que nous allons nous retrouver tout à l'heure pour celles et ceux qui le peuvent, sur la plage, enfin dans un endroit très agréable que certains ont peut-être fréquenté avant le début de cette conférence, que nous aurons sûrement donc un dîner très agréable. Oui, l'atmosphère, c'est le club, hein, on l'appelle ça. Alors, il faut une petite laine, bien, parce que nous sommes après tout dans le golfe Persique et qui fait froid le soir. Ça, très bien, nous allons nous couvrir un petit peu, mais surtout, vous aurez le droit de boire un demi-verre de vin. Et si tout se passe bien, peut-être même un verre entier. Voilà, merci.